Hey, this is Dr. Wood, and I am excited to welcome you to our 24-hour stream that we're doing to celebrate our 4-year anniversary. That's right, 4 years here on YouTube. Now, we're on other platforms, we're on other social media, and we've been there for a while, but those came after YouTube. So our very first place where we did a video was right here on YouTube, and I'm excited that you've decided to come and join us for this time. As we walk through the next 24 hours, we're going to be looking at some of our favorite shows over the course of the last year. We're going to be looking at videos that were sent in by some other creators. As in fact, some people that were on our show, they're going to be giving us some shout outs and giving us some kudos as we walk through this amazing time. It has been wonderful, not just because we've grown, not just because we have seen that our content has gone to lots of different places. It's wonderful because I know that you are getting benefit. As I listen, as I hear from the community, I see the benefits that they're getting in terms of improving their health, reversing their diabetes, getting off of medications, and setting themselves up for success in their metabolic health. You have been a tremendous audience, and I can't tell you how excited I am to have you here with me right now as we walk through this amazing time. So welcome. Thank you for coming through, and we will see you as we move through the rest of this 24-hour period. Here we go.
Suzanne, and I'm so excited to say to Dr. Dwain Woode, happy 4th anniversary for Dr. Woode and his YouTube channel, where he educates us on so much great information about reversing diabetes and reaching our own unlimited potential. I discovered Dr. Woode on LinkedIn first and then migrated over to his YouTube channel, where I am fascinated with his real-time reporting about his 72-hour fasting, showing us his actual blood sugar results while that's going on. Really fascinating. And then he teaches us cooking, even with tofu, and even talks to us about how to relate to family members who are struggling with eating or diabetes and the best ways to support them without making them feel bad or shameful. So he is just a beautiful soul, a big compassionate heart, and he's really just authentically out there telling us about how to keep our own selves healthy and not only talking the talk, but walking the walk as well. So happy anniversary, Dr. Woode. I'm so glad I found you this year, and I look forward to watching more of your inspirational videos. New year, new you. Thank you.
What's going on, Dr. Wood with an E? This is Mr. Riley coming to you live from the West Coast, the best coast, the West Side. And I just stopped by to say happy anniversary. Man, I know you're a good person because you are celebrating your YouTube anniversary the same month that I'm celebrating my wedding anniversary. And so I'm celebrating 27 years. Man, I hope we can get 27 years of content from you as you seek to empower, encourage, and educate your subscribers and just the community as a whole as we as we reverse the diabetes, reverse diabetes. So just wanted to stop by and say, hey, I'm excited. I'm happy for you. I'm looking forward to all of the great content that you're going to continue to produce. I can reflect when we first met online in one of the Facebook creating content challenges. And then we even met during at the beginning or the end of last year, 2023 to 2024, when you were out here in Los Angeles. And so it was a pleasure to meet you in person. And so, man, just continue success on your channel. And we look forward to seeing all of the great things that are coming from your desk, from your content creation desk. So keep up the good work. We really appreciate you. And man, just nothing but success for you and also for your family. So again, thank you for everything that you do. This is Mr. Riley coming to you live from the West Coast, the best coast, the West Side. Take care, and we will catch you in your next video. Peace.
This is Mami Lala of Mami Guide Inc. It has been a blessing to actually be part of Doc Dwain Woode's journey in his content creation journey, in his desire to educate and inform others about their own well-being and health. I have been part of his show twice. One was on talking about New Year, New You. So we did create like a vision board. And another one was I invited him over on my show and we talked about diabetes, right? So Doc Dwain has helped not just me, but a lot of people by his empowering videos and live streams. And again, Doc Dwain, happy anniversary and looking forward to many, many, many more years of awesomeness to come. And of course, if you are not yet part of Doc Dwain's community, I would love to invite you over to be part of it because it is where he educates, empowers, and encourages us to live our healthiest and best life. Again, happy anniversary, Doc Dwain!
Channel really started as a way of providing valuable information or accurate information for people that were in the endocrine / health wellness area. The COVID was in full swing, and we had talked. I had talked, my wife and I, and in our office, our team had talked a long time about having videos that were available. And we never did it in the brick and mortar. We never did it in the office. And we were showing videos from basically, some of these commercial places. They would, show videos about their products and perhaps some health related issue that people may suffer from. And so that was what was running on our board. And then we did basically a kiosk where we were putting up information. We were putting up, signs. We were putting up procedures and plans. But then COVID happened. And, once COVID happened, everything kind of changed. And so I entered this space with the idea of providing accurate information for people. I started out doing kind of general endocrinology. We did a lot of COVID videos in those first days. They were pre-recorded and we put them out. And then I did a course, kind of a challenge, if you will, with someone who's actually right now doing a lot of great things in the social space, in the online space. And during that process, it was a go live. And so we were moving through that week. And my anniversary for the channel actually was coming up. The 1 year anniversary for the channel was coming up because up until that point I had been doing pre-recorded video or recorded videos. And the challenge was to go live on on my channel. And I was not sure whether I wanted to do that, but I took a chance and I did our very first video and I fell in love with live streaming. I felt the connection as I was talking to people, as I imagined people out there that would be watching. And so once I started doing live video, I never went back. right? It made things so much simpler because there was an authenticity that came with being live. There was an instant connection with me thinking that there were people out there that were actually listening to me at the time. And so we kind of basically took off. And, we've had lots of different transformations in concepts, but there was always this wellness thought. And even from the beginning, I think the triple E formula for success: I educate, empower, and encourage. That started out really as educating for a better you is where I think that initially started, because I was thinking, how do I provide education, and what does the education do? And the education really was to help people move into a better space, and that morphed into to stop complications, and we added the better you. And over the course of time, the education, the empowerment, the encouragement just seemed to make sense as I was interacting with people. And as I thought back over the course of the patients that I had treated, and I was like, yeah, this is where I want to be. And so as we moved into later years, we started talking about health and wellness. And then I had an experience where I went whitewater rafting. You may remember, where we spent time talking about letting go of the past, letting go of those things that were hindering us, letting go of those things that were causing us not to move in a positive direction. And then we did a series on developing ourselves, the better you, right? Improving ourselves, building a better version of ourselves. Then we did a series on living life from the center. And as I was going through all of those series, as I was teaching, as I was reading, as I was studying, it was having an impact on me.
Everyone, it's your boy JP. So excited to be here with you guys. And guess what? I am here to celebrate my friend, Dwain Woode, MD. Hey, I've had the opportunity to collaborate with him, and even better, enjoy his amazing content on teaching you how to live a healthy life and reverse diabetes. Go check his video out if you have not yet. Really, really amazing stuff. Even better, go ahead and join his private community and take charge of your health. Learn the best ways to live your healthiest life ever. Congratulations again on your anniversary, brother Dwain. Really, really proud of you. You're doing amazing things, and even better things ahead coming for you. Can't wait to see you crush it. Thanks again for the opportunity to shout you out today. And family, let's show him some love. See y'all later. Peace.
Courage Giver, and I'm excited to celebrate Dr. Dwain's anniversary. I came across Dr. Dwain on LinkedIn, and he was talking about a new you, reversing diabetes. And I had just had a conversation with a friend who had shared with me that their brother-in-law was diabetic and was looking for resources. And immediately I thought of Dr. Dwain. I not only referred Dr. Dwain, but I actually went over to his YouTube channel where I discovered so much information on being healthy. I want to encourage you to follow Dr. Dwain as well, as you will find a wealth of information for living healthy and whole, especially when it comes to diabetes. Happy anniversary, Dr. Dwain. It's a new year, a new you with unlimited possibilities. Let's reverse diabetes. Happy anniversary, Dr. Dwain. From RJ Jackson, the Courage Giver.
And I'm Nicole Taylor.
And we want to give a shout out to Dr. Dwain E. Woode.
Yes,
the E stands for endocrinology. And we were on his show back in 2022.
2022.
Man, time really does fly.
Yes.
And he's been doing this thing for 4 years, guys.
Yes, and we talked about family.
Yeah,
and
we
if you
did.
see our t-shirt, Stronger Together. So he had us do an episode on family, and it was a wonderful experience.
Yes.
And Dr. Woods, his podcast, he covers not only wealth, health, wealth of the family.
Yeah.
And
you know
everything.
what?
It's just wholesome.
And what I've been trying to work through, Dr. Woode has been doing this, that fasting, You know,
Oh, yes, yes,
you know,
yes.
he's had those shows with fasting, and that's still a hat I have not hung, something I've hung my hat on just yet, because I'm working through that. But we really appreciate the shows that he's
Yes,
given
we
us,
do.
the knowledge that he shares with the endocrine system, and not only that, guys, just the knowledge that he shares for our life principles, right?
Just very informative, very
yeah.
wholesome, and what is needed.
New year, new you. So we really, really appreciate what he has given to us. And guys, he's got so many platforms. You know, I enjoy him on the different platforms that he does broadcast on. And LinkedIn, you can always see a lot of his
You can
short
always
feeds.
find him. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
LinkedIn, YouTube.
Yeah, so let's enjoy this brother for more than 4 more years, but as
That's
many
right.
years as the Lord gives him to continue to do his ministry through this platform to
That's
enlighten us on how we should better and best take care of our bodies. And you know one other thing too?
What?
He's my doctor.
Oh, yes, he is.
Yes, and I really appreciate
But
it.
not
guys.
only a doctor, but our friend. And
Ooh,
our
that's
church
even better.
member.
That's
And our
even
church
better.
member.
That's even better.
So we want to celebrate you
uh-huh.
on this special occasion, and we want to say that we appreciate all
Yes.
that you do
Yes.
and all that you bring to us and the people that you serve in your community with your knowledge of health and to the wholeness, wellness and wholeness.
We salute you, Dr. Dwain E. Woode. The E stands for endocrinology. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
To say that live streaming saved my life, but I'm gonna tell you, live streaming changed my life, because all of a sudden I had to look at myself and say, okay, where am I taking people, and am I giving a good example of what people should be doing? And so when you see me on the screen now, when you see me in the space, I'm passionate about the subject, not because it's something that I kind of dabble with or something that I read or something that somebody told me. I am passionate about it because it is something that I live every single day. The struggles that my viewers have, the struggles that my clients have, the struggles that my patients have in the office are the same struggles. I get up every day, and the things that I'm telling them to do, the things that I'm teaching are the things that I'm learning and implementing for myself. And so that's what makes this space so encouraging. That's what makes this space so rich for me, because as I am talking to people across the screen, as I'm talking to you right now, I am feeling the energy from you, and I'm saying, how do I do a better job of connecting with this person? What can I do to get that person to understand a little bit better about this disease process, about this tool, about this part of the community? Because that's always my goal. How do I bring a better product? How do I bring a better version of myself? How do I bring a better show, a better episode, a better channel to those who are watching? Because ultimately that's the goal. How do I empower? How do I educate? And how do I encourage my audience? And so this channel, this show is an outgrowth of all of that personal growth that has happened in my life. And so I share that freely here on the channel because I want people to know that if I can do it, they can do it as well.
Hello, I am Tatiana Rodriguez, and I am so happy to be celebrating this anniversary with Dr. Dwain Woode. And you all know E stands for endocrinology, right? It's ingrained in my brain. I have had the pleasure of knowing this guy from the content creation world, but he's also been such an inspiration to me, and I have enjoyed learning on my end, dealing with hypothyroidism and some other health concerns. I truly have felt inspired by him, and I think that you will be too if you haven't already. So make sure to check out his content, especially if you have any diabetes related issues or health matters that you want to talk about. I mean, I find him so inspirational, whether or not you're dealing with diabetes. He does, of course, strive to educate, empower, and encourage us, which I just find to be so wonderful. He's also an example of living a happy, healthy life. So I just want to say, Dwain, thank you so much. Happy anniversary to you. And we can't do it without a little celebration. So I'm wishing you all the best. Congratulations on this great milestone. And I hope that we get to do a little more celebrating and collaborating in the future. So thank you so much for including me in this. And I wish all of you watching and listening the very best on your own health journey.
My name is Choya Wise, and I am excited to celebrate the anniversary of Dwain Woode, MD. It's been exciting both working with Dr. Woode and also watching this channel grow has been amazing. I've been fasting like crazy. I fasted yesterday. I'm watching my pre-diabetes, and we're going to get the win. I know you all are going to get the win. Check this out. If you have not joined the channel, you need to join. You will get lots and lots of information that will help you with your health experience. Y'all take care now.
What we were going to do over the next couple of years, right? Beginning a couple of years ago, I started a space or started a journey to become better, to become a better version of myself. And once again, going back to this challenge that I did, I finally joined the group. It was basically a kind of coaching group, a mentoring group, and the folks in the group challenged me to put my foot firmly in the space of health and wellness in diabetes, in metabolic disease, because at the time, I was doing lots of different things. I was trying to really speak to a big group of people, and they say, hey, you're an endocrinologist. Let's start there. And what I found as I began talking to people about their disease process, about diabetes, about endocrinology, about metabolic disease, about hypertension and obesity, I found that the things that I was talking about in terms of personal growth and personal coaching, because we did a certification in coaching, were the very same things that people struggled with. And it was just a matter of incorporating those things into the space of how do we put this together? How do we bring coaching into the space of metabolism? How do we bring coaching into the space of diabetes? How do we bring coaching into the space of wellness? And then as I'm learning, as I'm teaching, as I'm growing, I had to turn the camera, I had to turn the mirror to myself to say, okay, are you in the position right now to do the things that you're talking to people? Because I had my own struggle. You guys remember, I've told that story before about my own struggle with diabetes, my own struggle with weight. And once the buttons clicked, once the gears began to turn, once I had gone through that personal growth that I was doing on the channel in terms of helping other people, I found the power. I found the secret, if you will. I found the path to be able to say, okay, this is something that works.
I'm Coulter Reed. I want to wish a happy channel anniversary to Dr. Dwain Woode, MD. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology.
Endo what now?
Endocrinology. It's the study of how hormones regulate the body, make it work. Dr. Wood specializes in how your blood sugar levels affect your energy levels, your sleep patterns, how you feel, your mood, all kinds of stuff. And if your levels are out of band for too long, you can start to develop some really serious health problems.
Yeah, that sounds like the kind of short-term problem that could add up to be a long-term problem. Plus, you feel terrible in the short term.
Exactly. Do you want to deal with a small problem now or deal with a big problem later on?
So what does this guy do?
Well, he's a doctor. And for 4 years now, he's been running a YouTube channel where he educates people and empowers them to take control of their health, even reversing diabetes.
Wow. I didn't know you could reverse diabetes. I thought that was like a life sentence.
I did, until I met Dr. Wood. You know how I spent the last couple of months getting my A1C under control, moving more, changing my diet?
Oh, well, I noticed. I've been getting all your desserts.
Look what's happened. A1C is out of the danger zone. Blood pressure's down. Weight is down. I'm sleeping better. I'm getting up earlier. All thanks to Dr. Wood's example and encouragement. I feel better than ever. And you will too as soon as you stop snacking like that. Good grief.
What? It jumped out of the freezer at me. That's so good.
Hey man, nothing tastes as good as fit feels. You'll figure that out in a few years. Anyway. Congratulations, Dr. Woode. Thanks for being here for us. Appreciate you. Love what you're doing. Congratulations on the first 4 years. Here's to 4 more.
And let me say congratulations and happy anniversary to Dr. Dwain Woode here on this channel. Let me tell you, this is one of the guys I'm absolutely excited to be able to partner with him, to collaborate with him. Somebody that I have been on his channel, but I've also had him on mine as well, both on the podcast. In fact, he was one of the first guests on the Why I Go Live podcast. So super excited to be able to record this video and help in the celebration of the milestone for this channel. Dr. Dwain Woode is helping people master their health while reversing diabetes, and he's just taking people on a journey, something that he's wildly passionate about. Well, something that most people don't know is that I also got a chance to work with Dr. Woode as he was getting ready to launch into content world, and did a number of coaching sessions with him. He's part of my community, somebody who is one of the mods, also really somebody who I know who has a passion for what he does. One of the key ingredients to being successful in the content creator space, one of the key ingredients that allows you to have the longevity, that allows you to hit the benchmarks and allows you to experience those milestones, is the rock solid why of what you're doing. And Dr. Dwain Woode is one of those people who has that why, who recognizes that I want to be a catalyst for change in other people's lives. I want to have people experience what I have experienced. I want to have people see and know what it's like to reverse some of these things and master your health. And super excited for him and celebrating with him as he hits this milestone anniversary. Congratulations, Doc. I can't thank you enough for your friendship. Can't thank you enough for your guidance and your counsel. You're somebody that I'm looking to be able to take care of some things in my own health journey. Continue putting out content. Congratulations on this milestone. Be blessed, fam.
BD, and I am excited to celebrate this anniversary for Dwain Woode, MD. It was a pleasure to come on the channel a year and a half ago to collaborate with Dr. Woode. If you haven't already checked out his content, you want to do so. He is a powerhouse when it comes to empowering and educating his community with all things maximizing health and reversing diabetes. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you check out all the videos. Make sure you're part of his community because you will not be missing out. Congratulations, Dr. Woode. Wishing you many more years of just creating amazing value for your community. And I am excited for you. Thank you again for having me on. And you have an amazing celebration.
Hi, I'm Pastor Roger Wade, and I am thrilled to celebrate the anniversary of Dwain Woode, MD. I've enjoyed collaborating with Dr. Woode and his amazing content. If you haven't already checked out his videos on mastering your health and reversing your diabetes, oh, you are missing out. Join his community. I invite you to join his community, where he educates, empowers, and encourages you to live your happiest, healthiest, and best life. Happy anniversary, Dwain Woode, MD.
Y'all, another day on the show. Have you ever had the occasion? Have you ever had those things where somebody told you you couldn't do something? How did that make you feel? Have you ever had something that you knew that you could do, but everybody else around you said you couldn't do it? Did it make you mad? Have you ever been happy about something that happened, and despite the fact that people were telling you not to do something, you're like, man, I can do this? You know what made a lot of those things possible? That was right. It was your emotions. It's just like being up late at night and being tired. Remember that halt? Don't be too happy, too hungry, too angry, too lonely, too tired. And the very thing that you said, hey, I'm not going to do is the thing you did. And it happened because of emotions. A lot of what we do, a lot of how we interpret the world, a lot of our responses, a lot of our reaction has to do with the emotions that we're feeling at the time. And no other place does that come into play than in our health. That's right. The decisions that we make, the decisions we make to eat or not to eat, to exercise or not to exercise, to go to sleep or not to go to sleep, and on and on and on. All of those things are influenced by our emotional state. And tonight on the show, we're going to be talking about emotions. How do we harness emotions? How do we use those emotions to push us in the direction that we want to go in? If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology, y'all. And here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new year, new you, we're talking to adults with type 2 diabetes. How do we put your diabetes in remission? How do we reverse your diabetes? How do we get you off of some of those medications that you're on? And how do we improve a whole host of health-related issues that have to do with chronic disease? If you're new to me, go ahead and put new in the comments because we'd love to give you a hand clap and some music. And welcome you to the neighborhood and welcome you to the channel and the community. If you have questions as we go throughout the night, go ahead and put those in the chat and we'll get to those as we get into our discussion tonight. And yeah. So welcome. We are in the month of March, y'all. This is our second show. Is it our second show? Yeah, for the month of March. And we're moving. We are on a mission, new year, new you. Right. So that's our theme as we go through the year and as we go through this evening. And I'm just happy to see some folks out there. I think I see. Yes. Steve says hello. Hey, Steve. Welcome back. Glad that you're here. Teresa says, hi, Steve and Dr. Woode. Glad that you guys are here. And then Jeff. Hey, Jeff. What's going on, man? Glad that you're here. I did get your message. Or I did see your comment on the video that we did yesterday. So I'll respond to that. Here later this evening. And Teresa says, hi, Jeff and everyone else. Yeah. Glad that you guys are all here. Let's hop into our discussion for tonight. All right, let's just get right into it. The first thing I want to do is, of course, I want to remind you of our model, our HEAT model. And the HEAT model is a model that explains to us those things that push us in the direction of food when we don't want to eat something. Remember what we're talking about. We're talking about putting diabetes in reversal, right? We're reversing diabetes. And when we're reversing diabetes, there are some tools that we've talked about. We've talked about the fasting, right? One of our major tools. We've talked about adjusting medications to come off of, medications to go on, right? We've talked about what do we do about our habits, and we did that last week. So these are all tools that we're putting in place to help us in the direction of reversing our diabetes. And our model gives us the components of the things that push us in the direction of foods that may interrupt, for instance, a fast, or foods that we may be craving for some reason. And last week we talked about habits. This week we're going to talk about emotions, because emotions is that second component of the things that push us in the direction of eating. And remember, we're talking about emotions, right? We're talking about emotions and what emotions, we'll discuss what they are and how they push us in the direction either for positive or for negative. And one of the big things that emotions will make us do, right, is reach for that sugar. Right? It makes us reach for that sugar. And it is compounded by all the things that we have access to, whether we're tired or depressed, whether we're angry, or even, y'all, sometimes when we are happy, those emotions will still push us in the direction of eating. Have you ever been? Well, let me talk about myself. So Thanksgiving, right? Thanksgiving, everybody's together, and we've had a great time. everybody is enjoying hanging out together. You may have watched some football, basketball. You may have gone outside to play basketball. Let me say that. And you've just had a wonderful time. And everybody is kind of going back to their places. And you realize, man, this was so much fun. I got to connect with the family. No drama, right? There were no fights. We enjoyed it. And for some of us, the emotions that are stirred up within us, the emotions of joy and happiness, if we don't have a way of managing those, even those emotions can push us to do things and get involved in behaviors that are not necessarily beneficial. Yeah. So it's not just negative emotions that can cause this, but positive emotions as well will push us in that direction. And so being able to harness our there we go. being able to harness our emotions is a very important thing that we want I think there's some gremlins in my computers tonight. Randomly pushing buttons. So dealing with our emotions is something that we want to make sure that we are doing, right? So this is kind of our roadmap, a brief roadmap. So the HEAT model, remember the things that push us: habits, emotions, access, and taste, the things that push us in those directions. So what are the nature of emotions that we're going to be talking about? The role of emotions in decision making, emotional intelligence, which is going to be a important part of our discussion, because that's going to be the tool, y'all, that we're using. That's going to be what we're using in this particular aspect of our discussion. And then how do we go about developing emotional intelligence, right? How do we go about developing emotional intelligence? Very, very important component of what we want to talk about. So that's our roadmap. So what is emotional intelligence? So emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use emotions effectively in ourselves and in other people. So the ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use. So that's what emotional intelligence is. So why is that important? And what connection does it have to what we're talking about? Everything that we do springs from our emotions. When we get up in the morning and we go to work because we are trying to provide for our family, it has to do with our response to the idea that we are responsible, that we are a responsible person. We're a responsible adult. I am the father. I'm the mom. I've got to take care of the children. I have a love for them. I have a desire to be kind. I have a desire to be patient. So we get up in the morning, even when we're tired, even when we may be sick. I'm sure there are times that you went to work that you didn't feel like going to work. Why did you do that? Because there was an emotional connection to whatever it is you were doing and to the reason you were doing it. Some of you have been out there and you have been saving for retirement. You and your family, your husband, your wife, your circle, guys have been saving for a particular thing. Maybe this is your first house. You just got married. Maybe you just got engaged. Maybe the kids just left home to go to college. Maybe you're an empty nester. So the things that we do, the savings that we've been working on, that house that we're saving for, that beach body that I'm working on, all of those things stem from emotions. And so if we can somehow harness emotions and help those emotions push us in a direction that stimulates us, that motivates us, that gives us power and energy, that the wind beneath our sails, if you will, then the things that we do in terms of our health become that much more doable. Why were you able to do those things that you did in the past? Stay in school to get the education. Work on the job and move your way up in the company. Wait for that person that you admired and that you were developing feelings for until he or she said yes. That baby that you couldn't have, that you guys tried and tried and tried, and finally, why did you do that? Because there was an emotional attachment to it. And so if we can get our desire for health attached to an emotion, then it can drive us in the direction of getting better health. And if we can somehow figure out why it is we are doing the things we're doing, for instance, eating, and we're talking diabetes in the show, eating the things we're eating, then we can harness that power for good. I had a lady that I was talking to today, right? And she said to me, we were talking about eating, right? And her blood sugars were elevated. And we, and they have fluctuated. And she said, hey, I struggle. My thing is that at nighttime, I have this craving, if you will, for sweets, for something sweet, for dessert. And I asked her why. She said, well, I don't know. I said, well, there's a reason. She said, well, I just have to stop eating. And I said, and I'm going to say this to all of you who are watching and listening to me right now. If you are fighting the fight to stop eating the thing you're trying to eat, you're fighting a losing battle. So if you are like, I'm going to white knuckle it and just not eat it, yeah, that's a losing battle. Because your brain, your body is going to make you eat it. Now, you may stop eating it for a week, a month, or 2 years, whatever, but at some point you're coming back to it. And when you come back to it, the floodgates are going to be open. Okay? Now, I guess let me pause here and say, there are, let me see how to say this. I don't think I've ever told someone to stop eating a particular thing. Like I've never said you can't eat this food or you can't eat that food, right? And that's really not what we're talking about. We're not saying stop eating a particular thing. What we're saying is there are times when you want to not eat that thing, that your body and your emotions are forcing you to eat it. Okay, I notice the difference. Not that we're going to give up chocolate for the rest of our lives. No. But there are times in your life when you say, okay, I'm not going to eat that chocolate because I'm working on my blood sugar. I'm not going to eat that chocolate because I'm working on my weight. I'm not going to eat that chocolate because I'm working on whatever it is. And it almost seems like you're unable to make that decision and stick to it. And it has to do with the emotions. So if we can find out what the emotion is and deal with the emotion, then we now have control again. So I said to her, I said, so what do you think this is? And we talked a little bit, and she said, you know what it is? She said, I've had so many health issues, and I've gone through so much in my life that I tell myself I deserve it. And she said, when night comes and I'm fighting it, it's like there's this battle going on inside of me. I want it, but I don't want it. I know I'm gonna get it, but I'm sad. I'm upset that I'm getting it. I'm gonna eat it. I know it's eventually gonna happen, and I'm frustrated because there's that war going on. So for her, the candy, the whatever it is, the dessert, it was a reward. So she felt like she deserved that. And so that's what was pushing her. And so regardless of whether other people around her, like her husband and her children, everybody said, oh, you shouldn't eat that. You shouldn't eat that. And the more they said don't eat it, guess what? The more she's like, okay, I'm getting this. So emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use emotions effectively in ourselves and in other people. And there are 5 keys to emotional intelligence that we're going to go through. Number 1 is self-awareness, right? Because we said you got to recognize it. You got to recognize your emotions and the impact that those emotions are having on you. The first way to change something is to recognize it and then to begin understanding it. So self-awareness, you got to be aware. So when I talk to people in the office, I'll say to them, and I guess I'm assuming that this is a strange question because everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people get a little confused. I say to them, I said, what brought you to see me? And they say, well, my doctor sent me. I said, yeah, but why did you come? Well, my doctor wanted me to come. Okay, what did you and your doctor talk about that made them say, hey, you got to come to see Dr. Woode? Oh, my blood sugars were high. Right? So in your life, it is not the fact that you can't fast. It's what is interrupting the fast. It's not that you can't decide, I'm not going to eat chocolate for a month. It's what driving you to eat the chocolate when you've decided that you're not going to eat it. Right? So self-aware. You got to be self-aware. Number 2, you have to know how to regulate. Self-regulate. How do you manage your emotions appropriately? There's nothing wrong with having emotions. We'll talk about that in a minute, but how do you regulate it? Then what is the motivation? What is your motivation? Not the motivation. What are your motivations? So that you can harness those to motivate yourself to do whatever it is. In this case, we're motivated to get healthy, to reverse our diabetes, to get off of medication, to improve our metabolic syndrome, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, all the things that we talk about. What is the motivation? You got to harness those or harness the emotions so that we can do that. And then empathy, understanding the emotions of others and how they play into our lives. So empathy. If you want to go somewhere, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, go with other people. And then social skills, managing relationships and inspiring others. Now, well, we'll talk about those. Right. So emotional intelligence. That's what we're talking about. Right. So let's get to it. So cultivating self-awareness. So self-awareness is reflecting on your emotions, right? And these are ways to do that, right? So how do we cultivate those? So you reflect on your emotions on a regular basis. You take time to identify and analyze your feelings. Now, I'm gonna have to come up on the big screen for this one. Life is so fast that we sometimes don't have time to really figure out how we feel. It's kind of like my wife and I, we do a couple of trips a year. And I remember when we first started the practice, we'd be just grinding, right? My son was 2 years old. We take him to the office with us. We put him in a little playpen, or actually he was less than 2 years old. Put him in the playpen, and then as he got older, move him into bigger things, take him out, and he'd be running around the office, and we'd be at the office until late, y'all. I mean, till 1-2 o'clock in the morning, because we just started the practice. And we were going and going and going almost for several years. And then we went to a conference. And the leader of the conference asked the question. They said, well, how much time are you guys, and talking to everybody, how much time are you guys spending figuring out the direction of the practice and not just running the practice? Like, where do you want the practice to go? Where is the practice? How are you evaluating the practice? And we had to say to ourselves, man, we've been at this grind for so long. Right? We were just excited to get the practice up and running. We haven't even stopped to think about, okay, where do we want to take it? We knew we wanted to start a practice. We knew we wanted to see patients. We knew we wanted to make a difference in the lives of our patients and our customers, right? But we hadn't been spending the time that it took to like figure out exactly what's going on. What are we doing? What's the direction? And sometimes in our lives, the same thing happens. We're so busy running. We're so busy living life that we don't take the time to stop and regularly identify what we're feeling. And so some ways to do that is by journaling. Right? You can journal. Right? So reflect on your emotions. What are you feeling? That's why mindfulness, right? That's why mindfulness is so important. Right? Mindfulness is so important. You want to engage in mindful exercises. And this helps to enhance your focus on the present moment. I read a book, and it was called The Power of Now. The Power of Now. And so the author was saying that often we spend so much time in the past, right? We stress over the past, so we're depressed because of the past. We spend so much time in the future, we're anxious about the future, but we don't spend a lot of time right here where we are. So these mindfulness practices heightens our awareness, and this can help us become more attentive and more attuned to our emotional states. So remember, before we can change anything, we have to know what it is. We have to identify it. And then ask your friends, ask your family, ask your friends, hey, what do you think about me? Get some insight from other people. This can reveal blind spots for us. Right? Ask trusted people and say, hey, how do you think I handle such and such? How do you think I handle stress? How do you think I handle this? How do you think I handle this other thing? Get their insight. So then okay, what do I have to work on? And why is this important? Why is it important, right? We talked about self-awareness. Being aware of who you are. Because when you now understand you understand what makes you tick. You understand why the smell of that whatever gets you upset. You understand. Should I say this? Yeah, I'm going to say it. I remember there's this thing, I shouldn't say a thing, there's this phrase that my mom used to say to my dad. Okay. And my dad would like be excited and he'd go do whatever my mom, asked him to do. Right. Actually, she didn't even ask. She made a phrase and it was like a cue, right? It was like almost like a reflex. And he got up and he went and did, and he was and I always, I shouldn't say always, but I was like, man, why is he just like jump up and do it whenever she says that? Okay. And I asked him later on, he's like, because I know that was what made her happy. So if she said it, I'm going to do it. Right. So as a kid, you're right. I was like, man, shoot, don't do that. And y'all, wouldn't you know it? And unbeknownst to me and unbeknownst to my wife, one day we're doing something and she says that phrase. She said that phrase. Right. And she wasn't asking me to do anything. It just happened that the phrase came out in the same way. And immediately I was upset. Why? Because it reminded me, of that thing back there, right? It had nothing to do with this. It had nothing to do with our present time, but my brain went back there. So I had to understand, and it took us a while to kind of figure out. I was like, why do I get upset? Right? So understanding that about myself really freed us up, right? So understanding who you are and how you react and how you behave is so, so, so important. Okay, so get an understanding of who you are and of yourself. All right, so that's cultivating mindfulness, cultivating cultivating self-awareness. Next, we want to enhance our self-regulation. Because being aware is great, but now what do we do? What do we do? How do we work? What do we do about this stuff? Okay, so we want to develop coping skills. Identify healthy ways to manage stress. A couple of weeks ago here on the show, we did a breathing exercise. Okay, so that's a way of dealing with stress. Count to 10. The book I was reading that I told you, The Power of Now, he said count leaves. So I remember sometimes I'd get upset and I'd just sit and I'd stare out the window and I would just count the leaves. Or if I'm driving down the road, right, the vibration. Or in the shower, right, try to count the water drops as they hit your body. These are all ways to become or to begin coping with those strategies. Physical exercise is one. If you go exercise, that can release hormones. That can help to de-stress. That can begin calming you down. So these are skills that we want to begin developing. We can't wait, by the way, for the situation to happen for us to then now start working on the skill. You have to, what? You have to begin practicing them now. So the deep breathing exercises, even back to the journaling, right? Don't wait till you're mad to start to journal. Go back and begin working, writing, right? Develop a plan. And we'll talk about that here in just a little while. Right? This helps prevent those negative emotions. And it helps when you do have the emotions. I shouldn't say it helps prevent the negative emotions. It helps stop the emotions from overwhelming you. Right? You may not be able to stop from getting angry. You may not be able to stop from being sad. You may not be able to stop from whatever the emotion is. But don't let the emotion overtake you. Because then once it overtakes you guys, and that's the kind of the key, right? Once you get to the edge of that cliff, at that point, not that you can't reverse it, but it's very hard at that point. When you've been battling that thought, that emotion all day, when you get home and you're by yourself or everybody's gone to bed, or you walk in and you have another disagreement with your family, guess what? Boom, you're over that cliff. Right? So not at that time. You got to begin developing those skills before time. Right? Next, you want to pause before you respond. Pause before you respond. This is kind of like, and this is for everything, right? They teach you when you, for instance, when you guys ask me a question, I pause, right? I read the question, I evaluate, okay, how am I going to answer that question? When I'm in the room with a patient and they ask a question, I pause. When I'm giving a talk, when I'm doing a presentation, I get questions, I pause. Pause before responding. And allow yourself to process that, right? Cultivate the habit of pausing and then considering what your response is going to be, particularly if it's an emotionally charged situation, because sometimes we say things and we behave in ways that we would not just a couple of seconds later. It gives you time, the needed time, to choose a more thoughtful, less reactive approach. Right? And then in terms of enhancing self-regulation, you want to make sure that you're setting clear goals. Have personal goals for your behavior. What are we going to do? What are my goals in this situation? This is going to help to guide your response. How did I respond in the past? And how do I want to respond this time? Now, you may say, well, I've done that before, and I have set goals, and I've said that that's not what I wanted to do, but I do it every time. But guess what? Each time you readdress, each time you reset, each time you say, okay, this is what I'm going to be, okay, it enhances. Your brain says, okay, this is what I want to do. And each time you got to pause. Right? So begin developing those coping skills. Pause before you respond. And set clear goals. Yep. And then motivation. How do we boost our motivation? We want to reframe challenges. We want to celebrate wins, and we want to stay committed to personal growth. Reframe challenges, celebrate small wins, stay committed to personal growth. Those are the things that we want to do as we are trying to develop motivation. So how do we reframe? There's the story that I forgot where I heard it. I think it was maybe at our church. The pastor was telling a story. There's this man on a train, and I think train or airline plane, and he's with his kids, and the kids are like keeping a lot of noise and yelling and crazy, right? So so there's somebody that's sitting across from them, and this person is getting mad. He's like, in their brain, he's like, why aren't he why isn't he taking care of those kids and keeping them quiet and right? So we see that, and we've done that before, right? We see somebody's like, man, I would do such and such, and the guy's just sitting there, right? And the kids are doing whatever, and he's not even paying them attention. And as they're getting off, they say to whoever, one of the conductors or flight attendants, this is the person who was upset. Say, oh man, I wish these people would just take care of their kids and not make all this noise. And so the flight attendant says to the person, yeah, you'll have to excuse him, but his wife, the kid's mother, just died. They're just coming back from the funeral. And immediately the thought pattern changed. The kids had still been disruptive. The guy, the man, the father was still sitting there, had still been sitting there the whole time. That hadn't changed. But what changed was the mindset now of the person who was viewing this. And so our goal is to reframe the things that we see. Reframe those emotional triggers, right? The anger, the sadness, right? Reframe the situation, right? So how did I deal with that situation where my dad used to say the thing and then, or my mom used to say the thing that my dad used to do, and then now I'm upset? Well, I had to say to myself, okay, that my wife saying it had nothing to do with me, and it had nothing to do with my parents. Because she had no idea about the conversation back then. So I had to change what I thought. The mindset that you have can help with motivation, even in the face of difficulties. Why am I doing the things I'm doing, right? So rather than, well, Dr. Woode said, well, I can't eat that, or I can't eat that candy, or I can't have that ice cream, you could say to yourself, well, I'm making a healthy choice for my life right now. It's kind of like the difference between, and people talk about this situation, someone comes up and they offer you a cigarette. And one person can say, hey, no, I'm trying to quit. And the other person says, no, I'm not a smoker. Now, the result is the same. Neither of them smoke or smoked that cigarette. But one is trying to become a non-smoker. And one has already said, hey, I don't smoke. So reframing our thoughts and reframing the words that we speak. And then celebrate small wins. Recognize and celebrate your achievements, no matter how small. It's kind of like we were talking about, was it last week, I believe, that someone sent me a message and said that they had failed because they had not been able to make the 72-hour fast that week. And the question was, well, how long did you fast? And they said 66 hours. For me, 66 hours, that's a win, right? So celebrate those small wins. This practice can boost your morale and your motivation. Because emotions, and we've been talking about food, but emotions drive us wherever we are. Right? And then in terms of boosting our motivation, we want to stay committed to personal growth. Stay committed to personal growth. Keep your broader goals for personal development in mind. What are we doing? It's not just that we're fasting. It's not that just you're coming on the show. It's not just that we're learning these little things. We are learning this for a bigger reason. A commitment to continuously improving can be a powerful motivator. And then develop empathy. Develop empathy. Practice active listening. Put yourself in other people's shoes and expand your perspective. Practice active listening. When people are talking to you, you got to listen. Be fully focused. Show genuine interest. Begin hearing them. Sometimes we get caught up in our own emotions because we're in our emotions. But when we extend ourselves to other people, when we begin listening to them, we find out that, yeah, when I step out of myself, this can help me better understand their emotions and their perspective. And it actually relieves me, because if I'm in my head all the time about a particular thing, that's not a good place to be. That's not a good neighborhood. Put myself in their shoe. Attempt to see the situation from their standpoint. I heard somebody say before one time that when we're having an argument, you should not be the one talking, because you already know what your point of view is. You should be listening to hear what the other person's point of view is. What is their perspective? Look at it from their standpoint. And then begin engaging, right? Begin engaging in, or expand your perspective. Sometimes we are pigeonholed into a particular way of thinking, a way of thought, but expand. That's why I love this space. That's why I love what I do, because I get to learn. I get to hear you guys. I get to talk to you. And then improve our social skills. Improve our social skills. What does that mean? Work on your communication. Learn how to learn conflict resolution and build and maintain relationships. Remember what we say here in our show? We say that we educate, we empower, and we encourage. In order for us to be able to do those effectively, we've got to be able to have good communication, so that when I say something, then people understand what I'm saying. I can put it into perspective. I can put it in a way that they understand. And here's something that I resisted for a long time. I resisted this idea for a long time. It is my responsibility, y'all. It's my responsibility to say things in a way that people understand. Sometimes they say, well, I said it the way I'm going to say it, and he just needs to understand, or she just needs to get it. No, it is the person who's speaking. It's my responsibility to communicate in a way that you understand. So if I have to tell stories so you get it, guess what? That's what I do. If I have to draw, if I have to, whatever, it's my responsibility. So we've got to work on our own communication styles and our own communication skills. Learn how to conflict resolute or develop conflict resolution. Being able to have those skills where you can solve conflicts. All of these things are all the things that we're talking about. This is what leads to those emotions that we can't manage. And those emotions are the things that drive us in our HEAT model. And then build and maintain relationship. That's why this space right here is so amazing to me. Because we get to build, we get to talk, we get to see each other. And we get to do the things that we want to do. Or we get to do the things that we need to do, I guess I should say, to be healthy. Strong social networks and feedback, they provide a support, they provide feedback, they provide opportunities for practicing emotional intelligence. So that is one of the tools that we're using, y'all, emotional intelligence. So how do you use your emotions to reverse diabetes, to get your health, to control your appetite? First, we got to understand them, right? We've got to understand them. We have to know that they're there. We have to acknowledge them. Then we've got to begin working on our emotional intelligence, self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and our social skills. When we do that, then we are able to understand. Remember let me go back to that. Let's see, where is that? Let me go back to that slide that talks about what. Let's see where it is. That talks about the definition of emotional intelligence. Okay, here it is. One more. Come on. Yeah. So emotional intelligence, right? The ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use emotions effectively in ourselves and others. And if we can do that, right, in that HEAT model, last week we talked about habits. How do we harness habits? This week we're talking about how we harness those emotions. And emotional intelligence, developing emotional intelligence. That's the tool that we're learning tonight. Awesome. Wow. Okay. So let's see who we got out there. So we got G. Albert that's come through. Hey man, G. Albert, what's happening? Let me go back to so you guys can see me. There we go. So G. Albert said, Dr. Woode and others. Jennifer said, howdy all. Late, but I'm here. James K said, I have no sound, but I will watch this when I get home. But I have a question. I fasted for 72 hours and my blood sugar stayed longer than I fasted before it peaks around 200 and more. Okay, I'm going to hold on to that for a second, James. He says came down like upside down. Huh. Now get. Okay, James, I'm trying to piece together that question. I'm going to hold on to it here for a minute and see if I can, if you can. So if I get what you're saying, you said that you fasted for 72 hours and the blood sugar stayed higher longer than you fasted. So you fasted 72 hours, the blood sugars were up and it was up higher before it came down. So it peaked around 200 and came down like a V. So it really dropped. Okay, I think I'm understanding. James, what would be interesting would be to see what those. I don't know if you had a monitor that you were wearing at the time. I'd be interested in seeing what the numbers looked like. Okay, because at 72 hours, I would expect well, let me back up. So number one, if we're not eating. And number two, if we're not type 1 and needing insulin. Number three, if you're hydrated, then I would have expected that number to come down faster. Okay. Now, if depending on where it started, right? So if it was 500-600 and it came down to 200 at 72 hours, that's probably reasonable. I still would have expected it to come down faster. But remember, there's a lot of stuff going on in the body. One of the things to understand, and this is a great place to maybe have that discussion, is that when blood sugars are really, really high, then there's a lot of metabolic dysfunction in the body. For example, when those blood sugars are really high, the pancreas, the beta cells in the pancreas are actually very, very much dormant. So they're hardly producing stuff when the blood sugars are high. It's basically poisoning the pancreas. So it takes time for the blood sugars to come down so that those pancreatic cells wake up and begin producing insulin. which is why we talk about some of the medications that we discussed. If you remember, we talked about medications to get off, medications to start. That process, it is a bridge, right? And so for some people, they've got to do an extended fast. If we're talking about no medication at all, say, hey, and I'm not recommending this, to go cold turkey, no medication whatsoever, your blood sugars may stay higher longer than 72 hours before it comes down. So it would be interesting to see, James, what those blood sugars were and are during that process. Okay. All right. Now I do want to come over and show you guys my monitors, and let me do one thing real quick so I can pull that up for you, because there is one thing that happened recently that I want to show. And it doesn't quite go to your question, James, but it's an interesting thought in that same process. Let's see. Let's get this over here. I got logged out when I had this set up, but it times out. Okay, here we go. All right. So I've got, of course, always I've got my monitors over here. And then we're gonna look. What I want to do is, well, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and check to see what the monitors are telling us now. First, let me go ahead and pull up my Dexcom. Okay. So, let's go ahead and pull up my Libre. So my Libre right now says my blood sugar is 102, and I'll have to. I think my Dexcom just lost the signal from my. See if it'll pull it up. Ah, there we go. Okay. Sometimes if the app is closed, it takes a minute for it to pull up. So 125. This is what my Dexcom is telling me right now. So let's go ahead and let's pop over and let's take a look at what these monitors are going to say. All right. So first, let's look at the Keto Mojo. And here is my contour. And we'll see what those numbers are right now. And my trusty Lancet. Let's see if I get a good, yeah, there we go. Got a good drop of blood on that one. And massage another drop of blood here. Okay, so 107 on the. Okay, so 107 on the Keto Mojo, 114. And my Libre says 101. And of course, this guy said 125, right? So different numbers. That's, you know, what we understand why those are different. That doesn't bother us right now, right? You've been with us long enough to understand that. Let's go ahead and see what my ketones are. And I would expect them to be, I don't know, 4 or less is what I'm predicting. 4 or less. 0.4, sorry, 0.4 or less. Let's see what that shows. Okay, yeah, 0.3 is what I would have expected. Okay. And then let's take a look at our Keto Mojo app. Let's go ahead and pull that in. And it should be syncing there in just a minute. All right. So ketones of 0.3, blood sugar of 107, GKI of 19.8. And then here's our graph. And so this right here was Friday, right before we ended the fast. And then you saw that blood sugar as the blood sugar went up, which is the tan line, the ketones came down to where we are right now, 0.3 and 107. Okay. All right. And then let's hop over, and I want to take a look at the Dexcom. And let me get rid of some of this stuff up here. All right. And let's take a look at some of these, because I wanted to show you guys something. One of the things I said I would do is eat some foods and then let you see what my blood sugars do. And there was, what day was that? So that was yesterday, I think. Where is it? Okay, I thought that was last night. Yeah, here. So here, so I had been out for the day, and so I came home and I ate some cantaloupe. So look at my blood sugars, right? So they've been kind of straddling 130, 140. Right? So all Sunday. So Saturday, notice that was down. Here, actually, I had a friend who had a birthday party, and so right there, that's a piece of piece of cake. Right, so that 160. So notice where we'd been for all day. And then a piece of cake right there, right? So 160s. And yeah, came back down. And then into the morning. Now look at the effect of that, by the way. Right? So I've been hanging out in the 130s, 140s. So that's lunch. Right? So morning good. That's lunch right around there. Or breakfast, sorry. And then for the afternoon, pretty good. And then we started going down. And then I went to the party right there. Blood sugar comes up. Ate a piece of cake. And then it kind of hung out in the 130s, 140s. Right? 130s, 140s, 130s, 140s. And then over here, I decided that I was going to eat some cantaloupe. And why I was eating that late? Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. And look at that. Look at the spike. Right? So 130, so that cantaloupe is going in. Cantaloupe is absorbing. And then right at about 12:43, almost 1 o'clock, right? So we got up to about 180, and we went to 180, went up, 195, and then so 218. So how long was that? So from 12:48, right? So that's 12 minutes, all the way to 2:13. So 12:48, 148 would have been an hour and 13 minutes, 18 minutes. So 18 plus 12 is what? An hour and 30 minutes. So an hour and 30 minutes. So over an hour and 30 minutes, we're back down. And then we continued going down. Okay? Now, let me say this, that it has been, I think I said this to you guys, that I took my last dose of insulin back in September of this past year. Okay? So what you're seeing in terms of blood sugars improving is a combination of Mounjaro, which I'm on, as I mentioned to you, and fasting. And I got my labs done about 2 weeks ago. So I said to you guys I'm going to do a show. So that's coming in the next couple of weeks. So you can actually see what my numbers are. And that show, we're going to actually be talking about the things that, as a diabetic, you should be having checked, and things that you may want to have your doctor check for you as we move through this process. All right. So that's blood sugars. That is our go back here and show you our model, right? So food triggers. So heat. We eat because of heat. We eat because of habits, because of emotions, because of access, and because of taste. All right. So those are the reasons why we eat. And tonight, our tool for that we've added into our armamentarium is this idea of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence allows us to recognize, understand, manage, and use emotions effectively for us to be able to harness the power, right? Our emotions and our food. How do we harness that power? How do we use those emotions to drive us in the direction that we want to go in terms of our health? Awesome. All right. So the one thing that I do want to say before we get out of here, and if you have any questions, go ahead and once again pop those into the chat. I do know that I've had one person say to me that they were having trouble signing up for the Zoom that we're having on Thursday. So this Thursday, y'all, remember that's our Zoom meeting, our first New Year, New You community get together, and make sure that you are there. And I'm going to go ahead and put this in the chat again. Teresa, if you're out there, I did not see a message from you. Go ahead and make sure that you send your information to info@Dwain Woode MD. Info@Dwain Woode MD. Anyone who's having trouble getting into or getting signed up, make sure you do that as well. I'm going to copy and put this link in the chat so that you can get it. And so you have to be here, right, to get that. This is going to be this Thursday at 7 o'clock. We get to come on. You guys get to ask me questions. We get to see each other's faces and hear each other's voices. And let me do that really quickly. All right. So that should be coming over to you. All right. Awesome. All right. So one of the benefits of managing our emotions is that it gives us back control in every aspect of our lives. This allows us to be in control of what we do. And often the things that derail us are things that we think we don't have control over. And so we just kind of ride the wave. But if we can use the tool of emotional intelligence to harness those emotions, then we can use those emotions to drive us. Because just like fear pulls us back from doing things that are dangerous, then our emotions can actually propel us in a direction that is beneficial, right? Once we understand why emotion or where emotion comes from, where a particular emotion comes from, then we can use that to help us circumvent, divert what would have normally been a result. Can you imagine what it's like, right? So you're on the top of that cliff, right? And I give the idea of a cliff or a slide, and you're just at the tip of that slide, just on the edge of that cliff, getting ready to go over. Because y'all, once you get there, once we get to that point, it's sometimes difficult to pull back. And so emotional intelligence gives us a tool, gives us an ability to be able to identify where we are and to pull ourselves back from that cliff and to be able to address the issue so that it doesn't push us to eat. It doesn't push us to undo the things that we've worked on. It doesn't push us to break a fast, right? Because those cravings that we have, right? Don't be too hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Those emotions, those are the things that push us. So how do we harness those? Anger, frustration, loneliness. We educate, we empower, and we encourage you, right? So that's part of what we do here. I do want to say to you, if you've not done so yet, make sure you get over to our website. And let's see, I think that's, see, which one is that? I think it's maybe this one. Yeah, it'll come up there in a minute. All right, get over to our website, and you'll be able there to see our blogs. You'll be able to see all the other resources that we have available. I'm very excited about the blog that we have, understanding the difference between hunger and appetite. What is the impact of hormones on diabetes? Understanding and overcoming food triggers, right? So that's the one that's just in line with what we're doing right now. Our continuous glucose monitors, the game changer in battling diabetes, right? So lots of good information that we have out there. So make sure that you get there so that you can be involved, right? So that you can see and do the things that you know, or use some of those tools. Let me say that, right? I was trying to come up with something else, but yeah, so that you can use those tools. And I do want to say to you that it'd be great to have you on the website. We are building a community, and there's going to be more stuff that you will see that will come up on the website over time. You get to read about some of the people that we've helped, Sandy and Donald and Pamela, and read some of their stories. We're going to add more information. So as you are having successes, y'all, as you're having successes in this process that we're doing, send that to us in our on our social media. Send it to us in our email, because I'd love to add your testimonies, add your information to what's already on the site, so that people can see and hear. We talk about our asks, right? You know how I do it. And we'll talk about that here in just a minute. The 3 asks that we always say that we want. I did hear somebody pop in there. Teresa said, I'm going to have to go get some help with this because I'm not IT savvy. She's still getting that error. Okay. That this is a private event with 2 of my email accounts. Huh. Okay. So Teresa, if you will send me an email, I'll send you an email, and we'll do a private Zoom so that I can get you connected or get you registered, right? So I can see exactly what's happening. Okay. So DwainWoodeMD.info at DwainWoodeMD.com is where you should send that information, and then we can connect so that I can actually help you get signed up for the thing on Monday or Wednesday. Okay, all right. And guys, this is a great place for us to do our thought of the day. So let's hop over and do that right now. All right. And so our thought of the day is this: that in order to go somewhere, you have to be moving. That seems silly, doesn't it? Right? In order to be going somewhere, you have to be moving. Often, with fear, we talk about the fight or flight. Fight or flight. But there's actually a third one. It's fight, flight, or freeze. And often in our emotions, we find ourselves freezing. We find ourselves so frustrated with our inability to harness the emotion that we don't do anything, and we end up going through that pattern over and over and over and over. Basically, we're frozen. Say, oh, I've tried this before, it doesn't work. Oh, this is where I end up anyway, so might as well go ahead and do it. But in order to be going somewhere, you got to move. So try something. If it doesn't work, try something else. This is a place where you get to try things. We get to learn together. In your life is an experiment in resilience. Your life is an experiment in education. Your life is an experiment of experience. There are some lessons that come only with experience. And if you are going to get those experiences, you can't stay where you are. You know that you can't be where you are. You can't stay where you are. There is some health issue going on. And so I am encouraging you to move from where you are. Take a step in a different direction. And one of the directions is with New Year, New You. Take a chance that this time it will work. Take a chance that you've not exhausted all options. Take a chance that in this year, you can be what you need to be. You can do what you need to do to get where you need to go. So in order to get anywhere, you have to be moving. And that is our thought for today. All right, all right. And let me see. Teresa say I will do. James say I will. I got an error message also. You know what? I think I'm going to. So James, same thing for you. info@dwainwoodemd.com. Send me a message. We'll get connected. Right. So please do that. I didn't. Teresa, I didn't see an email from you. I'm assuming you were trying it, but it didn't work. So let's go ahead and get connected so we can get you signed up. James, same thing for you as well. Let's go ahead and do that so that you can get connected. Send me a message. We'll connect offline and we'll get that done. All right. Well, guys and gals, glad you are here. I am so excited for you. I'm so excited for us. I'm so excited for this community. Here's my 3 asks. Number 1, join our challenges. Join us in what we're doing in, so I got there. I didn't even tell you what I want you to do. So remember, this month, we are working through our, we're actually working through our HEAT model, right? So last week we talked about habits. This week we talked about emotions, and we're going to continue doing the rest of the model. So last week, I wanted you to make sure that you were looking at some of those habits that were pushing you in the direction, in the direction that you didn't want to go. Right? What are the things that you needed to put in place? So that was last week. I want you to go back as you are being pushed to do and eat different things. What is the reason? Like the lady I told you about in the office that we talked about. We had to dig a little bit to find out that her reason for wanting to have those desserts at night was because she felt like she deserved it. Right? After all she'd been through, after all the health issues, she deserved it. And so now that we understand that, then we can address it. Right? So emotional intelligence. Remember, that was our tool for tonight. That's our tool for tonight. Go back and watch this video and kind of walk through those emotional intelligence points so that we can begin developing that tool for ourselves. Okay? All right. So now to our ask. Come along with us. Learn the tools as we use them. Learn the tools as we introduce them and begin applying them to your life. Join the challenges. You, at this point, are working and you should be fasting for about 24 hours once a week, right? 24 hours once a week. And all the other tools that we're using, we're going to begin incorporating those into our lives. On the community Zoom on Thursday, you can come there and ask questions about specific things that you may be having issues with so that we can address those as a group and talk through them, right? Number 2, show up here. Come on to the live. Send your question or bring your questions. Talk with us. Let us know how you're doing. If you're fasting right now, well, not right now. If you've been fasting, go ahead and put that in the chat, right? In the comments. How long have you been fasting? How long have you been able to make it, right? So is it 24 hours? Have you moved past 24 hours? Are you only doing 18 hours? Are you only doing 12? Are you at 8 hours? Are you working your way up? What are you finding difficulty with? How are your blood sugars doing now that you're incorporating some of these things? That I would love to hear from you. Right? So what's happening with your blood sugars? Have you been back to your doctor and have they told you that they've seen some improvement? Right? Like we had someone said earlier that they were fasting and they were seeing some things that they didn't expect. James, right? We're saying, hey, I'm fasting for 72 hours and, I'm seeing some numbers that I don't expect, right? I love that, right? So let's share that with each other, because as the community grows, as the community shares with each other, we get better. And then you know someone who can benefit from this material. You know someone who's a diabetic. You know someone who has polycystic ovarian syndrome, someone who has metabolic syndrome, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, at increased risk, or they've already had a heart attack. Send the link to them. Invite them to this community. As we develop, as we build a community, you can be one of the people, you can be one of the messengers to help improve the community, improve the society. Over 430 million people around the world with diabetes. 88 million in the United States alone that are pre-diabetic. They tell me that by 2050, 30 to 40, almost 50% of people in the country will be obese, overweight, or have diabetes. That's huge. And you can be one voice in that mix to begin helping people get better and get healthier. All right. All right. So let's see. I think I heard some other folks pop in. Teresa said, I just sent an email. Dimitri says, I'm registered. Okay, good. Yeah, good. Steve said, I got an error. Jennifer said, I got an error at first. Changed my browser. Got registered. Could be others issues or maybe not. It says, please type your email, and let me go ahead and put that in there. Yes, let me do that. Yeah, so so Teresa and James will connect, but if you want to try using a different browser, I'm not sure which browser you guys are using, Jennifer, whether it's Chrome or Safari or what's the other one? Not Internet Explorer anymore. It's called it's called something. All right, so info at DwainWoodeMD.com. All right, info at DwainWoodeMD.com is where we are for info at DwainWoodeMD.com. Okay. Let's see. Steve said, I've been doing 24-hour fast twice a week for the past 3 weeks. My insulin use is down and my numbers are great. Woohoo! Come on. That's what I'm talking about right there, Steve. I love it. Love it. So 24-hour fast twice a week for the last 3 weeks. My insulin use is down and my numbers are great. Steve, I'm gonna grab that right there. And actually, what do I need to do? I'm gonna screenshot that because I'm gonna add that, please. Let's see. Jeff said I will be out of town for the Zoom call. Will this be replayed on YouTube? Sounds very interesting. So Jeff, this will not be replayed on YouTube. I will be live, but the group. Well, my plan is to be live, but no, it's not. We're not going to broadcast the Zoom on YouTube. So this is like I said, this is a community space that we're creating, and so I want people to be there. Jeff, we will be doing this again. Right? We're doing this, right? That's because we're building this as a community. But if you at all are wherever you are, if you can get on your phone and just pop in and just say hello, we'd love to at least see and hear from you. Okay. Let's see. Info, right? I put that in there. Jennifer said, "Congratulations, Steve. This is awesome." Teresa said, "Great job at Steve." Correct. Yes. Right. So this is what I want for you guys. This is what I want for us all. As we get better, we got the community behind us to support us and to encourage us as we move in this direction. All right, y'all. So this is our space. This is our space for reversing diabetes and improving our health. And as always, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. Glad that you're here. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your healthy life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, creating the life you've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night, everybody.
And I'm here celebrating with you. Happy anniversary to Dwain Woode, MD channel. And to all of you that are part of this wonderful community, happy New Year, new you. I hope you've had the best year so far. And I'm just so happy to be able to celebrate and congratulate you guys, to congratulate you, Dwain, for another wonderful year bringing so many wonderful tips about diabetes and how to live a better life. And even for those people that are like me, I don't have diabetes at this moment in time, but I get so much out of this channel, the cooking tips, the community, so many things. And I send lots and lots of my friends to this channel to join in the community to help and support your journey with life with diabetes and how you can change and empower yourself. That's one of the wonderful things I love about Dwain and Dr. Dwain, is giving us control of our lives and our health. It's so important. So happy, happy, happy anniversary and congratulations.
It wasn't there. That's what I keep telling myself. If only those peanuts weren't there, if only that chocolate wasn't there, if only that ice cream, that Ben & Jerry's ice cream wasn't there. If it wasn't there, if I didn't have access to it, then everything would be great. So I tell myself. And so having access to it, having it right here, sitting right next to me, y'all, that's what did it. That's what triggered me. That's what took me down that path. Yes, right. To the ice cream. You guys heard the story. I went to the store and I was minding my own business. I just went to pick up something that my wife asked me to get. And as I walked by, right by that end cap, they had those Ben & Jerry's ice cream, Cherry Garcia. That's my favorite, y'all, by the way. If you didn't know that, Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream, buy one, get one free. And I thought I had lost my mind. And so now I don't even bring it to the house. And that's where a lot of us fall down, that it's in the house. It's right there. It's right on the table. It's right on the counter. And tonight we're going to talk about access. One of those triggers that sometimes seems to be out of our control, that puts us in the path to eating. If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. And here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health in your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, y'all. And this year, new year, new you. I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes. How do we put your diabetes in remission? How do we reverse your diabetes? How do we get you off of some of those diabetes medications? How do we improve your risk of coronary artery disease, metabolic syndrome? How do we decrease non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? How do we get you healthier? That's what we're all about. If you're new, go ahead and put new in the comments because we'd love to say hello and welcome you to the channel, welcome you to the community with some music and a hand clap. And just say that we are happy and we are glad that you are here hanging out with us. If you're new as well and you've got a comment, you've got a question, go ahead and put those in the chat because we'd love to get to those and love to be able to answer those as we go into the evening and go into the show. I do see Steve is out there. Steve is saying hello. He's saying hello, Teresa. Glad that you're here. Those of you who are out there, you should be seeing us on TikTok, Twitter. Well, not TikTok, Twitter. You should be seeing us on LinkedIn, Facebook, and of course here on YouTube. I'd love to have you come on over and hang out with us. We are currently not streaming to Instagram. So if you know somebody that's out there on Instagram, invite them over so they can come hang out with us over on this side. Yep. Guys, Steve is saying hello. This is it, y'all, right? We are in the middle of the process of moving to the place where we put our diabetes in remission. And as we normally do, we're going to go ahead and show you some of our numbers, show you what my blood sugars are doing, show you what, and let me go ahead and pull that up really quickly. And of course, as soon as I said that, my Libre lost the signal. So let's go over and see what the Dexcom is saying. All right, so that signal is gone as well. Okay, so hopefully we'll get those numbers to come up here in just a sec. We can actually at least look at the graph down there at the bottom. That's what the Libre graph is showing, and we'll see what will happen here in a minute. Hopefully that'll come up and we will get back to it. Okay. All right. So y'all, tonight we are talking about access. If it was not there, right? That's what we're discussing. And actually, let me hop back over. And just as I was doing that, Jeff, I saw that you popped in. So I wanted to say hello to you and welcome you to the show tonight. Steve is here, Jeff is here, and I'm assuming Teresa is out there somewhere. I don't see that quite yet, but somebody said hello to Teresa. And let me do one thing actually really quickly. Okay, let's get over here. Okay, so hopefully I should be able to see everybody as they are coming in. There we go. Okay. All right. So there you go. So Teresa says, yes, I am here. And then I see Bowser, Big Dean Burrito. Hey, thank you for coming through and hanging out with us. Hand clap. All right. Okay. So what are we talking about? All right. We're talking about if it was not there, right? So access. And this comes as we are continuing our thrust. Remember what we're talking about, y'all. We're talking about putting diabetes in remission. And we've got these tools that we're using. One of the models that we're using is, and this is our roadmap, by the way, right? So we're going to go through this. We'll talk through some of these. But the HEAT model. Right, we've talked about habits. We talked about emotions. Tonight we're talking about access, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about taste. And why is that so important? Why is this so important? You'll remember that as we got into our discussion, and let me pull up another, right? As we got into our discussion, we talked about the food triggers, and the food triggers are really the things that push us in a direction as we are in the process of going through our plan. And remember what our plan is. Our plan is by the end of the year, right? Several of you are going to be off diabetes medication. Your blood sugars are going to be good, and we'll take a look at mine, and you can begin talking, and we'll track some of that, right? Off of medication. Some of you are going to stop your diabetes medication. As a result of that, as a side effect of that, some of you are going to be off of blood pressure medicine, cholesterol medicine. You're going to go to your doctor and your fatty liver is going to improve, right? So all of these things that we've been talking about, that's where we're heading. And as we've put that plan together, remember we came up with our why. As we're talking about fasting, as we go into our fast, all of the plans that we have can sometimes be derailed by the things that interrupt that process. And the things that interrupt that process falls into these categories. Remember, we are working on decreasing the amount of insulin in our body. And if we're going to decrease insulin, we can't have spikes in blood sugar. What causes spikes in blood sugars? We talked about several things, right? Emotions, right? Stress, anxiety, depression. We've talked about pain being a cause for high spiking blood sugars. But a big source of that, of course, is food. And so how do we manage food in the process of working on our diabetes, in the process of working on blood sugars? And the triggers that you're seeing, the model that we're talking about, the HEAT model, right? Things that fall into habits, emotions, access that we're discussing tonight, and of course, taste. So that is why that is so important, right? That's the HEAT model. So we'll come back and we'll talk about more other parts of that. But tonight, in particular, we're talking about the HEAT model. And so in the HEAT model, right? And as we move into how access affects food, one of the things that we need to definitely talk about is this idea of not just having the stuff at home, right? So that's an access, but we want to talk about some other types of axes, right? So proximity to supermarkets. So if you are not close to a supermarket, then your access to food is limited. And so the things that you have access to, the things that are around you, are the things that you will purchase, the things that will be in your environment. And those are the things that will push you in a particular direction. So if instead of being able to buy an apple, or instead of being able to buy some vegetables, then that the only things that you have around you are candies, cookies, crackers, whatever, right? Then those are the things that will make it into your home. Those are the things that will make it into your car. Those are the things that will make it into your purse and your pocket. So that when they are there, when you have to make a choice of eating something, you end up eating the thing that is right in front of you, right? So access. And when we're talking about access, we're not just talking about, hey, is it right there on my table? But how did it get there? Okay, food deserts, right? Another kind of idea going along with this proximity. If you live in a place where access to healthy foods is not available, then guess what you eat? You eat the things that are available. Now, I was talking to one of our community members who lives out on a farm. I'm going to take a trip out there, by the way, right? Who lives out on a farm. And that's great. But everybody doesn't have access to that. One of the things that I was talking with my wife recently, and my wife is an obesity medicine doc. And so when she talks to her clients and those people who she's working with, one of the things that she has to be mindful of, and she reminded me, is that we don't all live by ourselves. Depending on how old you are, depending on your age, depending on your circumstance, you may be living with a family. If you live with your son or your daughter, or you live with your parents, you live with an aunt, an uncle, or grandparents, you are eating the things that they're bringing into the home. So when we talk about access, it's not just that I physically made the decision that this is what I'm going out to get. Well, whatever's in the home, whatever they brought in, guess what? That's what I'm eating. Right? So going back to this idea of food deserts, if the place that you live, the area that you live in, doesn't have access to fresh fruits and vegetables and healthy food, then that leads to what? That leads to eating processed and fast foods. How about affordability? I can't tell you the number of times that I've gone down to the cafeteria or gone to the grocery store and thought to myself, my goodness, why does the quote unquote healthy stuff cost more than the other stuff? Right? Have you ever thought that? Have you ever seen that? Right? You want to buy a salad and you get the salad and the salad costs more than the hamburger. Right? So affordability, another type of access that we've got to talk about. And these are some of the obstacles that some of you who are watching may find yourselves in. So as I'm talking about access, we are all very mindful, and you've got to be mindful too, that there are circumstances around you that will push you in a direction, right? Convenience. So convenience foods, they promote snacking and impulse eating. So the things that are around us that are more readily put together, guess what? Sometimes those are not the healthy things, but they're the things that, man, if I'm going to eat something and I don't have a lot of time, that's what I get, right? If you're driving down the road and you're like, okay, what are we having for dinner? And you pass that Domino's or that Pizza Hut or that Little Caesars or that Papa John's or that Godfather's Pizza, guess what? Guess what you eat? You eat what is there, okay? So affordability, convenience, the store layout. I just told the story as we were coming into the show, about going to the grocery store and walking by, minding my business, by the way, walking by, minding my business, going to the checkout, and right there, the end cap, There's the ice cream. They put it right at the level for us. And of course, you know, we're marketing more and more to children nowadays. So they're at eye level and they're readily available. They don't put the broccoli and the healthy stuff where you can get to it. You got to go crawl over one of those things, right, to get to the fruits and vegetables. But the candy, oh yeah, it's right there. The chips, a whole aisle of chips, all kinds of chips. I won't tell you my favorite. But the layout of the products, it influences our decisions. So when you walk into the store, if the first thing you see, and it's just like being in your home, right? And we'll come talk about that in a minute. But if that's the first thing that greets you, then that sends a signal to the brain and it influences how you purchase. How about transportation for some people, right? I'm from New York, and in a lot of places, there's a corner store. There's a store right there. As a matter of fact, from where my mom lives, right? There's a store about 3-4 blocks. If she wants, she can walk to the store. When you go to the store, they don't have all the things that she needs, right? But there are some people who don't have access to transportation to get them to the places they need to go to get healthy options. And then in terms of access, sometimes you can't imagine or you can't use what you don't know. So nutritional educational programs, right? I was talking to one of our community members at our community meetup the other day. And the question she was asking is, hey, there's this food that I like to cook that I want to eat. How do I make it healthy? And that was an amazing question, because that's where we find ourselves. Sometimes we do what we know, y'all. Like if I go into the kitchen right now, I'm going to cook the way I've been cooking. I'm going to cook the way I was taught to cook. I'm going to cook the way I know. And in order for that pattern, if it's an unhealthy pattern, right? In order for that to break or change, I need education. All right. So there are all these things that are tied into access that we sometimes don't think about. And when we talk about access, sometimes we just think, oh yeah, it's on the table. But there's a lot more to dealing with access than just, okay, that piece of fruit, or that piece, not fruit, but that piece of candy, that cookie is on the table, right? All right. So what are some strategies then, right? What are some strategies to improve food access? And there are 3 main places where we have to talk about access. And these are the places that we find ourselves. Do you know there are, 1,440 minutes in a day? Right. And let me make sure that you guys are hearing. Yeah, there you go. 1,440 minutes in a day. And for most of that, we spend it giving that time away to other people. Right? A lot of time we spend at the office. A lot of time we spend out in the community. And so when we talk about strategies for improving access, we can't just talk about, okay, how do we improve access at home? We've got to also talk about how do we improve access at the workplace, on the go, and in the community. Right? So at home, in terms of access, what does that look like? What does access at home look like? Well, there are several things that we can talk about, okay? And as I delve into this part, I want to make a comment. And the comment is this, that as we are in the process of creating a safe environment, and let me say that really is the crux of this all, right? It is creating a safe environment where we can be successful. If you want to be successful, you put yourself in an environment where success is easier to do, right? If you want to learn, put yourself in an environment where people are learning, right? That's why community is so important. If you want to be healthy, put yourself in a environment with people are working to and planning to and looking at being healthy. So when we talk about improving access, the environment that we're creating is a safe environment that promotes what we want. So as we look at home, as we look at what's going on at home, what we can do, right? Assuming that all the other things we just talked about in terms of access, the desert and affordability and supermarkets and all those things, assuming that those are where they need to be, and now we're in the home, how do we make the house, how do we make the place where we live better in terms of access? Well, number one, if there is something in the home, notice I say if, because perhaps the first thing I should say is not to bring it home, right? Like, I'm going to tell you that I love, did I say I love? Yes, I did say I love it. I love Ben & Jerry's ice cream. And I know that if it's anywhere near me at any time, it's a challenge. Now, can I overcome the challenge? Of course I can, right? Because ultimately that's what we're going to be working on. But just having it here sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, is a challenge. Okay, let me be honest. It's a challenge. And so I don't anymore, I used to all the time, I don't bring Ben & Jerry's into the home, into the house. Because I used to say, oh, I'll bring it and I'll just leave it in the refrigerator. Leave it in the, because we have a refrigerator out in the garage. I'll leave it out there and I won't go for it. I won't get it. I'll get it when we have whatever function. But guess what? That doesn't happen, right? You know that, right? So that's the first thing. Don't bring it in. Don't bring it at home. That's a whole other conversation, right? So that has to be like, don't go to the grocery store when you're hungry, because guess what you're going to pick up when you're hungry at the grocery store? That's right. You're going to pick up the things that you said that you weren't going to eat. So don't go to the grocery store there. If you know there's nothing, absolutely nothing that you need down the snack aisle, right, where the chips and the nuts and the juices and all that stuff is, don't go down that aisle, right? I'm going to tell you, I used to say, oh, I'm just going to go see what they have. Why am I going to see what they have? I'm putting myself in that situation. Okay? So assuming that that's all good, we haven't brought it home. But if there are things at home, because once again, we don't all live by ourselves. But as we're creating this environment, place healthy snacks and foods at the eye level in the refrigerator, just like they do at the grocery store. Create your own, right? Create your own marketing system. Put it where you can see it, the healthy things, the healthy snacks at eye level. Put them in the refrigerator. Don't hide them behind the stuff that you know that you don't want to eat. Put them right up front so that you see them. Remember, a lot of us are visual people. I shouldn't say a lot of us are, well, most of us are visual. We see, that's how information gets into us. Now, you may have other preferences, like some people are, auditory and tactile and so forth, but all of us get the information that comes in as we are seeing, and it influences our thoughts. If you've got stuff in the refrigerator or in the pantry, use containers that are clear so you can see through them, right? Put the other stuff, like the cookies and candies, put them in containers that are not clear. So the first thing you see, once again, it's hitting that retina. That retina sends a signal to the brain, and the brain, we're training our brain in a certain direction. Okay? Create in your home a healthy eating zone. Create in your kitchen. Say, here we eat nutritious foods. If you want to eat cookies and candy, we got to go on in the sunroom or the back porch or something. But here in the kitchen, in the pantry, in the wherever, this is a safe zone. Keep processed and high sugar snacks out of immediate sight. Once again, going back to this idea of having the clear versus non-clear thing, right? Prepare and store portions of healthy meals in advance for easy access. Now, this is a good one. This is an amazing one. I love it. This has to do with the idea of if there are things that are maybe a challenge for you and you say, okay, I'm going to have some of these snacks around. Okay, you've decided to do that, and you can decide to do that, by the way. Well, get some baggies, right? Get some small baggies, say they're cookies, and take a serving of cookies out of the package, put them in the baggie, and make several containers or several baggies full of these cookies. So now that when you go to get a snack, you don't have to open the entire container and then go through the cookies to pick out the number that you need, because guess what? You're invariably going to pick out more. When you go into the pantry, right there, the cookies are in the baggies. You've already laid them out. 2 cookies, 3 cookies, whatever number of cookies are in that baggie. Create a little healthy snack pack, right? Half an apple, maybe a cup of yogurt, and 2 nuts. If you're going to have a snack, create that package. Now you have several of those packages in the refrigerator, and you walk into the refrigerator to get something to eat, and you just grab that. Okay. Notice I have not said that you cannot have the snack. What I've said is, hey, let's create a nutritious snack. Okay. Next, create a meal plan. Create a meal plan. And the plan should include a variety of nutrient-dense foods. That means that you've got to spend time at the beginning of the week, at the end of the week, whenever you're going to do, spend time creating those, right? You've got to work at it. You've got to spend the time. You've got to put the time aside. One of the things that we'll talk about later on, not tonight, is how do we set goals, right? Smart goals. And how do we prioritize? How we organize? How do we utilize our time effectively to be able to do some of these things that we do? Because frankly, some of it is that we're just busy. We don't have time. It's like, I can't sit down on Sunday and plan out the week. I don't have time to do that. I'm so busy. Okay. And then, once again, we're talking about how do we improve access at home, right? Grow herbs or a small vegetable garden. Do it in pots. My sister, right, who lives in the Big Apple, you know what she does? She grows her stuff, and she grows a lot of stuff, y'all, in pots. I mean, she has a garden too, but she's got a lot of pots. I'm like, where did you get all those thousands of tomatoes? She's like, well, I grew it in the pot. So for those food deserts, right, we can learn to do that. And that learning process comes with a part of the education that we talked about. And then educate the family members. Educate everyone. If you want to go somewhere, go by yourself. If you want to go far, if you want to be successful, go with someone else. It's great to be healthy, and it's great to do it on your own. But if the family is together and everybody's working together, guess what? So much, much, much better, because everybody gets to help each other. Everybody gets to pitch in, and everybody gets to say, hey, this is what we're going to do. Okay? So that's how we improve access at home. And then how do we improve access at work, right? Because we spend, by the way, we probably spend more time at work than we do at home. We probably spend more time at work than we do at home, because those people probably know us to a large extent more than the folks in our family. They know how we, right? That's unfortunate, but we spend a lot of time there. So how do we improve access at work? Because sometimes we do a great job at home, right? Everything is good. We've got the pantry. And by the way, back to home for a minute, some of what it takes to be successful at home takes reorganization. You got to get into that pantry, and you've got to reorganize what's there. Because right now, everything is a jumble, right? You walk in, you can't tell where things are. Be neat and orderly. It's one thing I love about my wife. She's got little cans and markers and stuff all over the place. Of course, I'm the one that messes up the organization, but that's a whole nother story. Okay. So at work, how do we improve access at work? Number one, if you are going into an environment, you want to be as much in control of that environment as possible. So pack nutritious lunches. Pack nutritious lunches. Take it with you, right? Now, a lot of people have gotten away, oh, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just go to the fast food place and get something, and I'll get something healthy. Yes, you can. But once again, remember what we're working with. We're working with this guy up here, this brain, and that brain has a way of convincing us to do things that we didn't want to do. So pack the lunch, pack the snack, so that you don't have to worry about whether there's something there. Because when you are, quote unquote, hungry, when we think we're hungry, we're not going to make the choice to go find something healthy. We're going to say, hey, they've got some stuff in the break room. Somebody brought this in. This is the potluck. I'm just going to get what's there. All right. So keep some nutritious snacks. Bring some things from home. Keep water at your desk. And this encourages hydration. Oftentimes we mistake hydration for hunger. Drink water, sip on it. If you're sipping on water, if you're keeping mindful of being hydrated, that sometimes will help with the urge, if you will. At work, organize a healthy snack pool. At a lot of offices, people bring stuff in. Say, hey, we're supplying the office. Like, everybody brings stuff to keep the candy jar stacked, or keep the sodas there, or keep the cookies there, whatever it is. Talk to everybody and say, hey, can we be a healthy office? Can we, right? Sometimes they'll look at you crazy, but that's okay. Right? Instead of saying, hey, let's bring cookies and candies, let's work on being a little healthier. Advocate for healthier choices in the vending machine. Right? If you're at work, sometimes you don't have the access to store foods or have people bring food in or bring candy in, or you guys don't have a break room or whatever, but you have a vending machine and that's where you get your snacks. Then advocate, talk to the higher ups and say, hey, can we put some more healthy options in the vending machine? So that when we're going to the vending machine, we're not having to just grab whatever's there. Now, there's some interesting things in the vending machine, by the way. Yeah, I know. I've used vending machines. Right? And then you can schedule regular mindful eating breaks away from your desk if you're able to do that. Some of you are not at a desk. You're on the assembly line, and you get just that 15-minute break or whatever that break is. Right? But if you're able to schedule mindful eating times away, go ahead and do that. Move away from the desk so that you can concentrate on eating, like we've talked about. Even if you're on the assembly line, or you're in a place where you can't just take a break, then plan ahead of time that when I take my break, and this may take some doing, plan that whenever I take my break, what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat in a mindful way. Remember we talked about creating a mindful eating plan? Yes. At our office, every week we pick a restaurant that we're going to eat at the next week, or our team does. Okay? So navigate the restaurants. You probably know the 5, 10, 12 restaurants that we go to, that you guys go to all the time. Figure out at those restaurants what it is that you can eat, so that each time you're not having to make the decision about, okay, what am I going to eat now? You've already had that thought, and you've already created a list. At our office, we have a list. Right? And everybody's put their food on the list. Of course, I had to go in and change mine because I've changed a little bit about what I eat. Right? Store a small stash of emergency health foods in your desk. Would be the next one. Remember what we're talking about, right? We're talking about how do we improve access at work. Access in general, but now we're specifically talking about work. So store a small stash of emergency health foods. Now, I put that word emergency in there, but snacking is not an emergency, right? Right. Okay. Just so everybody knows. But when I say emergency, so that if you say, well, I got to have something, then you have something healthy that you can readily go to and not have to say, well, I guess I'll just do this. Because you know what that's called? That's called the what the hell principle. Like, well, everybody's eating. I'm going to have something. So what the hell? I'll eat it and then I'll start over tomorrow. Right? Which is not what we want to do. And then participate in or start a workplace wellness challenge. Right? We're going to talk here in a little bit about a challenge that we want you to do. So start one at work. Say, hey, let's do a challenge. Let's do a weight challenge. A lot of offices will do weight challenges, right? Where everybody is working for the year to say, okay, how are we going to improve our weight? Okay. So we're improving. So once again, we're talking about access, not just whether you have access to it, whether it's cost effective, whether you have transportation, so on and so forth. How do we create an environment in our home that is successful, that is safe? How do we create an environment at work that is successful and safe? And then how do we create an environment at the office, right? How do we create an environment, not in the office, but in the community, How do we create an environment in the community? Because we spend a lot of time in the community, y'all. This is stuff like church, hanging out with family. But how do we influence the community? Because the community ultimately influences us. So how do we do that? Hey, let's work on supporting local farmers, for example. In your area, say to your family, your friends, hey, can we get together and can we go out wherever, right? Whoever has a car, let's drive, like here in Alabama, right? We can get in our car and we can drive out to, well, I'm not going to call the name of the farm, but farm, and we can go out there and we can get stuff and we can bring it back in. So support those people so that they have an incentive to help the community get better. Advocate for establishing or developing, expanding a community garden. Right? We don't have one here, but if you live in the inner city, if you live in an area where that happens, I know some of our patients, they have a co-op and they get together and they farm that. And the people that are in the co-op, they all get to eat fresh fruits and vegetables. As a matter of fact, they bring that to the office sometimes. But advocate for establishing one. Remember, we have to take charge of our own health. Right? That's what we said. I educate, empower, encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications. We're taking charge. We're not letting this stuff happen to us. Right? To participate in those endeavors. Collaborate with local schools, right? Get to the school and say, hey, we want to improve nutrition education. How can we do that? What can we do? How do I become a part of that? What do we need to start? Is that an option? Right? And you can do that. And then encourage local restaurants and cafes to offer or promote a healthy menu. We think sometimes that we don't have access. We think that we can't do anything. We don't have any power, but we have a lot of power. And many places, sure, they'll do it. Organize a healthy eating workshop. Organize a cooking class. I just said that some people just don't know how to do it. You be part of that. Recently I was on the CDC website, and there's a program that they have that we were looking into. Well, how do we promote health? How do we promote eating? How do we promote those things? Become a part of the solution. Right? Remember our call to action? That third one was invite somebody to the show. Why? Because you get to promote, you get to encourage, you get to build the community a part of what we're doing. And then develop plans, right, to include consideration for food access. So what does that mean? Recently I was talking to I was doing a program for a church. And I was saying to them that the organizations that we have, the churches, the schools, the community centers, one of the things that all of these places can do, one of the things that all of these organizations can do, is they can begin helping to provide what people need. There are people out there that are interested in being healthy. They just don't know, y'all, how to do that. And so we can become a part of the solution for that. So how do we improve access? Right? How do we improve access? Now, we say, and you remember the graphic that we showed at the beginning that says, if it was not there, and I'm gonna make a big point here in just a minute. But the whole idea is this: we're creating a healthy environment. We're creating a healthy, safe space. We're creating a healthy, safe space so that we can be successful. We're putting ourselves in the position so that success comes much, much easier to us. All right. So we'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But I just want to hop over and let's see. What do we have? So Teresa, yeah, we saw you, Teresa. Teresa says, yes, I'm here. Let's see. Bowser, Big Beans, Burrito said every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes. Fat Fairy Fitness says you got some golden info. I love this. I already do a lot of. Okay, very good, very good. Yeah, let me do that. Actually, let me see. I think you guys are still seeing my graphic, right? So let me go ahead and put myself back here. There we go. Okay. Fat Fairy Fitness says you've got some golden information. I love this. I already do a lot of these. Very good. I love it. Love it. Fat Fairy said I worked in a hospital and you wouldn't believe how unhealthy the food choices that are available are. It baffles me. You know what? That's a great comment, great point. There. One of the things that when I came and I set up my practice, one of the things that interested me, or I shouldn't say interested me, but one of the things that I saw, and I really probably never paid attention to it until I had my own practice and was doing things, was that, so I'd walk in and I'd see the diabetic patient and they would have, cornbread and peach cobbler and some juice and a biscuit and a banana. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, that's not a very good diabetic diet. And so I started looking into it. And it turns out that if you look at a diet, right, and this is just an aside. So a diet, you can get your calories. It's like, say it's an 1,800 calorie diet. You can get 1,800 calories from eating, I don't know, like a steak and some beans, right? So not a lot of carbs. Or you can get 1,800 calories from eating ice cream, cookies, candies, and cake. And what happens is that there is no distinction in a lot of people's minds between an 1,800 calorie steak and bean meal or an 1,800 calorie candies, cookies, cake, and pasta meal. And so that is where the disconnect sometimes comes. So what we got to say is we need a 1,800 calorie, if that's the number of calories, diabetic friendly diet. 1,800 calories, but friendly to the diabetic, meaning that the things that are on that plate can't be the things that are going to drive the blood sugar up. Okay, but the very, very good point that you made there, Fat Fairy Fitness. I love it. Okay. All right. So let's look now. I told you that we were going to take a look at blood sugars because I do want to do that. And in my, it finally came up. So that's what my Libre said that I am right now. And this is, let's see if so Dexcom is there. And notice once again that the two of them are different. So about 32 points 32 points from each other. Let me go over and I'm going to pull up the website so we can see what my numbers have been. But I also want to, over here, we're going to take a look at what my blood sugars are based on those meters. Actually, yeah, sorry. This is what I'm supposed to be showing. All right, so let's let me hop over for just a minute. Whenever I do this, it logs me out because it times out while I'm talking. So let me pull that up really quickly, and then we'll take a look at these here in just a minute. All right. If you have any comments, questions, go ahead and pop those in the chat in the comments so that I can pull those up and we can go ahead and get talking and answering some of those for you. Just typing in this code. All right. So let's go ahead and let's pull that up. So this is loading. And so, yeah, so we're going to take a look here in just a minute and we'll take a look at blood sugars there. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and see what my numbers are based on these monitors. And then, of course, we're also going to take a look at my ketones, right? So let's go ahead and we'll start with blood sugars. We'll do ketones in here in just a minute. Go ahead and pop that in. We'll get a strip for the contour. And we'll get our drop of blood. Make sure I get a good poke. All right, there we go. That's a good drop of blood. And while that's doing, I'll keep getting it. Okay, so 98 on the Keto Mojo, 109 on the Contour, and of course 103 as you see there on the Libre. And then let's go ahead and take a look at my ketones. And then I'm going to show you something on my blood sugars here. Okay. Let's see ketones. I think probably 0.3 maybe is what I'm guessing. 0.1. Look at that. Wow. Okay, and then let me pop over and we're going to pull up our contour meter and our Keto Mojo app. And if you have not, well, we'll talk about that in just a second. Okay, so here's the Keto Mojo, and let's go ahead and get that synced so that we pull over the current data. All right, so 98 blood sugar and 0.1 ketones, and see the GKI is 54. And of course, always looking at our graph, you'll see there that while I was fasting, that the ketones were pretty high. And then as I stopped fasting, blood sugars rose and then ketones dropped, right? So that's the pattern that we see when it comes to ketones. And then let's see, what did, so okay, 109. So we're just pulling that in. So let's hop over now. I do want to pull over this is our Dexcom. And you'll see there for, actually, let me do a different one. So here's an overview. So average blood sugar for the last 2 weeks, 112, which is in keeping with where we've been. Let's see. Okay, here we are. All right, so 112 average blood sugar, you'll see there. And we're in target 93% of the time. And the target, of course, is 70 to 180. And then let's just go down. Oh, let's see. I want to go to I'm gonna go to the daily stuff because I want to look at what the graphs have been. Let's see, did we click on it? There we go. So that's loading. All right. So here we are today. And you kind of see those numbers. And let's scroll back. I want to go starting from Friday evening, which is when we broke the fast. All right, so Friday evening, we broke the fast right around here at 6 o'clock. Actually, after 6, because remember, I was on the show and hadn't eaten yet. So blood sugars were about 67, 68. And then I broke the fast and I ate. And look, so blood sugars started climbing. And Teresa, Jennifer, if you guys are out there, they were in our community meeting. And you guys remember I said I should not have gotten the nuts, the almonds. You see that? Look at that. And then I ate 8 almonds, right? So I'm like, man, this is healthy stuff. So I can go ahead and eat, right? So I ate. So this is the next day. This is Saturday. And then I went out. My son and I, we came home. And then we had lunch with the family. And this is, y'all, this right here, this is the highest my blood sugar has been in like weeks. Look at that. And what I had, we had salmon. I had some sticky rice. I had... What else did I have? And I should have taken a picture of it. And a little bit of sticky rice. And so here is 5:58. So we ate probably here, maybe 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. And then so 4, let's say 4, just to be, let's go back here. So 4 o'clock. And then 2 hours later, right? So I was 176. Which at 2 hours is great, but then the blood sugar kept going up, right? I think I may have had another piece of something right there. And so it went up. And so at about 6 o'clock, it went up, and it didn't come back down to 180 until 8 o'clock. So almost 8:30, so 2.5 hours, right? Now, we usually say to people that we want blood sugars to be below 200 at 2 hours. So here it is, 8:13. So pretty good, I mean, relatively good response, right? Considering the things that I ate. But I want you to look at what happened here, guys. Look at the drop, right? And I know you look, let me go this way. Yeah, I think this is fine. I'm not sure which way I'm looking on your monitor. Okay, there we go. Okay, look at the drop, right? So within the space of maybe 3 hours, my blood sugar is coming back down into the 140s, 112s, right? And this is part of the residual that you see from the fasting. Here was a spike. And then Sunday was date night, date afternoon, date lunch with my wife. And so we went to a sushi place. And let me see, do I have that picture? I think I took a picture to show you guys. I don't know if it'll come up. Hold on a sec. So you guys can see what I ate. Let's see. I'm gonna try to pull it up on my phone. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Okay, here it is. All right, so it's a super crunch. Right, so it's salmon, some tuna. Of course, there's a wasabi and the ginger. Right, and I had hot and sour soup. I didn't take a picture of that, of the hot and sour soup, but right there, right. Look at this. So it's right there. We ate, and then it climbed, got up to around 200, 204. And then back down. Okay. And then coming into today, right? So 130, right? This right here, right? Notice what happened as I got further away from fasting, right? The blood sugars were higher. And then today I had lunch. And for lunch, what did I have today? I had 2 pieces of breaded codfish, and a piece of cheese. Well, 2 pieces of cheese. Right. So notice we're in 140s, 150s, and I haven't had supper yet tonight. Okay, so 139. So that kind of gives you an idea of where things are, and as we are working to put our diabetes in remission, reversing diabetes, it is so important to track. It's so important for us to track all the things that we are doing. Okay. All right. Let's see. So Teresa says, I think I saw. Okay. So eating healthy takes a lot of thought, but we can do it. Yes. Teresa says we can do it. Steve says, I was in your office in February, and we set up a plan to go from 45 units of Lantus to 30 units by the middle of April. I took 10 units yesterday. This morning, my 7-day average was 98 and 4. What? Man. Woo. I love this. I love this. I love this. Man, so you guys, this can be done. This can be done. Okay? It takes a little bit of planning. And at first, it seems like when I first talk to people about the plan, sometimes they're like, well, I can't do that. Like I can't tell you the number of people who say, well, yeah, no, I'm just happy. I'm glad I'm good where I am. I'm not going through that. But I want to tell you, it is worth it. It is worth it to be able to, like Steve is now saying, look at what he's done, y'all. Steve, hats off to you, man. I'm glad that you're there. Steve says, is this okay to keep dropping insulin? So Steve, once again, we always here on the show say we're going to make sure that we're directly talking about your specific case. And I know that I am your physician, as you just said. But let's talk offline about your specifics. But generally speaking, y'all, there is a plan. There is a way to decrease insulin, right? And that's our goal. That's our goal, to decrease the insulin. So, all right. Yeah. So if I'm your physician out there, guys, talk to me directly. Okay. All right. Let's see. Teresa said, during the height of your blood sugar, do you think if you took a walk that would level a bit more, would have been lower? Yes. Remember, there are always ways to adjust adjust blood sugars, right? One of those is with exercise. And Teresa said, that looks good. Yes, it was good. I'm going to just put that up again. Yeah, this was some good stuff right here. Okay. Like I said, I should have taken the picture of the soup, but it was good, y'all. Okay. All right. Let's see what else. Oh, so back to the food, right? Creating a safe space. If you've not done so on the website this past Sunday, or yesterday, actually, I said this past Sunday, but yesterday, what I did and what we're working on, and let me go ahead and pull that up really quickly, is producing a playlist, and the playlist is entitled Tools to Help. Yeah, here it is. Tools to help reverse your diabetes. And all these tools right now, they're apps and devices that we use, that I personally use. And you'll see in there the Freestyle Libre, which I use, the Dexcom, which I use, the Fit Index scale, which I use. And then, of course, the one that you should see from yesterday is this one here about the Yuka app. And the Yuka app, y'all, if you've not seen it yet, let's see, is the one that I've been using to look at the foods that I'm eating, right? So how do I look at different foods and tell what's in them, right? So let's, for instance, do this one. It tells you sodium, calories, saturated fat, sugar, additives, and so forth, so that you have an idea of some of the things that are in your environment. Okay, so that is very important. So if you've not done that yet, make sure you go out and you look at the playlist. We'll be adding more apps, devices, books, charts, planners, the things that I use. We'll be sharing that information there for you so that you can begin using those on your own. And one of the things that we're gonna do on the show is I'm gonna give away a couple of these things, right, as a prize for those people who are here. You'll hear more about that. You'll hear more about that as you continue coming to.
And I'm Nicole Taylor.
And we want to give a shout out to Dr. Dwain E. Woode.
Yes,
the E stands for endocrinology. And we were on his show back in 2022.
2022.
Man, time really does fly. And he's been doing this thing for 4 years, guys.
Yes, and we talked about family.
Yeah,
and
we
if you
did.
see our t-shirt, Stronger Together. So he had us do an episode on family, and it was a wonderful experience.
Yes.
And Dr. Woods, his podcast, he covers not only wealth, health, wealth of the family.
Yeah. And you know what?
It's just wholesome.
And what I've been trying to work through, Dr. Wood has been doing this, that fasting,
Oh, yes.
He's had those shows with fasting, and that's still a hat I have not hung, something I've hung my hat on just yet, because I'm working through that. But we really appreciate the shows that he's given us.
Yes, we do.
The knowledge that he shares with the endocrine system. And not only that, guys, just the knowledge that he shares for our life principles, right?
Just very informative, very wholesome, and what is needed.
New year, new you. So we really, really appreciate what he has given to us. And guys, he's got so many platforms. I enjoy him on the different platforms that he does broadcast on. And LinkedIn, you can always see a lot of his
You can
short
always
feeds.
find them. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
LinkedIn, YouTube.
Yeah, so let's enjoy this brother for more than 4 more years, but as many years as the Lord gives him to continue to do his ministry through this platform to enlighten us on how we should better and best take care of our bodies. And you know one other thing too?
What?
He's my doctor.
Oh, yes, he is.
Yes, and I really appreciate it.
But not
guys.
only are you a doctor, but our friend. And
Ooh,
our
that's
church
even
member.
better.
And
That's
our
even
church
better.
member.
That's even better.
So we want to celebrate you on this special occasion, and we want to say that we appreciate all that you do and all that you bring to us and the people that you serve in your community with your knowledge of health and to the wholeness, wellness and wholeness.
We salute you, Dr. Dwain E. Woode. The E stands for endocrinology. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
My dad was an amazing cook. In fact, when I sit down or when I get in the kitchen, the things that I cook, I'm trying to recreate the things that he made. The dishes that he made, the way he cooked it. When I sit and I talk, or when I go to New York and I talk to my brothers and sisters, there are these things that he used to do that we try to create. We haven't quite made it yet. But my choices about what I eat and how I eat, in a large part, comes from the things that he cooked. But not just him, but my mom and my grandmother and my grandfather and all the people that raised me. And so whenever we think about food, whenever we think about the things that we like, it all comes from our experiences. And tonight we're going to talk about taste. We're going to talk about how that influences our health and the choices that we make as we work on New Year, New You, y'all. If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life. Avoid complications and go to the next level, creating the life you've always wanted. And in this year, New Year, New You. If you're new to me as well, go ahead and put new in the comments because we'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. like we do here on the channel. And then make sure you put a Q in front of your questions if you have questions as we go throughout the night. We have been working in this year on how do we put diabetes in remission? How do we reverse diabetes? How do we get off of some of those diabetes medications? And we've been talking here as we've been going through about our model, right? That is our HEAT model, the model that we've been using for the things that can interrupt us, the things that can push us in one direction or the other as we are trying to make healthy decisions. And that's what we're going to spend some time talking about, that last component of the HEAT model, that is taste. And right now, I just want to say hi to, I see Teresa is out there. Here, Teresa, she says, evening, Dr. Woode, and evening, everyone. So glad that you are here hanging out with us, Teresa. And if you're out there on any of the social media platforms, make sure you just hop in and say hello. We should be streaming on on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, of course, on YouTube. And then, of course, we are also streaming on X. I almost said Twitter, but I guess I got to get used to calling the new name. Now, the one place that we're not streaming on right now is on Instagram. So if you're out there, you know anybody who's on Instagram and they've been waiting for our stream, go ahead and send them a link. Send them a link here to YouTube or any of the other platforms, and so they can get over here. Instagram has done. We've had some interesting ways on getting to Instagram, so still working on that. Hey, and I see Jeff out there. Hey, Jeff. Hello, man. How are you? Glad that you are coming through and hanging out with us. All right. So let's hop to it, y'all. Let's hop to it. We've been talking about our HEAT model, and the HEAT model is a model that talks about triggers, and these triggers are things that push us in one direction or the other as we are trying to make healthy choices as it relates to our food. Well, why is food so important? It's important because as we have been working on improving our health and putting our diabetes in remission, you'll remember we started out by defining what our why. Why do we want to be healthy? What are the things that are pushing us in the direction of making decisions to be healthy? All right, so you were supposed to come up with that. The tool that we introduced, a very powerful tool, is the tool of fasting. And we've been going through the fasting over the last couple of months. If you've not done so, go ahead and watch some of those shows. We'll be actually starting our fast tomorrow evening as we go through Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, usually starting on Tuesday night. But we'll be coming in and doing some check-ins. But one of the most powerful tools that we've been using is this tool of fasting. And tonight, as we get to the end of the show, we'll be also showing some of our monitors so that you can actually see what those numbers are. Right, I've got my monitors over here. Of course, you see my blood sugar there on the screen, and we'll be kind of going through those as we get throughout this evening. But we've been talking about fasting. We talked about medications that you should probably get off of, medications you should get on. We talked about emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, one of the tools, one of the additional tools that we've been working on. And as we worked through the HEAT model, we talked about habits, we talked about emotions, we talked about access last week, and the final component of the HEAT model is this idea of taste, And much as we talked about of our emotions, much of the things that we do in life, right, are driven by emotions. They're driven by the way we feel. They're driven by those ideas that we have as we interact with data that's coming to us. Remember, our body, our minds, our eyes, our ears, our sensations, we have over 4,000 signals that are coming to us at any one time. And our bodies can't take those all in. And so it assimilates those, it summarizes those, and it gives us an interpretation of what those signals are based on our history, based on our experiences, and based on how we're feeling at the time. And then those emotions then drive our behavior. Similarly, food is our preferences, our taste is influenced by those very same things. You heard me telling the story about my dad when I was growing up and how he cooked. In fact, he makes this dish, y'all. I'm going to have to come over here so I could just say this. And my wife is going to kill me for saying this, but that's okay. My dad makes this dish that my wife loves. In fact, the very first time I think I shouldn't say I think, the very first time that we went to visit them in New York, my dad cooked this dish and she loved it. And I don't want to say that that's why she married me, but I'm starting to wonder. But y'all, he was an amazing cook. And as I get into the kitchen even now, like if I go into the kitchen right now, I'll cook something and I'll taste it. And there are times where I cook things and I'll just put it in the refrigerator and it'll just be there because it just didn't taste right. And you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for that taste. I'm looking for that blend of flavors that my dad had, the things, the way he put things together, right? So how do we navigate this complex milieu, if you will, so that we can get health benefits? How can we look at food? How can we deal with food in a way that it pushes us and helps us move in the direction of health? Because our taste buds and the things that we like dictate how and what we are going to eat. And the eating that we have, the eating that we do, dictates the choices that we make, and the choices that we make dictates the result that we have. There's this model that my wife is a obesity coach, or weight management coach, I guess I should say that. And there's this model that she uses in her coaching, and it's called the model. And the model says that the things that happen to us have no meaning until we give them a meaning. And the things that happen to us, it's just an event. And it is our interpretation of that event that then pushes us to feel a certain way. And the feelings that we have drive our behaviors, and the behaviors drive our outcome. And so as we are looking at food and our taste, the taste is driving the choices that we make. And those choices that we make in terms of what we eat are the things that then drive what the outcome is for our food and for our health. Make sense? All right. So let's take a look at where we're heading. So first of all, we want to talk about some basic tastes. And you guys know all of these, right? So sweet, salty, sour, bitter. And the one that you may not recognize is this one that's called umami. And umami is a relatively, I don't want to say it's a new one, but it's one that's been there that we, sometimes we weren't really sure, is it a real thing, or is it something that just somebody made up? So finally they said, yeah, it is a real thing. And so we're going to talk about all of these, sweet, salty, sour, and then of course umami. And let's hop over to sweet. So sweet. This is often associated with sugars, right? It's a taste that signals energy. From the very first time that we sip our mom's milk, it's the taste that we're biologically programmed to seek. So it's the thing that we want. When the baby, and as a matter of fact, the baby's smell is so strong that when mom walks into the room, the baby can smell the milk. And we believe that it is the sweet, it is the sugar in the milk that the baby is actually smelling, and the baby reaches out for that. Right? It's the when we talk about babies who are rooting, right? So mom has the baby, and the baby will start rooting to find that smell, right? Because they're looking for that flavor, they're looking for that sweet. And sweet foods can be a source of immediate energy. You know this, right? If you've ever felt lightheaded or dizzy or faint, if you've ever had low blood sugars, when you take something in that is full of sugar, that's sweet, immediately you feel better. In fact, when you are fasting right? If you feel lightheaded, or even if you're not fasting, if you go somewhere and you're not feeling well, what's the first thing that people ask you? Hey, did you eat breakfast? Did you eat lunch? Right? Because they're associating the sweetness, they're associating that carbohydrate, they're associating that sugar with energy. In today's world, with all the processed foods, balancing our love for sweetness and healthful choices is more important than ever, right? Because it is usually the sweet that drives us. Now, here's an interesting thing about sweetness. And I had a conversation just today with someone in the office, and I was explaining to them the difference between fasting and cutting back on calories. Because people say, hey, isn't fasting just another way of cutting back on calories? And the simple answer is yes, it is a way of cutting back on calories. But there is a cheat code in there, y'all. And the cheat code has to do with sweetness. It has to do with sugar. When you are cutting back on calories, you're still in the process of putting things in your mouth, putting things in your body. You're still getting those carbohydrates. And when carbohydrates go up, when sugars go up, then your body has to produce insulin to combat the carbohydrates that have just gone up. That insulin drives increase in weight because it is a storage hormone, and it also drives your cravings. So during the process of cutting back on calories, you still have those fluctuations in blood sugars, and you still have those cravings. When we're fasting, we're not putting anything in, so there is not the spike in blood sugar or carbohydrates. There's not the spike in insulin to combat the carbohydrates, and so we're not then putting on weight, and we are not having those cravings. So that's one of the benefits of the fasting. But this all has to do with sweetness. The next one, of course, is salty. And man, I love salty. Now, I love sweetness, right? Because those are the things that give me energy. I'm going to use that. But salty, man, there's just something about eating a salty chip or a pretzel, or when I was growing up in New York, we had those giant pretzels, with the big pieces of salt on them, and you'd put some mustard on there, and oh my goodness, when we went to Coney Island or went downtown Brooklyn, yeah, sorry guys, I didn't mean to trigger anybody. So salt is governed by the presence of minerals like sodium. One of the things that we sometimes will say to people is, if we're trying to cut back on sodium, we'll say, hey, use one of those other sweeteners, salt seasoners, and they will replace sodium with sometimes potassium, right? So that's a whole nother conversation to have. It's essential for maintaining our body's fluid balance, which is why when we're fasting, we say, hey, make sure that you are checking and taking care of your electrolytes, right? It's a taste that can enhance the presence of flavors. Have you ever had some food that you've eaten and the food is supposed to be good, right? You smell it, the smells are there, and the texture is there, and you eat it, you put a piece in your mouth, and it just doesn't have enough salt. I've had that before, right? So the saltiness enhances the flavor, right? So the sweet that we talked about is energy. The saltiness enhances the flavor. But in excess, it can cause other health problems, things like high blood pressure. It can also cause fluid retention, right? Because like we said, it helps fluid balance. So if we have too much, then we start having fluid retention. That's why a lot of people will have swelling in their legs. They'll have swelling in their back. And the doctor will say, hey, I want you to cut back on the salt, right? And so, of course, learning to appreciate the subtleties of salt without overindulgence is a key in achieving a balanced diet. Now, sour. Now, this one, I'm going to say, I'm not really a sour person. There's certain things that I like that, are sour. I don't like the acidity that it comes from it, right? But that's what sour gives you. When you taste something that's sour, is the acidity that is in it that is kind of things like citrus or fermented foods. It's nature's way of saying, hey, there's some vitamin C, right? And the organic acids in it. Now, as we're going through this, right, I want you to be thinking about what these different flavors are, because one of the things that one of the things that we're going to need to learn is we're going to need to learn how to combine these flavors so that we can have food that's healthy but still tastes good. Right? Food that's healthy but still tastes good. Right? So sour is nature's way of saying, hey, there are some organic acids in here. There's some vitamin C in here, right? And it can invigorate the palate. So when we taste something that's sour, the fluids in our mouth begin to flow, right? And it stimulates the appetite. And so sour flavors can lead to an appreciation of a wider variety of foods. Because if we just stick with salty and sweet, right, those are there. But when we add when we add the sour in there, man, that just really kicks it up another notch, right? Okay. And then let's see, where am I? Yep, here we are. So that's our sour. And then bitter. Now, bitter traditionally in our history is something that is designated as protecting us from toxins. So toxins in the wild. So as part of Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts, or if you're an outdoors person, or if you're in Pathfinders or in any of those kind of clubs, one of the things they teach you when they're teaching you with plants is they teach you how to know and recognize plants, right? And the kind of general rule is if it's bitter, then that's not a good thing, right? But it can have this kind of complex relationship to our diet. It is the place, it highlights these phytonutrients that we sometimes will see. And there are some foods that even though we eat them, they still retain kind of that almost bitter taste. Things like leafy greens, right? Certain teas will have it. I grew up eating, as you guys may know, that I was born in South America, and I grew up eating something called caraila. And caraila is what everybody now knows as bitter melon. Right? And bitter melon, it is just like it says, guys. It is bitter. And we used to cook it, and they cook it kind of like you would cook zucchini or squash. And so that it was bitter. And it's one of the things that, although I grew up eating it, I don't know. I think if certain people cook it, I still can eat it. But like when I cook it, I have not mastered yet the art of getting the bitter out of it, right? So learning to enjoy bitter taste can once again open up the world, because we've got the sweet, we've got the salt, we've added the sour in there, and now we've got that just hint of bitterness. Oh man, it can also help with the digestion and with detoxification. And then umami. So umami is that savory taste, right? This is what I look for when I'm cooking. This is what I want right here, right? So it usually signals the presence of amino acids, and those are the building blocks for proteins. And it's found in meats, cheese, mushrooms, fermented products. So that's that rich flavor that you get. It's kind of like when you do that bouillon, or when you're making that roux, and you drop the stuff in there and you start to season it up, and it's boiling down. You got the sausage. Well, it hasn't boiled yet. You got the sausages that you put in there, and you kind of fry them up. And it's the reason that we deglaze pans, right? We get that flavor, right? So it adds depth. It adds satisfaction to dishes. It's the taste that makes food deeply gratifying. It's that richness. It's why you go to that expensive restaurant, right? Because they have that rich sauce that they drizzle just so over your favorite piece of meat or your favorite vegetable, right? That's the reason. That it's the umami that sometimes will do that for us. Okay? So how are our taste preferences formed? Well, our taste preferences are formed by culture and environment, during our adolescence and our adulthood, and through our experiences and our openness to do and try different things. So let's talk about that. So culture and environment. So we eat the way we were brought up. most of us, unless there was some thing that happened during that process that pushed us in one direction or the other. Like if something happened where you said, man, I'm never eating like my family. And some people are there, right? There are some people who lost loved ones and they attributed the loss of that loved one, their death, to the way that they ate. And so now that they've grown up, right? I know people, they say, hey, I'm not ever eating like that. So they've made a change. Or there are some people who were brought up in a way where they were very restricted, right? They couldn't eat certain things. And so those people, on the other hand, they go to the other extreme and say, man, my family didn't ever let me eat cakes and cookies and candies and ice cream. And so that's exactly what I'm going to eat. All right. So there are those extremes. And there are those places that people go, and I shouldn't say extreme, it's the place people go based on, once again, their experience and their culture and their environment. But for the most part, most of us began our adulthood, and for a lot of our current adulthood, we eat the way we eat. We season the way our family seasons. We saute the way they saute. As a matter of fact, there's this funny story. I think my pastor may have told it, or I heard it somewhere. So there's this. We heard it. It was in a marriage conference that my wife and I went to. So there's this wife, right? So she got married. Her and her husband got married, and she's a young wife, and she has this pan that she makes. I don't know what it was, right? Some dish in, and somehow the pan got destroyed. And so she stopped making the dish. And her husband keeps asking her, say, hey, honey, I love that thing you used to make. Can you make that? She's like, I can't, because there's this particular way you make it in this dish. And so anyway, her mom comes to visit, right? And I think her mom had given her the dish. And her mom, she's talking to her mom, and she says, hey, Mom, I don't know, I can't make this dish anymore. Maybe the mom asked her to make it. She said, I can't make it anymore. She said, why? She said, because the dish that you gave me that made it, right, is gone, is destroyed, so I can't make it anymore. And the mother said, the only reason I made it in that dish was because that's all we had. Notice, that's all they had. When mom and dad were coming along, this is what they had to make that particular dessert. I think it was a cake or something, right? But this young lady had seen her mom make it each time in this exact same container or dish or whatever, and so mom gave it to her. So she brought into her marriage that this was the way to make it, but it was just something that had developed over a course of time. And it wasn't anything particular to it. It was just, that's what mom made. That's what mom had. And so our tastes are in a large part defined by and influenced by our culture. So I am South American / Caribbean in my history. And so the things that I like, the taste that I like are from that culture. You may be from an Italian culture. You may be from somewhere in Europe, somewhere in Africa, one of the African countries. You may be from a Latin American country, right? So all of those cultures have a particular way of eating. You may be from the South. You may be from the Northeast. You may be from out West, from the Northwest, from mid-America. And there's a certain way that the people that you were around ate. And some of it, listen to this, y'all, some of it, they ate the way they ate because the things that were available when they were there are the things that they had to use. For example, last month was Black History Month, and I did a couple of talks on slave food. So in a large part, the African-American Southern food, Southern cooking, has to do with the foods that were available and that had to be used. And so that comes down as a history. I can't tell you the number of people that I see in the office, and we're talking to them about changing diets and altering. And so I remember this guy is probably about 70-something year old guy I saw in the hospital for the first time. So he was in for something else, and I saw him for diabetes because I think he was just diagnosed with diabetes. And so I went in. I was fresh out of school at the time, fresh out of fellowship. And so I'm talking to this guy about food and going through my thing like we do, as us physicians do. And he said to me, he's like, "Doc, this is the way that my wife cooked or cooks." He said, "My mama taught my wife how to cook like this. My grandmama taught my mama how to cook, and my great-grandma taught my grandmother how to cook." He said, "I'm 76 years old, and this is how I eat." So our culture influences it. As we move into our own lives, right? As we move into our own lives, we begin developing different tastes. Like my son now is growing, right? So he's an adolescent. And he's developing a taste for foods that are slightly different from the family. So in addition to the cultural things that he has picked up, the cultural things that we do, he now has picked up and is picking up things that he likes, certain foods that he likes. When he's with his friends, they eat a certain way. And so there are things that he will now pick up from them that are distinct from the way my wife and I cook and the way we cook in our home. So he's going to add those there. As he goes into his own life, as he gets his own family, there are going to be things that are going to be available for the part of the country that he goes to. And some of you know this, right? You left where you were and you went to a different part of the country, and that's, whatever was there, you ate, right? So you went to the restaurants, you went with friends, you went to church, and those are the things that you guys ate. And then our experiences and our openness to try new things. Experiences and openness to try new things. One of the things that I am excited about in terms of this young man that's growing up in my house is all of the things that he has open to him. All of the experiences, right? And I'm excited to see the new things that he's going to try, the behaviors he's going to develop. And all of us, as we came along, we picked up some things from home. As we got into our adolescence and adulthood, we amalgamated some of those with other things that we saw. And then our experiences opened us up. And if we were open, we learned new things. And we're not just talking about food, right? We learned new skills and new behaviors and new ways of doing things. And we thought, oh, there was only one way of doing something. But now we found out, oh, no, there's something else. So that's how our taste preferences happen. And it is an amazing thing to see that develop and know how that happens. Well, so what is the role of taste in our food choices? Well, our taste is driven by the choices and nutritional quality. Our taste is driven by choices and nutritional quality. So there are some of us who make specific choices to eat specific things because we know that's nutritious for us. It's kind of like one of my favorite cartoons when I was growing up was Popeye the Sailor. You remember it? I am that I am, and that's all that I am. So Popeye carried in his pocket, and I don't know how Popeye had that big can of spinach in his pocket, but anyway, he carried it. And whenever he got weak, or remember Brutus would get at him, or somebody would capture him, or he needed to do something, Popeye would pop out that can of spinach and he'd swallow it. And all of a sudden, those little tiny arms, the muscles would pop up, and sometimes you see like a cannon in it, or you see like a steamship, a tanker, or I don't know, or a tank, right? Or an aircraft carrier, or anyway, one of those boats. So those are the things that sometimes we make choices. But remember, those things, if you take some spinach and you give it to a child, guess what? They're not eating it. Why? Because they have not made the connection between nutrition And also, they may not have, they don't like the taste because it has that slightly bitter taste. Okay. So there are lots of health implications for the choices that we make in terms of our food. And so what we want to do is we want to rebalance our taste for optimal health. And there are a lot of things that we can incorporate. One of them that we've talked about in another context is this idea of mindful eating. And mindful eating is the process of being present with the food that you're eating, being here, understanding the purpose of the food. You know, we did a show where we talked about the role of food in terms of nutrition. If you've not done that, go back and watch that. It is in our Mastering Diabetes. It's in our Mastering Diabetes playlist that's out there. Okay, so the role of mindful eating. So what is the role of food, and how am I enjoying this food? Sometimes the reason we don't enjoy food is because we are watching TV, we're playing a game, we're on our cell phone, we're watching a movie, we're not present. And so the food goes down and we're done and we're not satisfied because we never really tasted it, right? It just made it through. And then we've got to cultivate a taste for health. There is nothing stronger than a choice that I am going to be healthy. And I'm going to put a pin there, y'all, because I want to say something about me. So for a long time, in my experience, I did not make a choice for various reasons to be healthy. I was learning about health. I was learning to be a physician. I was learning all the things. I would be up, and you guys may or may not know the training schedule when we were coming through. I think things are a little different now, a little bit more humane. But I remember going in because we had to be there to be on call, and so call started at 7:00. Well, in order for me, right, because of some of my challenges, in order for me to be able to be ready to present my patients at 7:00, sometimes I would show up at 3:30, 4:00 in the morning, so I can go read the charts, read the labs, get those labs together, make my presentation, and be ready to present those patients to either the senior or to the attending if I was the senior, or sometimes, my interns, those that were below me, they would come in and they would ask me questions of the patient. So I had to know about the patients. So I'd go in early. So coming in at 4:00, and then you're on call all night, right? So 7 to 7 in the morning is when you're on call. And then you had that entire day that you had to work, and then maybe go to clinic in the afternoon. So we're there 24, 36 hours or more, right? And that's on an every other day basis. And then not to talk about clinics and anyway. So as you become a senior, so my history in medical school and residency, it was very traumatic, right? I guess that's the only word I could use. And so I developed very bad habits, eating habits, coping or lack of coping skill habits, right? And so as I got into my later life, those those habits continued to follow me. Yeah. And many of us are right there right now. Right? Many of us are right there right now. So there's a lot that has to happen for us to begin retraining, right? We got to cultivate that taste, and we got to begin retraining our palates so that it does, or it pushes us in the direction of where we want to be, right? So the role of taste, right? And so what are some common challenges that people will face as they attempt to change their taste? What are some common challenges? Number one, preference for high fat, high sugar foods. That is what our society has built into us. So aside from the things that have developed as part of our history, part of our childhood, part of our own development, advertising, the design of foods. As a matter of fact, I was watching a show today, and the chef was talking about these very tastes, right? The sweet and the salty and the sour and the bitter and the umami. And he was talking about how to put it together so that when you sit down, you just want to have more of that food. Notice, it's not healthy that we want to have more of the healthy food. We just want to have more, right? And there's this idea of the bliss point that I've talked about before, where there's the perfect amount of fat, the perfect amount of sugar, and perfect amount of salt. And that's what advertising does. So that when you eat that, you're like, this is so good. So we have a built-in preference for high-fat, high-sugary foods. The other challenge that people will have is that they are unfamiliar. They're unfamiliar with healthy foods, right? They've never learned how to cook it. They've never learned what some of those different things are. We all pretty much eat about 15 to 20 different things, and that's it. We stick within that group of foods that we eat all the time. So they've never expanded beyond that, and so they're unfamiliar with maybe some healthy foods. They think that healthy foods have less flavor. In fact, one of our community members in our community meetup was asking me, there's this dish that she likes and she wants to make, and she was like, hey, how do I make this so it's healthy? Right? So it tastes good. And so we gave a couple of suggestions, and we'll talk a little bit more about how we do that. But yeah, most of the time when we say, oh, I'm eating such and such, the people who are not in our circle will say, how does that taste? Right? In fact, this afternoon, let me tell on myself, I was in the office, and I was explaining to one of our pharmaceutical reps the spikes that we have in blood sugars as a result of something like a milkshake. And as I'm talking about this milkshake, y'all, in my brain says, you need to get a milkshake. And so we started talking about healthy milkshakes, and so they were describing the milkshake, and right? Right now I'm talking to you about food, right? And me, the endocrinologist, the guy who's sitting there talking about food, I said, man, that must taste nasty. Right? Because we think if it's healthy, it's less flavorful. Another challenge is that it is time consuming, y'all. Time and convenience. I don't have time to do that and prepare for that. And then there are some social and cultural influences. We eat the way the people around us eat. That's one of the reasons that quote unquote diets don't work. Because if you're on a particular diet and your family is not on the diet, now you've got to cook two separate types of foods. Or if you go somewhere and the people that you're associating with are not doing the thing you're doing, then you got to make a choice. And a lot of times we make the choice to be in community rather than be different. That's a good one. Okay, hold on. Let me pop over here. Hear what I said. We make the choice to be in community rather than be different, because we don't want to be different. We don't want the community to ostracize us. Right? So we don't do that. So how then do we begin introducing new foods? How do we begin introducing new foods? Number one, we want to do so slowly and start small. You can start by incorporating small amounts of new foods into the dishes you already like. Right? So begin putting those things in there. So you can add some kale to a smoothie, or mixing some arugula, some quinoa into your rice, arugula into your salad. Right? So start small. Don't all of a sudden go home and like a lot of people will do, they'll throw everything out and say, okay, I'm going to be healthy. Well, guess what? That's not going to work. Number 2, you want to mix and match. So combine new flavors with textures that are familiar to you, things that you like, right? So put something that's bitter with something that's sweet, or something that's something that is citrus with something that's sweet, or something that's salty, right? So play around with them. So create new mixes and matches. It's the only way that you're going to be able to be successful, right? Because once again, we all we all will eat around the same number of things if we're not careful, if we don't catch ourselves. So experiment with cooking methods, right? Instead of frying something, steam it. Instead of steaming it, it gives a different dimension, right? So grill it, saute it. Don't bake it, don't bread it, just do something different. And this can reveal things that you may like. A lot of us don't like things because we've never tried it. I remember when my son was growing, right? We would put things on his plate. He's like, "Oh, I don't like that." I said, "How do you know? You haven't tried it yet." And so we put things on his foot and we make him eat, or we made him eat different things. Hey, you got to try some of that. Okay, after you try it, then you can say, "Okay, I don't like it." But you can't say I don't like it if you don't try it. Approach new foods with curiosity. Engage your curiosity. Make this a fun process, y'all. In the office today, I was telling someone who was there, we were trying to figure out, he said, "Well, what can I eat? What's going to raise my blood sugar?" And I said, this is the fun part of what we do. Right? For my patients, this is the fun part of what we do. In order for me to know what's going to raise my blood sugar, I got to try it. In order to know what I like, I've got to try it. I may not like it and say, I'm not never going to that again, but you can't say that unless you've tried it. Engage in it. Look at this as an adventure. Right? A lot of people like to travel, and some people say, "Oh, I'm not going to that place because it can be whatever." But this person says, "No, I'm going to that place because I want to know what it's like." And then be patient and persistent. This is your health. This is your health. You can make choices. It doesn't happen overnight, but it can happen if you allow it to happen. All right, so start small, mix and match, experiment, engage your curiosity, and then be patient, be patient, be patient. And then here are some flavor enhancers, y'all. Flavor enhancers. Utilize fresh herbs and explore the world of spices. There's salt, there's pepper, there's garlic powder, there's onion powder. And after that, most of us stop. Most of us stop in terms of our spices. We know Italian seasoning. We know thyme, we know rosemary, we may know garlic, we may know cilantro, we may know basil. And after that, most of us stop. There are so many spices out there, y'all. There are so many herbs that you can flavor the food with. The better you flavor it, the more the brain says, "Hey, I like that thing." So we're incorporating new things. And so what are we doing? We'll come to that in a minute. So master the art of roasting. When you roast things, man, there's a flavor that comes out of it that you cannot believe. And some of us, we don't do that. So take some asparagus, take some eggplant, take some zucchini and some squash, and chop them into chunks, right? Get a foil pan or whatever kind of pan, a baking sheet, right? And get some light spray, or you get a little bit of, I'm going to say olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, right? Get some of that and just mix it together, some salt and pepper and other seasonings, and just put them in the oven and broil it. Oh yeah. Broil it for about, 2-3 minutes. Cover it with foil. Put it back in for 2-3 minutes. And then take the foil off and broil it for another minute. Amazing. Amazing taste. One of the things that I've done, and this is I don't even know how I got this, right? So I took some portobello mushrooms, right? Those big ones. And I cut them in quarters. And I got a balsamic vinaigrette salad dressing. And I drizzled it over it, mixed it up. Some salt, pepper, some other seasonings. And I put that thing in the oven. And man, when that came out, it was amazing. Have you ever had a portobello mushroom hamburger? Just the portobello mushroom, not even meat, right? Not even not even beef, not even that. Just it, right? That was the meat, was the portobello mushroom. It was amazing. Anyway, sorry, you guys. I'm getting hungry now. Okay, so use citrus and vinegar. Remember, I said that when you use citrus, it enhances, it opens up the flavor, opens up your taste buds. It allows you to see and feel and taste other things. Incorporate healthy fats, right? I said extra virgin olive oil. Avocado would be a good one that you could put in there, right? So begin incorporating new things, new fats in there. Because remember, fat, salt, and sugar are the three things that the industry, the food industry, is using to affect you, to convince you to do something. You can use it for yourself. You can use it to help your palate look for other things. And then embrace umami and season smartly. So embrace umami, that is in your foods, right? What types of things can give you that flavor? Well, mushrooms will do that. I just talked about portobello mushrooms. They're amazing, right, for giving you that protein flavor. Right? Put it in there. And then season smartly. Don't just put all I started talking about making a roux earlier, you remember? That's the reason that some foods in some restaurants are so good. They don't just put all the seasoning in there one time. Right? They brown the meat and they drain off the oil. And then they brown the vegetables or saute the vegetables. They glaze the pan. Then they put the sauce that they have back in the pan. They put the meat back in, whatever. I'm talking sausage, right? Put the sausage back in there. Then they put the vegetables that they sauteed. Then they put some fresh vegetables and they cover it. They let it simmer for a couple of minutes. And then they put some more seasoning. What are they doing? Is they're building the complexity of the flavors in the food. So that when you taste it, when you eat it, amazing. This does not just have to be done in an unhealthy way. You can do this in a healthy way as well. Right? So all of those things. So what are we ultimately talking about, y'all? Let me back up here. So what are we ultimately talking about? What we're talking about is taste. Right? We're talking about that last component of the heat model. Right? Habit, emotions, access, and taste. Of the things that are there, the one that's probably involved in all the others is the taste. Because our brains associate a taste with an emotion. It associates a taste with a particular time. And it associates a taste with our access to certain things. Let me say that again. Of the things that are in the heat model, the one that's probably associated, incorporated with everything else is this idea of taste. Because our habits that we do, think about this. The first time you ate some certain things, it was nasty. You didn't like it because your palate wasn't used to it. And you sat down, for example, with the family, and every time we sat down with the family ate that thing. And you tried it again and again and again and again. And after a while, right, you can be across town, around the country, across the globe. If somebody makes that thing for you and you eat it, you associate that taste with the fact that your family used to sit down on Tuesdays and eat it. right? One of the reasons I get hot dogs and pizza and Chinese food when I go to New York is because I associate the taste with the emotion of being with my dad and my family. Mm-hmm. Right? The memory comes back. The memory begins flooding me, even though I'm talking to you right now. I remember the first time that he took me to Coney Island. Right? The memory. Those emotions are stirred up. And then our access. Right? Our access, even if something is on the table, y'all, if we don't like how it tastes, we're not going to eat it. Right? So taste is involved. So the things that push us in a particular direction, habits, emotions, access, and taste. And our goal here is to begin looking at our reason for the things that we're eating. What does that taste mean to us? What does it remind us of? What has caused it? Is it just programming from the industry? Is it just the fact that they found just the right combination of those fat, carbs, and fat, sugar, and salt? And once you got it, you were addicted. So how do we reprogram? We begin first by understanding the reason for the things that we eat. All right. Okay, let's see who's out there. I know I saw a couple of people come in, so let's hop over and let's say hello to everybody. Jeff, I think we said hello to you. Hey, Jeff, thank you for coming through. Key Washington. Hey, good evening, she says. Glad that you are here, Key. Jennifer says, howdy, Teresa, Key, Jeff. Hello, Dr. Wood. Glad that you're here. Frozen. Okay, was I frozen? Hopefully I'm not frozen. Okay. Jennifer said, okay, I'm back. Kimberly says, hello all. Teresa, yay. Popeye, LOL. And I said I would never eat spinach. Yep. I am that I am. So can anybody really tell me though? Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm going to ask it. Can anybody tell me what Popeye saw in Olive though? She was always getting in trouble. And Brutus was always beating Popeye up for olive oil. I don't know. But anyway, he liked her. Jennifer said, howdy. Jennifer says, okay, now I'm hungry. I know. I talked about a lot of things, a lot of food tonight. I know. It's taste. They say, LOL, me too. I ate over 2 hours ago. Jeff says turmeric, salt, pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cumin, collagen, creatine, electrolytes, all dumped into my sugar-free protein shake after I lifted weights. It doesn't taste very good, but I get it down. I love it. So here's a question, right? So most babies, right? As I said before, babies are looking for sugar. When they're born, they're looking for sugar in the milk. It symbolizes energy, right? That's what sweet symbolizes to us. And there are certain things that when you give baby, like when you give baby food, there are certain things that they don't really like. Like I know when my son was young, he would eat the peaches and the peaches, the little baby food. I think what else? Peas he would eat, but green beans. As a matter of fact, have you ever smelled the green beans baby food? I didn't want to eat it. I didn't want to taste it. So all the things that we, though, acquire since then are based on repetition. That's why they say, I shouldn't say sometimes, when I was seeing children, parents would ask me, how do I get Johnny to like this? How do I get Johnny to eat more of that? How do I get Johnny to, right? I said, just keep putting it on the plate and keep having him taste it or having her taste it. Right? Teresa said, I don't know, but she was skinny to me. Yeah. So you're with me there, Teresa. Okay. All right. So let's hop over and let's take a look at some of my numbers. I know you guys have been waiting to see that. So here's my blood sugar, and that's been, if you look at that, we've kind of been straddling right around 100 all day. That's my Libre. And let's see. And this is, it won't do. And this is my Dexcom, so about 100. And I ended my fast, or broke my fast on Friday evening, if you guys remember. And one of the things that I do want to do is we're going to come over and show you here in a minute what those blood sugars did following the fast. But let's hop over and let's show what my monitors are saying. So I've got my Contour, and I've got my Keto Mojo. And we'll see if we can get a good drop of blood. I'm going to use a different finger so we can get a good sample. So that's the Keto Mojo, and here is, okay, so 104. Okay, so that's still in keeping with what we expect. And 97. Okay, awesome. Now let's see what our ketones are. What do you think the ketones are going to be? Somebody take a guess. So I haven't fasted since Friday evening. I'm going to say maybe 0.3. Oh, wow, 0.8. So that means that I have not been eating a whole lot of carbs. Right? So I'm still kind of eating a ketogenic, if you will, ketogenic diet. And let's see. I've got to hop over here. My, as you guys know, whenever I am on and I log into the Dexcom, it logs me out because it times out. So I've got to log back in over there. Hold on a second, guys and gals. Let's see. But it's been a pretty good few days, right? Since we ended the fast. So if you're out there right now and you have been fasting, go ahead and put in the chat how many hours are you currently fasting? All right, remember this is a progress. We're talking about progress, not perfection. So even if you've been fasting 2 hours, I want you to put that in the chat because I want to know what where you are. All right, give me a second. Let me type this in. Okay, so I think I typed that in wrong. All right, here we are. All right, so how many hours have you fasting? So Teresa says, Doc, I'm so proud of you. You've done awesome. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. All right, let's hop over and let's take a look over here at our numbers. Okay, so average blood sugar, as you see there, that big number is 113, and this is for the last 2 weeks. So we typically in the office will do 14 days, a 14-day average. And the reason I do that is that tends to give me a good idea of what people are. Sometimes people change up, right? They start, paying attention to blood sugars before they come and see me 2 weeks in 2 weeks. But yeah, it's a good indicator. So we'll keep that. All right. And then let's see. So I'm in range 95% of the time, and you'll see down here the range is 70 to 180. And this thing says that if I continue with these blood sugars, that my glucose management indicator would be 6.0. And that is a surrogate, if you will, an estimate of what the system thinks that my A1C would be. If you remember a couple weeks ago, Jeff asked about what my A1C was, and we showed you that that was 6.6. I thought my visit with my doctor was coming up last week, but it's actually coming up next week or 2 weeks from now. So I'm going to get some more blood work, Jeff. So we'll have three sets of blood work in a row, so you guys can see when I do that show. So you want to keep an eye on that, because we're going to do a show where you actually see my numbers. You'll see, and I'll give you an idea of what some of the things are you need to be looking at as your doctor is looking at your numbers. Okay, so let me do a full screen for this one, because I want to go back and let's see, where are we? So this is Friday. So Friday, we ended the fast right here with a blood sugar of 72. And we got through the rest of the evening, and you'll see there 79, 79, 80, 100. And right here, guys, let's see, was that where it died? Yeah. So my Dexcom went out. And so for the rest of that day, I don't have data. I'll show you what the Libre shows here in a minute. But when I finally put it back on, and in the afternoon, so it was 120, 120s, 120s, 130s, 136, 120s, and then into Saturday, got up to about 120, 120. Oh, here's a 134, 109. And so we were basically just traveling in the 100s, right? So low to mid 100s. And then we started coming down. And I think, so Teresa and Jennifer, this is where I stopped eating nuts right here. Once I saw these numbers right here, I was like, okay, the nuts have to go. And so look at that, y'all. So here's an interesting thing for everybody. When we talk about foods, a lot of people think that you have to like gorge on, I don't know, cookies, candies, and cakes in order for your body to respond by increasing blood sugar. And this is cashews and almonds right there, right? So all of these numbers that you're seeing, cashews and almonds. Now, granted, it was a lot of cashews and almonds, right? So don't judge me, okay? And then coming into the next day, this is now Sunday. Is that Sunday or is that? No, that's today. So coming into today, right, there we are. We get that little spike that I normally get in the morning. And I've kind of said, guys, I think this is a combination of the dawn phenomena and me brushing my teeth right there. Right, that spike that I get in the morning. Because remember, there's sugar in the toothpaste. And then continuing on, so I've been in the hundreds, and that's lunch. And I had a chicken finger salad for lunch. And then coming into the evening, and so now my Libre is 91, and my Dexcom is 108. Okay, all right. Let's see. All right, so I see some people putting in some numbers. So Teresa says she's done a 16 to 18 hours. Good, yes. So remember, we are working towards that 24, but we start wherever we are. And then, so very good, Teresa. And then Jennifer says, currently finishing up supper while listening, about half hour fast right now. Okay, yeah, love it. That is so incredible, y'all. I'm going to say this to you, the community here, that I'm very proud of you all in all the things that you're doing. Proud of the decision that you've made to take charge of your health and take charge of your life. Avoid complications and go to the next level. You know, that's what we say. That's what we say all the time. And so I'm very excited for where you are. And so I want to applaud you, and I want to give you a wonderful, I just want to give you your accolades. Sometimes we don't do that. So the choices that you've made and the places that you find yourself, I love where you are. Okay. All right. So this is a great place for us to do our thought of the day. So let's do that right now. And our thought of the day is this: positive thoughts lead to a positive life. Positive thoughts lead to a positive life. I can't tell you the number of things that I would say to myself that were negative. I can't begin to explain to you the number of ways that we talk to ourselves that we would never, ever talk to anybody else, because we would think that it would be so demoralizing and so depressing. But yet we talk to ourselves that way all the time. Oh man, this is just how you are. You knew that wasn't going to work. You're no good at that. I don't know why we're even trying. This is just like we did before. All of those thoughts, while sometimes seeming, we kind of couch it in, I'm just being a realist, they're negative thoughts. And those negative thoughts have an impact on our health and has an impact on our minds. Here's an interesting thing about our bodies and our minds. Your brain never wants to be wrong. Your mind does not want to be wrong. So it will create situations and create a belief in you so that what you tell it is true. So if you're continually saying, I'm no good, I can't do that, I can't be healthy, I can't control my blood sugar, then guess what? The body and the brain will create a situation in you where you're true to what you're saying. What does that mean? That means if you keep saying, I can't control my blood sugar, the brain will say, well, yeah, we know that's not true. I mean, we know that's true. And so it makes you eat so that your blood sugars aren't controlled. We can't ever lose weight. We can't ever do that. Well, the brain is going to say, okay, sure. Let's make that true, and let's do everything we can to sabotage the weight loss. I can't fast. Well, if you say you can't fast, the brain says, I don't want to be wrong about that, so let's make sure she can't fast. So let's put all the obstacles in place so that fasting never happens. So our brain will create an environment, will create behaviors in us to make what we tell it come true. And so, if that is what happens on the negative side, can you imagine the power and the reach and the heights that we can go if we begin feeding positive thoughts into our brain and our minds? I can do that. I am a good person. I am fasting. I fast once a week. My blood sugars are going to be amazing. I am going to reverse my diabetes. I am going to lose weight. I'm going to get good rest. I'm going to build community. I'm going to connect with other people. When you begin doing that, the brain now has to find a way to make that happen. And in order to do that, it allows you to begin creating and implementing behaviors and thoughts that push you in the direction of being successful. So your goal is to begin feeding your brain, begin feeding those positive thoughts so that your positive thoughts can lead you to a positive life. And that's our thought for today. All right. You guys know how we do it here. I'm so excited that we were able to spend some time together and that you are having success If you are out there and this is the first time that you're catching us, the first time that you're seeing this, somebody sent you a link and you're watching, you're like, man, I'm so far behind. You are not far behind. You catch us right where you are. If you're watching this, go ahead and put hashtag replay so I'll know that you are watching this on the replay. All right, join us. We're going to give you our call to action here in just a minute. If you've not already done so, go back and watch the shows. Watch what we've done. If you're currently here, go ahead and make sure that you give us a like. Send this to some other people as we get into our call to action. You know how we do it. Everything that we do is built on our triple E formula for success. Number one, we educate. The shows that we do, the website that we have, the shorts that we do, the blog, all of that is to give in education, right? You cannot change things that you don't have information about. So make sure that you're watching the shows. Make sure that you are coming along with us. Don't just watch it and put it on the shelf, right? So we educate, we empower. The tools that we're using, the tools that we're talking about, right? Like the fasting that we're doing, the heat model that we just finished, the emotional intelligence that we learned a few weeks ago, the coming up with your why. Remember the 5 whys? Right? So all those are tools that we're using in the process of getting to where we need to be, in putting our diabetes in remission, putting our health where it needs to be so we can avoid complications and go to the next level. And then we encourage, right? We encourage each other with the community. And that brings us to our call to action. So what is our call to action? Number one, join the challenges. They're out there. They're on the show. Watch them and get involved. Even if you think that I'm behind, you can start where you are. We're looking for progress, not perfection. So join the challenges. Make sure you're there. Share your story. Come on the show. Let us know how you're doing. Join the chat. You see, we're kind of talking back and forth here. We are building a community. The community is only as strong and only as powerful and only as helpful as you are when you are here. So come on, share your stories with us. Let us know the challenges that you're doing and let us know the successes so we can give you a hand clap and give you some music. And then invite a friend. You know somebody who can use this information. There are over 430 million people around the world that have diabetes. 38 million here in the United States alone. 88 million in the United States that are over 88 million that have prediabetes. There are people that have polycystic ovarian syndrome, metabolic syndrome, obesity, people who are suffering from high blood pressure, high cholesterol. They've had heart attacks and strokes. They've got cancers. They've got inflammatory processes. And all of those get better with the information that we're sharing. So invite somebody, send them the link, let them know what's happening on the show and what we are doing. All right. So coming up next month, we're going to be having our next community meetup, and kind of want to pay attention to that as we get to the end of this month. We'll announce that, but we will begin our fast tomorrow night, and we'll be on Wednesday evening to share where we are as we get into this episode of or this instance of the fast. Right. So make sure that you're out there. Let us know that you're there. If you see us on any of the social media platforms, go ahead and say hello. Drop us a line. It's Dwain Woode MD on all the social platforms. You can find us there. All right. And as you know, guys, I'm always excited that you're here. Always excited that I get a chance to spend some time with you here on the channel and here in this social space. This is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, creating the life you've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. We'll see you at the next show. Good.
Hello, I am Tatiana Rodriguez, and I am so happy to be celebrating this anniversary with Dr. Dwain Woode. And you all know E stands for endocrinology, right? It's ingrained in my brain. I have had the pleasure of knowing this guy from the content creation world, but he's also been such an inspiration to me. And I have enjoyed learning on my end, dealing with hypothyroidism and some other health concerns. I truly have felt inspired by him. And I think that you will be too if you haven't already. So make sure to check out his content. especially if you have any diabetes related issues or health matters that you want to talk about. I mean, I find him so inspirational, whether or not you're dealing with diabetes. He does, of course, strive to educate, empower, and encourage us, which I just find to be so wonderful. He's also an example of living a happy, healthy life. So I just want to say, Dwain, thank you so much. Happy anniversary to you. And we can't do it without a little celebration. So I'm wishing you all the best. Congratulations on this great milestone. And I hope that we get to do a little more celebrating and collaborating in the future. So thank you so much for including me in this. And I wish all of you watching and listening the very best on your own health journey.
Yeah, we are back, y'all. We are back. We are back. Man, you know, I went to a funeral this past week and hung out with some family, some friends. Got a chance to visit with some folks. And there were a lot of folks there. And often we find ourselves in these social situations. And one of the most challenging things that happens in these social places, particularly as it comes to the things we do as it relates to food, because, you know, a lot of what we do revolves, includes food, including things like weddings and birthdays and funerals. And so I'm sitting there, and we had gone down, and I hadn't eaten that morning. And so we are there, and everybody's sitting around. And so I sat down, and what do you do when you sit with a group of people, particularly as you are kind of reminiscing and talking and going through those connections that we have? A lot of it surrounds food. And here this month, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about how does food interact with our disease? How does food interact with where we find ourselves? How do we deal with food? And today we're talking about the cheat code. We're talking about those things that we can do that decrease the spikes in our blood sugar. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, we educate, empower, and encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes. Those people who want to put their diabetes in remission. Those people who want to reverse their diabetes and get off of some of that medication that you're on. That's what we're working on. New year, new you. If you're new to me as well, go ahead and put new in the comments, because we'd love to say hello and let you know that you are welcomed to the community. Give you a hand clap and a shout out and some music. Also, if you have questions, go ahead and put those in the comments, because we will answer those as we get through the show. And you guys know how we do what we do when we do it here on the channel, right? So I've got my meter. Okay. I've got my meter. And as soon as I said that, it didn't come up. I've got my meter over here, and I'll show you that here in just a minute, so that you can see what my blood sugars have been doing. We have, let me pull this one over. All right. So we've got our graphs. Yeah, there you are. We've got our meter, and we're going to take a look to see what my blood sugars have been doing. And there's some stuff I want to show you in terms of what's been happening with my blood sugar over the last few days. And I did something here today that I wanted to make sure that I showed you guys. Okay. So we've got those coming up. And so you'll get to see those as we go throughout the show. And then, of course, take a look at my Libre. And y'all, look at me. Look at me. Look at what I got on. Okay. Let me do this one. There you go. All right. So we got our T-shirt, our food triggers, right? Remember, that's our heat model. Habits, emotions, access, and taste. So we've got that on as we continue our new year, new you. I do see some folks out there. Let me just do a quick shout out. I see G. Albert G. Albert says, "Hey man, glad you're here." He says, "Don't cheat, just eat reasonably." Face red, smiley. I love it, love it, love it. And Teresa said, "Evening, Dr. Woode and everyone. Hey, glad that you guys are out there. Whatever platform you are on right now, glad that you are here. We are not right now on Instagram. We're still having some interesting issues over there on Instagram. But if you know somebody who's out there maybe waiting to see us, go ahead and let them know that they can catch us on here on YouTube, of course, on LinkedIn, on Twitter or X, LinkedIn, Facebook, and I think that's it. But anyway, so we are here, and then they can come over here, of course, on YouTube. Well, y'all. So one of the things that we've been talking about, and remember the premise when we started, our premise is that our insulin is what's causing the problem. Okay? Insulin resistance. And specifically now we're talking about type 2 diabetics. As you know, type 1s are insulin requiring. So we're talking to our adults with type 2 diabetes right now. So insulin is our issue. And so our plan as we move through this reversal, this remission, getting off of medication, is number one, how do we decrease insulin, whether it's exogenous, that is insulin that we are taking from outside, or endogenous, the insulin that our body produces. How do we suppress our appetite, and how do we get rid of sugar? Those are the three pillars that we're working on, right? And that is basically the basis on which we are talking about putting our diabetes in remission. So last week we talked about food, starchy versus non-starchy foods, and you can go back and watch that show and kind of review that. All right. We've been doing several things here on the channel in terms of fasting. You've guys have done that. Emotional intelligence, and tonight we're talking about food. And I love what G. Albert said. G. Albert said, "Don't cheat, just eat reasonably." Right? Just eat reasonably, and I love that. And that really is going to be kind of the underpinning of our long-term plan, right? So our long-term plan is when we get to the end of this year, y'all, right? Several of you are going to be off of some medications. Your diabetes is going to be in remission. Your diabetes is going to be reversed. And when we say reverse, that means that you are not on medication to control the blood sugars. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, okay? So long term, though, how do we sustain that? And long term, what we're doing is we're learning through this process right now. This year that we're going through, New Year, New You, we are learning the tools that we need to basically be able to do what G. Albert is saying, right? Because ultimately, we want to be able to be in control of the things that we're doing, right? The heat model. And the reason we talk about the heat model, and let me let's see where right. The reason we talk about the heat model is that the heat model gives us an idea of those things that push us in a direction that we don't want to go in terms of food, right? Habits, the habits that we have, the habits that we have created, the emotions that come along that push us to eat, the access that we have, right? And the taste of the food. Those are the things that can derail us. And so all of the tools that we're learning is with this in mind. So tonight we're talking about the cheat code. We're talking about hacking food, right? So what are those ideas that we have that we can use in the process of preventing those blood sugar spikes? Because if the blood sugars spike, then the insulin comes out. And remember, insulin is the culprit. When the insulin comes out, the insulin does a lot of things that we don't want to do. The insulin is the signal. It is the switch, y'all, that says that all the stuff, the energy that we just took in, that has to go into storage. And so as soon as insulin comes out, that food is going to right here, right? That weight that you put on, that comes because of insulin. Because as soon as you eat something, if the insulin is up, then the body's going to start storing some of that. Insulin causes fatty liver. Yeah. Insulin, when it comes up, causes cravings. Right? People say, "Oh, I just love that thing." Well, the reason you love that thing, that particular taste, is partially because of insulin. So what do we do to minimize the spikes in blood sugar? And as we minimize the spikes in blood sugar, thereby minimizing that big push that we have in terms of insulin, right? So here's where we're heading, y'all. Here's where we're heading. This is our agenda. So create the life you want, avoid complications, and go to the next level. That's what we're talking about. Okay? So take active steps toward better diabetes management through informed dietary and lifestyle changes and lifestyle choices. So here's where we're heading, right? So one, we want to talk about the timing of food. What is the power of timing? We want to talk about acidity, the advantage, and you guys have seen things that people have been talking about. Acidic food. We'll talk a little bit about that. Retrogradation. What does that mean? And how does that impact our blood sugars? And how does it impact the food? Glycemic index. What does that mean for us? It's something that I actually have not pushed with a lot of my patients because, as I'll talk about it in a minute, for a lot of them, it is something to be aware of, but there are some other things we want to take care of before we get to glycemic index. The benefit of muscles, y'all. Benefit of muscles, and then of course naked carbs, right? So that's where we're heading. And let's see, we see Satra Del Rey. Hey Satra, thank you for stopping by. Let's give you a hand clap and some music. And she said, replay crew, I'll be back. I love it. All right, so let's hop to it. Let's get to our discussion. And so the first thing we want to talk about is the power of timing. The power of timing. And you guys know that we've been talking here about timing, dealing with some allergies. We've been talking about timing, and the timing that we've been discussing is this idea of fasting. How do we fast? How do we deal with food? But tonight, what I want to do is I want to talk about timing, and I want to get you to understand something that I think often is not realized. And that is that, well, let me do it this way. So I've got a guy who eats carrots and his blood sugars go to 300 from whatever it was, say 100. But he eats ice cream and blood sugars don't change. And so he comes to me and he says, hey, Dr. Woode, I can eat ice cream and nothing's happening. And he goes out one night with his wife and he comes back to see me maybe several months later. He's like, Dr. Woode, you'd never believe what happened. I went out one night with my wife and I ate ice cream. And he said, my blood sugars went to 300, just like with the carrots. And so I asked him, I said, what was different? He said, nothing is different. I had the same amount of ice cream, same kind of ice cream. And I asked him, I said, when did you eat it? He said, like I said, we went out at night. I said, when do you normally eat ice cream? He said, yeah, normally I eat ice cream around, lunchtime. Because I don't usually want to eat a lot of ice cream later at night. So I eat it in the middle of the day. And so he realized something, or he learned something, and I had to explain to him that our bodies function on a circadian rhythm. What does that mean? That means that our bodies are responding to different hormones, and the hormones have different effects on the body at different times of the day. Yeah. So that in the morning, our bodies tend to be more sensitive to insulin. What does that mean? That means that in the morning, our bodies give us a bigger response to the things that we eat that have carbs. And so the blood sugars tend to come down better as a result of that in the morning compared to the evening. That means then that as the day goes on, as you move through the day, you will find that, hey, there was something that I could eat in the morning that didn't spike my blood sugar as high. But if I eat that same thing later in the day, my blood sugar goes out of control. And people will say to me, wait a minute, I ate exactly the same thing, the exact same amount, right? And they say that because they don't understand that really doesn't matter if it's the same thing. It's just that your body is responding differently at different times of the day to the same food. And this is based on a circadian rhythm. So our bodies have this cycle that they go through where insulin comes out. Now, you guys may have heard me talk about the dawn phenomenon. And the dawn phenomenon is this process that the body goes through as it prepares us for the day. So that right around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, the body begins pump us full of growth hormone, epinephrine, cortisol, and that's with the plan of waking us up. So that some people will have a spike in blood sugar in the morning without doing anything. And they're like, well, wait a minute, I didn't eat anything when my blood sugar went up. Yeah, that's because of this change in hormones. Likewise, your insulin works better for a lot of people in the morning versus working in the evening. That doesn't mean that there is something wrong with the food necessarily you're eating. It just means that your body's responding differently. And practically speaking, what does that mean then? That means that there may be some adjustments that you have to make to the food you eat. What? How? Well, there's some things that you may have to eat in the morning versus eating them in the evening. Why? Because that's how my body works. Is it fair? Nope. But it is. It is how the body functions. So it is naturally better at managing blood sugar later after breakfast than it is after dinner. So timing is important, because if we can adjust some of the things we eat at different times of the day. Now notice, we're not even talking about fasting at this point. We're just talking about the food that you normally would eat, just shifting it around in the day. And that takes you kind of experimenting, because I can't tell you which food is going to spike your blood sugar. You've got to try it. Say, oh, I ate it in the evening and this is what happened. I ate it in the morning and this is what happened. So timing is important as well. So timing. The next one is acidity. Acidity. What does that mean? So there are certain enzymes, and you may have seen, on TV, on the internet, you may have gotten a blog, you may have seen that somebody do something on TikTok, and they dip a piece of bread in vinegar and they eat it. And supposedly this lowers your blood sugar. Now, here's what's happening. It's not that the vinegar is lowering your blood sugar, right? What happens is, because you are eating you're taking in the vinegar, what the vinegar does is it inhibits the enzyme that breaks down sugar or break down carbs. So when you put carbohydrates in your mouth, there are some enzymes. They're called salivary amylase. Salivary amylase. You don't have to know that name. But those are the enzymes in your mouth that as soon as something goes in the mouth, it begins breaking it down. And then it goes into your GI tract. And within the GI tract, in the stomach, for example, there are some other enzymes that continue to break down the sugar. Because your body can't use a piece of bread inside the cell. So what happens is you eat the food, the body breaks the bread or pasta or potato, whatever it is, breaks it down. It takes out the glucose from the bread or the food, and then it uses the glucose as the source of energy. And this all happens because these enzymes are breaking the food down. Well, if I could inhibit the enzyme, if I could stop the enzyme from breaking the food down as quickly, then guess what? I don't get as big a rise in blood sugar, for one. And that food kind of moves through my GI tract. So by the time some of that enzyme is breaking the food down, guess what? It's already moved past the point where my body's going to absorb it. So I don't get as big a spike. And what vinegar does is vinegar slows the rate at which the carbohydrates are broken down into sugar. This means that the sugar enters the bloodstream more gradually, helping to prevent the rapid spikes And remember, the spikes are what we're trying to inhibit or blunt, because if we get the spikes, we get the insulin. If we get the insulin, then we get all the other things that we just talked about. So the acetic acid in vinegar interrupts the enzyme that digests carbohydrate and, for instance, amylase. And you'll see that there. Okay? So vinegar, that's what vinegar does. Now, vinegar supposedly also helps with making the body more sensitive to insulin. Okay, so not only does it inhibit the ability of the body to break down the carbohydrate into sugar, but it also makes the body use its own insulin more effectively. And once again, remember what we're talking about. We are trying to blunt the spike in sugar. If we blunt the spike in sugar, we blunt the spike in insulin, and then all the different things that we talked about. Yes. Okay. And so that is why you see a lot of people talking about that. Now, the question that people are asking, well, how much? Right? And so it was 2 tablespoons of vinegar that they drank during the study because they were trying to standardize it. Now, I don't recommend that you go out and just drink vinegar. What a lot of people do is they include vinegar as part of their food. So if you're having salad, use the vinaigrette. Okay. Some people will sprinkle some vinegar over their food. You can do that. If you're at a restaurant, dip the bread in vinegar. Sometimes they'll bring vinegar to the table, right? The balsamic vinegar. The question you should be asking is, okay, what about this acidity, right? You said vinegar. Do other acidic things also help? Now, there are less studies that show the benefit of things like lemon juice or lime juice or some of the other acidic fruits that we have, but the idea is the same, right? So there are some studies out there. They're not as vigorous as with the vinegar, but they should work as well, so that when you're making whatever your meal. People who like a little sweetness, right? They can squeeze some orange juice from an orange across it. You can make your own salad dressing with lemon and limes and oranges and so forth. So that should be a benefit as well. Okay, so acidity. The next thing is this idea of retrogradation. And retrogradation, before I get there, let me talk about something. So when I cook, and if you make pasta, you'll notice that when you finish boiling the noodles, if you kind of leave them in the pot, they kind of get stuck together, right? So whenever you're cooking carbohydrates, pasta, potatoes, rice, and so forth. In fact, there are places where people they will wash their rice over and over and over and over, and they'll wash it until when you put the rice in the water and you let it soak for a little bit, you get that kind of cloudy water that comes off. So what they're doing is they're washing off the starch, the carbohydrate. So whenever we cook carbs, the water gets drawn into the carbohydrate. That's why pasta and rice become soft, or potatoes become soft. And they become textured, and they get into a state where the body can then absorb it because it's taking in the water and your body can digest it. By the way, the amylase that I talked about a little while ago in terms of digestion, yeah, those amylase, once you put that stuff in the mouth, it starts to break it down. Well, if you take that same dish, the same pasta, the rice, the potatoes, and you let it cool, you put it in the refrigerator overnight, what happens as you put it in the refrigerator, the molecules begin to cool. So whereas before, once you finish cooking it, you put it in your mouth and the body absorbs all of those carbs, when you put it in the refrigerator, you cool it down, those carbs, those carbohydrates, the sugar in there, they begin to crystallize. And if you warm that up when you eat it now, your body doesn't absorb as much of the carbohydrates. It actually passes through you. So one way, so that's the idea of retrogradation. Basically what you're doing is you're taking the food, you've cooked it, and instead of eating it right then, you put it in the refrigerator and you let it cool. And tomorrow when you heat it up and eat it, then your body doesn't absorb as much of the carbohydrate. That is another method of decreasing the spikes in blood sugars. Now, this one takes some planning, right? Because you have to anticipate that, okay, I'm going to make this dish and I'm going to put it in the refrigerator and let it cool, and then tomorrow we're going to eat it. Now, as I say to people, it's not an all or none. Some people say, well, I can't plan that far ahead. Well, maybe not for this meal for tonight, but how about the meal for tomorrow or next day? Right? So it doesn't have to be, okay, all of the meals you're using this idea, but you're using this idea as much as possible to try to blunt the spikes in blood sugar. Notice that ultimately our goal is to help you to develop habits and behaviors that you can do forever. Right? So we don't want you, well, okay, I'm gonna do this for a week and then I can't do it anymore because I'm not able to do all the meals. Well, we don't want you to necessarily do all the meals. That would be great if you can. But sometimes it's not practical to do that. So retrogradation, another way of decreasing the spikes that we can have in blood sugars so that we can decrease the amount of carbohydrates, amount of blood sugar spikes and the amount of insulin. And then you've all probably heard of glycemic index. The glycemic index is a measure of how much a specific food increases your blood sugar compared to pure sugar. Right? And it's from 0 to 100. From 0 to 100. So if I take a tablespoon of pure sugar, for example, and I take half a carrot or a piece of carrot and I do the sugar, right? And my blood sugar goes up to, I don't know, say 100. And then I do the carrot and my blood sugar goes to 50. So the glycemic index of the sugar is what? 100. The glycemic index of the carrot is 50. So the carrot doesn't raise my blood sugar as much. And so it's a way of comparing different foods. And as we're talking about the different foods, what we are going to be suggesting is that we try to eat foods that have lower glycemic index. So foods that don't cause as big a spike in blood sugar. Because once again, and I know I keep saying it, y'all, because I want this to kind of get drilled in. Because once we get the spike in blood sugar, insulin has to come out. When the insulin comes out, the insulin causes a bunch of different things. And we'll come back and do a show where we talk a little bit more about all the things that insulin will do. But we've talked about several of those already, right? So puts on weight, causes cravings, causes non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, can cause high cholesterol and high blood pressure and polycystic ovarian syndrome and on and on and on and on. Right? So what we want to do is we want to eat foods that have low glycemic index. Now, you heard me say a little while ago that for a lot of people, we don't even talk about glycemic index. And we don't talk about glycemic index because their issue is not one of glycemic index. Their issue is one of just eating massive amounts of carbs. So if you're eating chocolate cake every day for every meal, then glycemic index is not your issue. What we need to work on is not eating the chocolate cake every meal. Right? Because they're not even going to notice if we change the glycemic index of the chocolate cake, because it's already 100 probably, because it's pure sugar. So often we want to talk about glycemic index, but there are other things that we need to deal with first. So when we talk about glycemic index, there is a range, like I said, up to 100. And something that has low glycemic index is 55 or less, 55, 60 or less. Excuse me, guys. I'm having some allergy issues. Medium glycemic index is 56 to about 69, 70, and then above 70 and above is considered high glycemic index. So sugar would be in the high glycemic index. Now, notice or be aware that your body, even though we say, okay, something has a glycemic index of 50, for you, a particular food may do or cause a bigger spike than something else, and then cause a bigger spike than someone else's body. And as we talked about timing before, may cause a different spike in the morning versus a spike in the afternoon or in the evening. Right? So glycemic index. And then, of course, y'all, exercise. So not exercising is kind of like having a Mustang car in your garage and never driving it, or having whatever your car is, right? I was going to say Tesla, but Tesla's not the same. Right? So having one of those power cars in the garage and you don't drive it. The power that we have within our body in terms of our muscles is incredible. So when we exercise increases the uptake of glucose. So when we're talking about the cheat code, and I haven't said that yet. I keep saying talk cheat. These are the cheat codes, y'all. Right? How do we minimize the spikes that we get in sugar and ultimately spikes in insulin? This is the cheat code. This is the hack. So when we exercise, the muscles, in order for the muscle to move or to work, it has to get energy. And during exercise, it absorbs a lot more sugar to be able to move, to be able to work. And so we're burning sugar so we don't get as big a spike. So if you exercise, if you eat and then go exercise, I'm not talking about high intensity training and weightlifting, all that. I'm talking about going out and walking. If you do that, then your body at that time is the sugar that's coming in, those carbohydrates that are being broken down, that are being brought into the system, the body is going to use those for energy. And then the muscle has this amazing ability where it can absorb sugar without necessarily using insulin. Yeah. So that as you're using your muscles, the sugar is being absorbed and being used by the blood sugar, by the muscles. And so we don't get that rapid spike. And if we don't get the rapid spike, once again, insulin doesn't come out, and we improve our insulin sensitivity as well with exercise. And when we exercise, aside from the food that we just ate and the blood sugar that we just burned as a result of that, your muscles stay active. They stay metabolically active up to 48 hours after exercising. So you're getting a big bang for your buck. So you exercise for 30, 40 minutes, and for the next 48 hours, those muscles are burning more sugar than they would have if you had not exercised. So what do? Hey, about 20 to 30 minutes after you eat, get up and walk. You'll be surprised. So exercise. Once again, we're talking about those cheat codes, right? The cheat codes. And then, how do we deal with naked carbs? What is a naked carb? A naked carb is a carbohydrate that you eat by itself. That is like eating a piece of candy or a cookie or a donut or some carbohydrate alone, right? Just naked carbohydrates. It's like taking a spoon and sticking it in the jar of jam and just eating the jam. Naked carbs. And when you do that, the spike that we get in blood sugar is quick and high. We get a rapid increase. as a result of that, because there's nothing blunting the carbohydrate. Last week we talked about pairing different foods together. Here is a place where we can pair foods together. So to blunt the rise that you would get in blood sugar, you want to pair it with non-starchy vegetables. You want to pair it with some protein, and you want to pair it with some kind of fat. So avocado is something you can do. So people who are eating chips, right? Chips and dip, right? So avocado. So here's an interesting thing, right? When you go to the restaurant, what's the very first thing they bring you? Where they come over and they ask you, would you like anything to drink? And you give them your order, and they go away, and they come back with the drinks, and they bring with them a basket of bread. Why do you think they do that? Right? Because it stimulates the appetite, y'all. Right? Because that spike that you get, the blood sugar goes up. When the blood sugar goes up, insulin comes out. And what does insulin make you do? What did I just say? Insulin makes you hungry. It makes you crave. It makes you want to eat. Same thing with some of the drinks that they bring. Right? Because that's what happens as a result of blood sugar spikes and as a result of insulin. So when you consume carbohydrates by themselves without anything surrounding them, it's almost like mainlining sugar. All right. Yeah, I know. I use that term. Right. It's like taking an IV, stick it in your arm, and pouring sugar directly in. Because as soon as it goes in your mouth, the amylase breaks it down. The GI tract amylase breaks it down, and it absorbs it, and you get a big spike. And then boom, and then so we're off to the races. Okay, so you get that craving. So naked carbohydrates, mainly processed, they are absorbed like almost instantly. And when we do that, right, so the blood sugar goes up, we get the spike in blood sugar, the insulin comes out, and the insulin deals with the blood sugar, and the blood sugar drops because we get that big spike of insulin. When the blood sugar goes down, we think we're hungry, and so we go eat again, right? So we get this spike in blood sugar, insulin causes us to be hungry, have the appetite. Now insulin is bringing it down. When we get that drop, then we feel that as a hunger, and then we eat again. So we get through this cycle. That's why a lot of times people will eat carbohydrates, high carbohydrates, lots of carbohydrates, ice cream, cookies, cake, candy, and I'm famished. I can't stop eating. And it's because of the effects of the hormones. Okay. All right. So that's the cheat code, y'all. That's the cheat code. We'll come back. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. Let's see what we got out here. Let's see. G. Albert says, I've lost about 60 pounds. Second round. First round, 2016. Second round in the past 6 weeks using smaller plates, which means smaller portions, and Ozempic weekly down to 206. Blood sugar 75 in the morning. What? G. Albert in the house. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. Successes. And I love that. Thank you for sharing. Teresa says, good evening, Dr. Wood and everyone. Okay, I think we saw that one already. Steve says, great job, G. Albert. Hey, Steve, welcome. G. Albert asked the question. He said, white or apple cider vinegar? All the studies that they did they were with apple cider vinegar, but there's no reason to believe that white vinegar doesn't work. But because the studies use the apple cider, that's what a lot of people will promote, right? So apple cider vinegar. Teresa said, are you talking about the apple cider vinegar? Because I have used it for that purpose. Yes, Teresa, that is what we're talking about. Teresa says, could both methods be interchanged? Teresa, which method are you talking about? If you can just put that back in the chat for me. Which method? And then G. Albert says, yep, I also drink about 40 ounces of ginger root, whole lime, and simmer for about 10 hours on top of the stove with a cup of cran apple juice and 1 bag of Earl Grey tea. Not sure if it's healthy or helping. Well, it sounds good, G. Albert. I'm going to have to copy that down and try that recipe. Teresa says, so how do you know what your glycemic index is? Teresa, very good question. And it's not, you can't know what your glycemic index is. You can know what the glycemic index of foods are, and you will just have to try the foods and see how they spike your blood sugar. Okay, so there's no way for you to tell, for a person to tell what their glycemic index is. Okay, we can tell what the food is, and I guess I shouldn't say there's no way. There is a way, but it's experimental, right? So how did they come up with the glycemic index of foods? Well, they took people and they fed them the food, and we saw what the blood sugars did. Right, so that's how they come up with all those things. It's kind of like how we diagnose someone, or how we know what insulin resistance is. Right, we say one person is more insulin resistant than the other. Well, what we did was we took people, we put them in the lab, we put an IV in on one arm that has sugar going in, and we put an IV on the other arm that has insulin going in. And a euglycemic clamp is that's what it's called. And what we did was we said, hey, we're gonna keep the blood sugar. We're gonna keep putting in a constant rate of sugar, and then we're gonna see how much insulin it takes to keep this person's blood sugar at a certain point. That's called a euglycemic or normal glycemic clamp. And so that's how we figured out, okay, this one has more insulin resistance than that person, but you can't do that in your normal everyday. There's a formula called the HOMA-IR, but that's a whole nother conversation. Okay. All right. Let's see. So Teresa says, great job, G. Albert. Yes, very good job. And Teresa says the vinegar and timing method, I believe that's what I was talking about. Oh, okay. So very good question. And actually, Teresa, that is a great place for me to kind of give a cap for some of this. Okay? Give a cap for some of this. So let's hop over and let's take a look at this one right here. So what's the cheat code? What's the cheat code? The cheat code really is all the things we just talked about. The acidity, the glycemic index, the exercise, the retrogradation, not dealing with naked carbs, and timing. They're all there. So how does this all work? How do we practically deal with this? That means that at your house, you're going to go about your normal day, and you're going to be eating things. You're going to eat whatever it is that you've decided you're going to eat that day. But as you are planning what you're going to eat in your life, I'm not talking about at this moment right now, I'm about to eat a cookie or about to eat whatever. I'm going to say, oh man, I wonder, is this, right? That's not the point. That's not the time to make that decision, right? Now you can do it, but what I want you to begin doing is I want you to begin planning, okay, thinking generally. Which of these things fit into my life and at what times? Now, if timing is an issue, you've noticed that, hey, there's certain foods I eat, and every time I eat them at night, my blood sugar goes up. Try them in the morning. And if the blood sugars are better, guess what? Maybe that's something you can switch to using in the morning. But you have to have planned and have to have thought about that ahead of time. Because if right now you're sitting down to eat a bag of chips, guess what? It's already there. You've got to plan, okay, our normal process, our behavior, the thing that we're going to do as a family, as a person, as a group, is after we eat, we're going to go walk around the block. Or we're going to have a plate, a bowl, a little canter of vinegar on the table whenever we're eating bread. Right? We're going to do like they do in the restaurant. We're going to get a little vinegar. We're going to get a little olive oil. We're going to pour it on a plate, and I'm going to sop my bread in it. Right? So you're adding that. I'm going to change the type of dressing I use. Instead of eating ranch, I'm going to now do vinaigrette. Okay? So it is incorporating the things in your life that make sense and that fit. One of the main reasons why lifestyle changes don't work is because we try to contort our lives to the change we're making. Now, I'm not saying that you don't have to make an effort and be deliberate about it, but there are some things that just don't fit. And if they don't fit, they don't fit. That's okay. Let's try something else. Now, if you are using foods that have a higher glycemic index, right? And notice, right? So there are 6 things that we've talked about. We talked about acidity, glycemic index, timing, exercise, naked carbs, and retrogradation. So if you know that you're using something that has a higher glycemic index, then glycemic index is no longer on the list of things you can do. You've got to pick from one of the other 5 or a combination of the other 5. So I'm going to say, hey, I'm making pasta for lunch, and it's going to be on Saturday. And I know the pasta is full of carbs. You know that. And I'm going to eat it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make pasta on Friday, put it in the refrigerator. So I'm using retrogradation. Maybe instead of having a lunch party, I'll have a supper party or dinner party or wherever, right? And I'm going to pair that with some kind of fat, some kind of protein, so that I'm not just eating a bowl of pasta. I'm going to have some fish with it. I'm going to have a piece of meat with it. I'm going to have some chicken with it. Notice what I've done is I've used several of the cheat codes, several of these hacks to deal with the blood sugar that's going to result from having the elevated carbohydrates. Does that make sense? Awesome. All right. And we'll come back and we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. Let's see. So vinegar. Okay, so Teresa said, okay, got it. Very good. Let's see. G. Albert says, oops, forgot 12 cups of water and 1 cup of chopped ginger root and 1 lemon or lime. Maybe I'll experiment with vinegar. Okay. I like that. Once again, G. Albert, and for everybody out there, I don't recommend just grabbing a cup and just drinking vinegar, right? Because it's very, very caustic and very acidic. But definitely, and vinegar, guys, if you think about it, vinegar actually, if used properly, adds a nice flavor to food. Right? So there's that kind of tanginess to it. Yeah. So the sour, right? So that's all good. G. Albert says, walking sounds like work. Teresa said, G. Albert never tried the lime with the vinegar. Thanks. Yep, makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, let's take a look at some numbers here, y'all. Let's hop over and let's take a look at these numbers. So here is my blood sugar. Well, it's supposed to show up there. Let me make one change. Here is my Libre. Right? So that's my blood sugar, 114. And let's come over here, and then I'll go over and grab my Dexcom really quickly. And my Dexcom right now just lost the signal, so as soon as that comes up, we'll see what that is. But in the meantime, let's pop over here and let's take a look at what these blood sugars are showing. All right, so let's see. Let's grab one of these. Oops. A little bit too aggressive with that, so the cap came off. Boom. and let's grab my Lancet. Get a drop of blood. Oops, yeah, that was a good drop right there, y'all. Let's see, let that run. And while that's running, I'll have to keep a drop of blood. So 131, 129, okay, is what this is saying my blood sugar is. So you see those are off from what my Libre is saying. And let's go ahead and we're going to see what my ketones are. So remember, as the blood sugars rise, the ketones go up. So I've not fasted since Friday. So what do you think my ketones are going to be? Somebody out there, give me a guesstimate. What do you think they're going to be? All right, so 0.3, right? So not in ketosis, yeah. That makes sense. And then let's see if my Dexcom is giving us a number. So 129. So I like that. What I want to do is I'm going to hop over because I want you to see. I want to go through a couple of things that happened with blood sugars this past weekend. And to do that, I need to get over to my Dexcom, which, as you know, it times out whenever I don't use it for a while. So give me just a second. Let me pull that back up. All right, so let's hop over and let's take a look at that. All right, so you'll see there for the last 14 days, my blood sugar, my average blood sugar is 103, according to the Dexcom. Let me grab this mouse so I can point. Okay, yeah. So average blood sugar 103. There it is. The range is 70 to 180, which is what you see down there. And actually, let me see what happened. Oh, did I lose you guys? I hope not. There we go. Okay. Yeah, everything, all my windows disappeared for a minute. Yeah, so that's my average blood sugar for the last 14 days. My range is 70 to 180. This thing says I'm in target 93% of the time, right? That's that number that you see. And it says that if these numbers continue, then my glucose management indicator, or an estimate of what my A1C would be 5.8. Okay, so I love that. Well, let's go ahead and let's get down because I want to take a look at a couple of things here. All right, so this was something that I did. Let's start with today. Yeah, let's start with today. So here's my blood sugar right around noon. Right, so right around noon, and I started eating. So what I had was 2 hamburger patties and a slice of cheddar cheese and a slice of pepper jack cheese. All right, so let's bring this one up. All right, so about 120, and I had that, and so blood sugar. So I got this little spike right here. You see that? Okay, so that's what I ate, but that's not all I got on my plate. What I did get also was I got some onion rings. So started eating here, went up, and I said I'm not going to eat the onion rings, so I put them in my office. And then as I was getting ready, kind of mid-afternoon, because I leave on Mondays early so I can come and get prepared for the show. So as I was leaving, I was like, oh man, these onion rings are right there. Right? I was being a good steward. I didn't want to throw them away because that's wasting food. And so I said, oh, let me go ahead and eat them. And then I want you to see right there. Look at that. So that was the onion ring. And then look what happens. All right. So we continue to go down. Now, so I want to talk about this right here. And this is something that you guys will see and or hear about. So I want to spend a minute and just talk about it. And that is that double spike that you get. Now, notice that after, get rid of this. Notice that after that second spike, my blood sugar seemed to come down much quicker than after I had this. See that small spike right there? So it went up and it was coming down, and then I ate again. But look at how quickly it came down. Right? And this is that second phase insulin release. And the idea there is that when I ate something that had carbs, and I didn't eat a whole lot of carbs, that my body produced some insulin to deal with those carbs. And that's probably the cheese and whatnot. And the body already had some insulin prepared in the cells. And so when I ate that second meal that had the higher carbs, the body released all of that insulin, and then my blood sugars came down quickly. Okay. Now that is known. That's a theory. Well, not the theory. It is known that can happen. And there are people that will purport that if you want to get a better response on that second meal, to eat a higher carb meal that first time, so that the body is prepared for the second meal, so that you drop the blood sugar. And I understand the theory behind it, but it doesn't make practical sense for what we want to do, right? So we can't say that it makes sense to eat high carbs so that later on my body responds better to carbs. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's second phase. The next thing I wanted to show you. So I want you to kind of remember that. The next thing I want to show you is I want to go way back to, let's see, was that Saturday? Yes. So here was Friday, and remember Friday I broke my fast at 6:45 or 6:30 while we were on the show. And as I ate, my blood sugar started going up. So this is getting into midnight. And then here is Saturday morning, and my sensor actually died. So I didn't change it. But look at the blood sugars, right? So blood sugars 120s and so forth. And so I went and remember I told you we were at the funeral, and so I decided I was going to eat something, and because we got back to the church probably about 4-ish. And so I started eating, and I had 2 pieces of fried chicken. I had, what else did they have? So I had fried chicken. I didn't have any rice. Oh, I had some mashed potatoes. And I want you to see, look at that. Look at the rise in blood sugar. And those were 2 pieces of chicken breast. And they were so good, y'all. Right? And if you remember, if you've been following me, you've seen my blood sugar. This was the first time in like weeks, right, that I had a blood sugar that spiked up above 180. It happened like way back here somewhere. I don't have all of those, but way back here somewhere, I would have to go back and find those. That happened, but I've not had a blood sugar that spiked up that high in like weeks. And so, let's see, where am I? Get back here. Okay, here we are. And so people say, well, does that mean that your diabetes is not in remission? No, it just probably means that I shouldn't have had 2 pieces of chicken. But, right, that doesn't mean you can't. Because if you follow the blood sugars, right, so look at that. So it spiked up, right? It came down, and then overnight, right? So we were at 160, and it continued to drop. And of course, here I'm not fasting, right? So we're kind of staying in the 120s, 123. And for those of you in our community, you know that I have a nut fetish. So I eat almonds and cashews, and so anytime you see these spikes right here, that's probably some cashews or some almonds that I ate. Okay. So one thing that I want to talk about before we go, and maybe another cheat that we need another cheat code, is this idea of snacking. There is no physiologic, there's no medical reason for snacking. Your body doesn't need it. Most of us. We snack because of, right? because we snack because of these things: habit, emotions, access, and taste. So as you are in the process, maybe I need to add that as another one of the cheat codes. Is there's not really a reason for snacking. Snacking is not a physiologic thing. Snacking is a social, cultural thing that we've developed. You remember when you were a kid and you came home and you're like, "Oh, I want something to eat." Mom's like, "Okay, no, we're having dinner here soon," right? So yeah. All right, y'all. So this is a great place for us to do our thought of the day. So let's hop over and do that right now. All right, and our thought of the day is that mindfulness is the path to a peaceful mind. Mindfulness is the path to a peaceful mind. As we've talked about putting our diabetes in remission and reversing diabetes and getting off of medication, much of what we've discussed really is not a food problem. Much of the things that we've talked about in terms of reversing diabetes have to do with how we perceive the world and how that perception influences us in our access to and our drive and our appetite for food. And so just like in putting diabetes in remission, right, we talk about mindful eating. We talked about being emotionally intelligent. That's another phrase for mindfulness, being aware of how you are feeling, being aware of how the surroundings are affecting you, being aware of how you are interacting with the world and with your community. And if we're mindful, then we are aware of our interaction. We're aware of when our interaction is such that it puts us in a negative place where it causes detriment to not just our mind, but detriment to our relationships, detriment to us physically, and detriment to the community. Emotional intelligence, mindfulness. So as we are working to put our diabetes in remission, remember, a lot of the things that happen to us are simply side effects of the growth that we will see. They are the additional benefits that come from the process, from the journey on which we find ourselves. There are going to be some hard things for us to look at. There are going to be some hard conversations to have with ourselves. There are going to be some hard memories that we need to deal with. But remember, New Year, New You is not just about this moment. New Year, New You is not just about this year. New Year, New You is a journey of a lifetime. And that journey begins by knowing ourselves and understanding how we are interacting with our community. So mindfulness, y'all, is the path to a peaceful mind. And that is our thought for today. All right. So as we bring this thing down, right? So remember, the cheat code is using these things that we've talked about, these hacks, to minimize the spike in blood sugar. Minimizing the spike in blood sugar minimizes the insulin response, Minimizing the insulin response minimizes our cravings, our drive to eat, minimizes the weight we put on, minimizes our progression into non-alcoholic fatty liver disease and metabolic syndrome and polycystic ovarian syndrome and all the other things that come as a result of that. Right? So what do we do? What do we do in terms of acidity? Add some vinegar to your meals. Use some vinaigrette dressing. Use glycemic index foods that are less than 60. Really less than 55. Pre-plan and begin using this idea of retrogradation, right? Take your food, whatever you're making, put it in the refrigerator, eat it tomorrow. Exercise 30 minutes after you eat. Go walking. Try not to eat naked carbs because you need something around it to blunt the spikes in blood sugar. And then begin learning for yourself what are the different foods that your body responds to in different ways at different times of the day. Once again, that's part of mindfulness, knowing yourself, knowing how your body responds. Remember, here on the channel, there is a platform on which we are using. That is our Triple E formula for success. We educate. The shows that we do, the blogs, the podcasts, all of those things are with the idea of giving you data, giving you information, because information is what you need in order for you to understand. When you understand, then you have the tools that we're using, the HEAT model, right? The emotional intelligence that we talked about, the 5 whys, all of those tools are things that you can use because they empower you. They are the things that allow you to implement the discussions that we're having in terms of making change to your life. And then here on the channel, the community is what gives us encouragement and gives us empowerment. So the Triple E formula for success. The HEAT model, remember, these are the things that derail us. So keep an eye for these. These are things that you want to be aware of, that mindful idea of understanding how I work. What are the things that are pushing me to get off track? Habits, emotions, access, and taste. And then our call to action, y'all. Here's the call to action. Number 1, join the challenges. We've had several challenges as we went through the months, as we went through the shows. Number 1, begin fasting for a 24-hour period. Once a week. Figure out your why. What's making you do this? Why do you want to be healthy? Why do you want to reverse your diabetes? Why? Join the challenges. Don't just let the shows come and then go sit on the shelf. Use them, get involved, claim your seat when you get here. Number 2, right? Share your story. Just like we've seen in this chat today, that a lot of people are talking about their benefits and the things that they're doing and the successes that they have. When you tell your successes, then other people are encouraged. When you tell of challenges that you're having, people know that they're not by themselves. The worst thing is to be on a journey and thinking that you're by yourself. I'm excited because you guys are here, because you're part of my community. You help keep me accountable. You don't think I wanted a third piece of that chicken? But I said, well, I can't do that because my blood sugar is going to go up too high. I got to show these blood sugars on Monday. Community. We have our next community meetup that's coming up on the 18th. That's next Thursday. And I'm going to go ahead and put that, I'm going to go ahead and put that link in the chat so that you can go ahead and do that. If you have registered before, go ahead and register again for me, y'all. What I'm working on is a way so that the people who register for one don't have to register again and they can just come in. But the platform that I was hoping to get that on is not quite ready. So we're going to do a Zoom. Hopefully we'll get that ready for next month. All right, so there is the link that just came through. That's one of the benefits of being here on the live, right? You get to see and you get to be, you get to get these things, right? So we're not putting this out to the general public. If people are here on the show and they want to join the community and they want to come into the chat, it's great. It's an opportunity for you to ask questions, for me to see your face, for us to talk to each other. Right now, I know I love the fact that we were able to type in. But this allows us to be able to talk to each other directly. Okay, so share your story, build the community. The community is as strong and as good as you are. And then finally, invite a friend, invite a family member. There are so many people around the world, in the country, in your neighborhood, on your job, in your family that can benefit from this information. Let them know. Form a watch group. Say, hey, let's go watch through these shows. Let's go watch through these things. Let's go ahead and let's work on the challenges together. Okay. And remember, the challenge that we have for this month is you're supposed to be working on a recipe, right? Make this meal. And those are the things right there. You want to make a meal that is whole food based, that minimizes processed foods, that has no sugar added, that has some starchy and non-starchy foods in it, that has healthy fat, lean protein, that's tasty, y'all. It tastes good. It can't be bad. And that has the appropriate portion size. That's the challenge for this month. So you got this entire month to do that. Okay? And that's our call to action. All right. Well, thank you guys for being here. I love being in this community. Love hanging out with you all. Let me see if I can put some of these last comments up here. Let's see. Yep. Make lots of sense. So G. Albert says, my fear is that I don't really want to yo-yo my weight back to 265 after this journey. Very, very much understood, G. Albert. And a lot of things that we're talking about are with the idea of preparing you and getting you into a space where you can maintain much of that. Now, one of the things that I'll G. Albert, if you don't mind, I'll use you as an example. One of the things that I tell people and to myself, okay, is we've got to begin learning what the tools are that we need, so that because something is going to happen, right? So life is going to take a turn, right? So you're going to have some stressful events go on. Maybe you can't get Ozempic for one month. Maybe the insurance changes it; they don't cover it anymore. So all these different things happen. And the question that I often ask people, and the question I want you to address, and a question I want this community to begin grappling with: what are the tools that we're learning that we can use to make this sustainable? Okay. Teresa said, you mix the vinegar with water is better, but G. Albert's idea is good. I like that. He said, thanks. Teresa says 3.7. Teresa, I'm not sure what that was a reference to. She said off by a lot. Knew you just misplaced the decimal point. Oh, 37. Okay, I see. This is still good, Doctor. Awesome. G. Albert, when your blood spikes to 180, did you get that high sugar feeling? No, actually, Teresa, I did not get the high sugar feeling. It was, it actually felt, I didn't feel it at all. Okay. Awesome. Okay, and there is the link. Okay, here we go. Well, everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you. So Teresa says she's having a problem registering again. So Teresa, I'll see if I can fix that on my end. Okay, I'll see if I can fix that on my end for you. And I think I have your email from when you registered before, so I'll send you an email with that. Okay. All right. So as always, glad that you're here. Glad that I was able to spend some time with you, y'all. This is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, creating the life you've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night. We will see you in our check-in that's coming up here in a couple of days. And then, of course, on our show, Monday at 7 p.m. Central. Good night, everybody.
Courage giver, and I'm excited to celebrate Dr. Dwain's anniversary. I came across Dr. Dwain on LinkedIn, and he was talking about a new you, reversing diabetes. And I had just had a conversation with a friend who had shared with me that their brother-in-law was diabetic. and was looking for resources. And immediately I thought of Dr. Dwain. I not only referred Dr. Dwain, but I actually went over to his YouTube channel where I discovered so much information on being healthy. I want to encourage you to follow Dr. Dwain as well, as you will find a wealth of information for living healthy and whole, especially when it comes to diabetes. Happy anniversary, Dr. Dwain. It's a new year, a new you with unlimited possibilities. Let's reverse diabetes. Happy anniversary, Dr. Dwain. From RJ Jackson, the Courage Giver.
Have been paying attention to the news. If you have been kind of watching and seeing what's going on around the country and around the world in terms of health, then you know that diabetes is one of those diseases that continues to plague us. You know, we've talked about the statistics. We've talked about the numbers. Over 460 million people around the world, 37 million in the United States alone, that suffer from diabetes. And here in this space, the quest for this year is, how do we put diabetes in remission? How do we get off of the medication? How do we improve our lives? And in this episode, we're going to talk about one of those things that, you know, is kind of that hush hush that nobody ever really delves into. That is stress and its effect on blood sugars. That's right. Stress has an effect on blood sugars. And here in this space, because we want to put your diabetes in remission, because we want to reverse diabetes, we're going to spend some time tonight talking about how stress and the hormones in our body affects our blood sugar. If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, y'all. We're creating the life we've always wanted. And in this year, new year, new you. And I welcome you. I welcome you. I do see some people out there. Just shout out. I see Key Washington. Hey, Key, how are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad that you are here with us. She said, good evening. And then I see Teresa Graham. She said, hello, Dr. Woode and everyone. If you're out there, whatever platform you are watching on, we are streaming on Facebook. We're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on TikTok. Not TikTok. We're streaming on X, or the old Twitter, and we're streaming on LinkedIn. So glad that you're here. Jeff is here as well. Jeff says hello. And we're moving, y'all. We're moving through the process. We're moving through this putting our diabetes in remission. And as we do, y'all, we're going to show you what our blood sugars are as we get into the evening. You've been watching me, and we've been doing some shorts, we've been doing some check-ins, and let me go ahead and pull that up so you can see that we've got all of our stuff ready. We're going to check our blood sugars here. You see my monitor there. That is the Libre. And one of the things I want to talk about is something that I've noticed between the Libre and the Dexcom. But we'll get into that as we get into the show tonight. If you have not done so, please go ahead and subscribe. Go ahead and hit the like button. Go ahead and hit the share button, because we want other people around to know what is going on and what we're doing in this space. But welcome. Okay, so we'll look at our numbers here in a little bit, but let's go ahead and let's hop into it, y'all. Let's hop into it, and let's take a look first of all, before we do that, and see where we've been and where we are heading. So what's been our path so far? Okay, so what has been our path so far? Our path has been that we have talked about lots of different things here in the space, and over the course of the last month, right, we've done several shows, and on our channel you'll see those shows there, starting with the very first show that we did. What are the first steps to really take charge of your health, right? So what do we need to do? How do we get ourselves ready? We introduced fasting as one of those key components that we're going to be using throughout this year, y'all. And you know what we do. You know how we do it. We talked about which diabetes medications you should initially talk to your doctor about getting off. We talked about some medications that you may want to discuss about getting on, and we'll talk more about why that was. If you remember, we talked about the sulfonylureas or the secretagogues. We talked about some of those medications that suppress the appetite. Then we had a discussion about how do we go about adjusting those medications, bringing them down, and then last week how to navigate our triggers. And as we move into the space, as we move into what are we going to do, how do we get this moving, how do we get this going, remember our key, right? The key thought that we have had is that diabetes is really not a sugar problem. That's right. Diabetes is not a sugar problem. The blood sugars that we have are consequences of whatever the underlying problem is with our diabetes. And the underlying problem, as you guys remember, is insulin. And we're talking specifically to adults with type 2 diabetes, right? Type 1 diabetes, diabetics, remember, they require insulin. We've not yet found a way to treat them without insulin. So we're talking specifically here, adults with type 2 diabetes. But also remember that as we move into the space of talking about diabetes and talking about the things that we do for diabetes, insulin, because of the nature of what it does, it has an effect on so many other parts of the body. So while insulin is a potent lowerer of blood sugar, it also has the ability to make you hungry. It has the ability to make you put on weight, retain weight. It has problems or implications in fatty liver disease, metabolic syndrome, obesity, high blood pressure, and on and on and on. And let me just take a sip here because my voice is like it's cracking. All right, so insulin. And so our goal in all that we do is, first of all, to suppress the insulin or decrease the amount of insulin that we're taking in, which was why we talked about those medications that were secretagogues that force the body or makes the body make insulin. So those are the first group that we talked about. We also talked about decreasing the amount of total insulin that we're taking, because and this is perhaps a good space or place to have just a small conversation. Insulin in the body, like someone who's not diabetic, insulin in the body is a normal hormone. Insulin in the body is a normal hormone. It does what it's supposed to do at the levels that the body normally makes. It is when that insulin level begins to rise that then not only does it now help to manage blood sugar, but it starts to have significant implications in the other things that it's doing. Right? It's kind of like we always think that if a little bit of something is good, then more of it is better. Not necessarily with insulin, right? So the insulin, the amount of insulin that the body makes normally is great. But as we start to get higher and higher levels of insulin, we start to see the complications that come from the elevated amounts of insulin. So our goal is always decreasing the amount of insulin that we're taking in, that is the medication, the insulin, decreasing the amount of medications that force our bodies to make insulin, those are the secretagogues. And then how do we, in the body itself, handle the amount of insulin that it is making so that it becomes more sensitive, right? And so one of the things that we're going to be talking about tonight is that exact process. The body is a very smart system. And your body's job, its function, is to keep you alive. And so the body will do everything that it can to keep you alive and in that space. And let's run through our stress system here. So as we talk about stress, right? We talk about stress. And if you remember, remember HEAT, right? So we talked last week about habits, emotions, access, and taste. That E, right, the emotion component, most of the things that are in that emotions or in those emotions have to do with stress. All right. So most of those are stress. So what's going on in stress? What's going on in stress? So what happens in stress is that your body goes through hormonal and neurologic changes, physiologic changes that gets it ready to handle the stress. Let me back up and let me tell you a story. You guys remember last year, right? Actually coming up in March. So I went on a whitewater rafting trip. You know, we were in Carolinas. We went to see a basketball game. My son is a big basketball fan, and so we went there, and we were on this trek to see some basketball games. And so we went to see the Charlotte Hornets play the Denver Nuggets, and so we were over there. And so it was one of the teams that we needed to get on our list, right? So we've got this bucket list that we're working on. And so anyway, so we went out, and so while we were there, somebody in my house convinced me that we should go whitewater rafting as part of this trip. So I went whitewater rafting, and we sat and we watched the little video that they showed, the one where they say, if anything happens, we're not responsible. So you watch the video, you sign the piece of paper, and you went and you put on all the life jackets, life vests, you got the helmet and all the stuff. And so now we're in the raft, y'all. And I'm watching the video. I saw the video and I put on the stuff and I'm sitting in the raft and I'm thinking to myself, what are the chances that I'm going to be the one that falls out of the raft? Oh yeah, never say that to yourself, because guess what? You're going to be the one that falls out. So we're there, and so the raft master, he's back there, and so we've got, I think it was 4 people on one side, 4 people on the other side. I think that was the number. And so we're going over these rapids, and he's like, and as he's calling, right, you're supposed to dig in with your oar, and and so we're going. And we get to this one spot and we go over the rocks and we come down, and there's a little kind of whirlpool right after you get over the rocks. And we kind of got stuck, right? So our raft is stuck in there, and we're, he's like, pull. And so we're pulling. And the goal was to get up the rapids are going. And so we're in this whirlpool between a bunch of rocks, by the way. And as the goal is to kind of pull until you get over the rocks, and then once you get over this next set of rocks, then you get into kind of a more calm area of this river that we were on. And so we're calling, and we go, and we tried to get up, and we made it halfway up, and we came back down. And so now he's okay, guys, we're gonna have to dig in, and we went and we started rowing, and the guy on the front where I was supposed to, he's supposed to be leading our side, and didn't do that. So what happened was he actually lost his row, and he started to fall out. And as he started to fall out, our raft kind of tilted to the side that we're on. And I'm in the back, I'm the last one on that side. And as the raft went up, he fell out, and everybody's trying to help him. And I'm in the back, and the raft is almost on its side. And so I fall out. Not an issue yet, right? Not an issue yet. But then what happens, right? They said to grab on to the perimeter rope. So I grab onto the perimeter rope. Except that, remember, we're still in this area where it's swirling. And so I ended up under the raft. And y'all, do you know what's under a raft that's in water? No air. Okay. And so in that entire process, right, you can imagine, right, my heart is beating, and my blood pressure probably went up, and my blood sugars were probably going up. Now, here's the thing. in that instance, it made sense for my blood sugar to go up. It made sense for my blood pressure to go up. It made sense for my eyes to constrict. It made sense for my body to pump a lot of sugar into me, right? Because I needed it. And that is called the stress response. But when that response is prolonged, then it starts to cause issues for the body. And that's what we're going to talk about here in just a little bit. Let's get back to a stress response. So phases, there are 3 phases or three stages of stress. Alarm, then there's the resistance stage, and then the exhaustion stage. Now, prior to the resistance exhaustion, let's talk about the alarm. So the alarm phase, right? The nervous system is awakened. So you fall out of the raft. You are in a car accident. Someone, you're walking down the street and you see someone that looks shady up in front of you. You're at home and you hear a noise. So automatically, the body goes into alert. So there's a part of the brain called the amygdala. And the amygdala says, and is that part that is responsible for our interpretation, right? So fear. And the amygdala says, hey, I see something, or I hear something, or I smell something. I smell fire. Right? So the amygdala says, hey, there's something going on, and it sends a signal to the rest of the body. And it actually sends 2 signals. It sends a nervous system signal, and it also sends a hormonal signal, right? So nervous system and hormonal system, the amygdala. And in the process of sending those signals, then the body begins looking for and preparing for that particular issue that you're seeing, right? So you'll see there, as part of the brain, right, that amygdala that's there in the back sends a signal to a part of the brain called the hypothalamus. And the hypothalamus is, everybody talks about the pituitary as the regulator of hormones, but the hypothalamus really is the big boss. And so hypothalamus says, hey, pituitary, I need you to send a signal to the adrenal, and because we need some cortisol. Those are the stress hormones, cortisol, epinephrine. And if you guys remember, one of my favorite shows and one of my favorite superheroes was the Incredible Hulk. Remember him? It's Incredible Hulk, right? David Banner. So he was irradiated, and now whenever he got upset, he turned into this big green, powerful, strong, quote unquote, monster, as people called him, right? What happened to David Banner was that his adrenals, right, that part of the body that produced stress hormones, whenever his adrenals began releasing hormones, he released an abnormal amount and an abnormal functioning hormone. And so he became this great big green guy. But that's what stress hormones do. Stress hormones are the hormones that come out. Someone, gets into a car accident and they've broken a leg, y'all, in the accident, or they've broken an arm, or they've been injured in the accident, and they get out of the car and they go over and they help somebody else who was in the accident as well. And it's not until they calm down that they realize, oh my God, my arm hurts. You know why they were able to do that? Because of adrenaline, because of stress hormones. Because stress hormones have the ability to give energy to handle whatever it is. It is why the lion chases the zebra. And the lion's hungry, but the zebra gets away. Why? Because the zebra's adrenaline hits into or shoots into high gear, and the zebra's adrenaline produces a bunch of hormones, and the zebra's muscles are now awakened, and the zebra takes off, and the zebra is gone. So the lion's now hungry. It's why you hear those stories of appearingly superhuman ability. Mom is sitting on a stoop, in the city, and she's watching as her kid is playing on the sidewalk or on the street, and something happens, and a truck or a car runs the red light and hops the sidewalk and is heading towards her child, and mom has this superhuman strength and speed, and she dashes over, grabs the kid away, and saves the child from getting hit by the car. How was she able to do that? Because of stress hormones. They give us that ability to function. So the body senses stress. The amygdala sends a signal to the hypothalamus. Hypothalamus says, hey, body, I need you now to start working. So I'm going to get you ready. I'm sending a signal to the adrenals, so I need some cortisol. I need some stress hormones. And I'm sending a signal to the rest of the body. These are nervous system responses. And we'll talk about both those here in a minute. So that's how the stress response works. And then the body is able to get you through whatever the stress is, get you away from the danger. And then what's supposed to happen is that the danger, once it's gone, your body begins to now calm down again. That's a normal stress response, y'all. Okay? That's how it's supposed to work. And the parts of the body that do that, as I've been mentioning, the pituitary, the adrenals, you don't need to know all of that right now, but we'll come back and talk a little bit more about those. So how is the stress response activated? As I said, you have a perception of fear. You see a lion. You hear a noise in the night, or you see someone who's dangerous, or you're at the edge of a cliff and you look over and you're like, oh my goodness, right? So there's the perception that gets sent to the brain. The brain sends a response to the hypothalamus, and the hypothalamus says, hey, I need cortisol, I need stress hormones, and hey, sympathetic system, hey, I need you to do some things. Now, let's talk through those. Well, what happens in the sympathetic system? Well, your heart rate goes up. Why does your heart rate go up? Because your body has to now send more energy throughout the system. So the heart has to move faster so that the energy that now is being produced in the body can flow around to all the muscles, to your eyes, to your heart, to your lungs. So the heart rate has to go up. Your blood pressure has to go up. Why does the blood pressure have to go up? Because now we've got to force the blood to go where it needs to go, right? We're heightening. The blood pressure has to go up. Your eyes, right, will constrict. Why do eyes constrict? Because you've got to see farther now than where you are. Because I need to get over there, not stay right here. So all these physiologic things are going on in the body to begin moving us in the direction. And then cortisol goes out, and cortisol is the thing that says, hey, I need to get some energy, right? And the energy part is what we're gonna spend some time actually talking through as we go through this discussion. All right. Does that make sense? So that is the activation of the stress response. So, and then here are these physiologic changes. So release adrenaline, we release cortisol. Those are the two hormones. We mobilize glucose. Yeah, that's the one right there, guys. And then we suppress non-essential functions. Let's go backwards. We're going to start with suppressing non-essential functions. Well, what are non-essential functions? Well, if I'm running from a lion, I don't need to digest food. So the body turns off digestion. If I'm running from a lion, I don't need to bear children. I don't need to reproduce. So the body shuts down the reproductive system. The body shuts down sperm production. It shuts down ovulation. If I'm running from a lion, right, I don't need to remember that my wife and my kid is at home waiting for me to come home for dinner, right? I need to get away from the lion. I don't need to be thinking about them right now. So the body, the cortisol that comes out decreases memory. Right? I don't need that for my hair to grow on my arms. I don't need for my skin to grow. I don't need for my nails to grow. So all of those things that are not essential the body shuts down. Now, that's going to be important for us here in a minute when we come back to talk about chronic stress. Now we're talking about just the initial, you see something wrong, you're in the stress response, and the body's dealing with it. And that is great in the short term. When it becomes a problem is in the long term, right? When it becomes chronic. Okay, so we shut down all the things that we don't need right now. That's why when people are stressed, they get ulcers. Because the body shuts down or diverts blood from the GI tract, from the digestion. Because right now I don't need to digest food. So all the blood that's normally going into my GI tract gets shunted to my heart, to my lungs, to my muscles. And if that's the case, what happens to the lining of the stomach if it doesn't have enough energy, if it doesn't have enough blood? Well, it breaks down and people develop ulcers. If I'm stressed, I don't need hair. So during stress, people lose their hair. Their nails become brittle. Their skin becomes dry. Women lose menstrual cycles. Men their sperm count goes down. Right? Notice all of those are not essential during a stressful time. In the initial acute setting, that's great because I can utilize that energy for something else. But long term, I want to be able to have hair. Right? I want my skin to be nice and soft. I want to have nice nails. I want to have children. But if we're in a stressful situation, that doesn't happen. All right, right. So you're starting to see the connection. And then the question, and so once again, these are just other things that you will see that go on with blood sugars. Right? These are other items that you will see. Well, not blood sugars, but in the stress response. Right. So on the we talked about the eyes, right, constricting. Your pupils, dilating. Pupils dilate because you got to see far. Your heart rate goes up, right? Your adrenals are producing hormones. Your stomach slows because you don't need to digest anything, right? So all of those issues that you see that a lot of times people will have when they're stressed are a natural consequence, and it is the body trying to protect itself and conserve the energy that it needs. Okay. So what are some metabolic changes that are caused by stress? And this is where we're going to spend some time. So number one, when cortisol comes out, cortisol's job is to find energy in the body. That's the job. That's the function of cortisol. It goes into the body and it says, hey, I need to get more energy. And so it starts to break down the glycogen that's in your liver so it can use it for sugar. So blood sugar goes up. So why does blood sugar initially go up? Because your body needs more energy. You're getting ready to run. You saw something, you heard something that's scary, and the body's saying, hey, in order to deal with this, I've got to get energy. So it goes and it finds energy and it raises your blood sugar. Cortisol, when it comes out, suppresses insulin. Because what's insulin's job? Insulin's job is to decrease blood sugar. Well, if I am running, I don't want my blood sugar to go down. I want to keep my blood sugar as high as possible so I can access all of the sugar that's available to me. So not only does the body, the cortisol, the stress response say, hey, let me find some sugar, raise the blood sugar. Now let me suppress the insulin so my blood sugar doesn't go down. Right? So 2 birds right there. And then I think I'm going to need more energy. So now let me go find some additional energy so it starts breaking down the fat cells. Now, everybody thinks that that's a good thing, but no, it's not a good thing, right? Not in the long term. So it takes the fat cells, it breaks them down into what are called glycerol and free fatty acids. The glycerol gets converted to sugar. So once again, that's the third place where sugar goes up. So first we break down glycogen, then we suppress the insulin. Now we're breaking down fat and we're making sugar from the fat. And if I got these two components, right? I got the free fatty acids and I've got the glycerol. Where do you think the free fatty acids go? Right? So now we've got fatty acids floating around the blood, right? Now they can cause damage. And then the body says, maybe I need more energy. So now it starts to break down proteins. And those proteins become amino acids. Those amino acids cause us to produce more sugar. So I want you to watch that progression. We found sugar, right? Breaking down the glycogen. Then we suppress the insulin so that the sugar doesn't go down. Then we broke down fat and created some glucose. And then we broke down protein and created some glucose. So at every stage right there, the body's job is to find energy to keep you going. Now that's wonderful. And what's supposed to happen is when the acute issue goes away, when you get away from the lion, when you are out of the car accident, when the intruder is no longer there, your body is supposed to now calm down. The stress hormones go down. Your heart rate goes down, right? Your eyes constrict again. Your lungs, you're not breathing as fast. When the cortisol goes down, the cortisol stops breaking down protein. The blood sugar goes down. It stops breaking down fat. Blood sugar goes down. It makes the insulin that your body produces more sensitive. So the blood sugar goes down. And it stops breaking down glycogen. So the blood sugar goes down. Now here's the kicker, y'all. You want to hear it? You ready for it? The kicker is this. That the body responds to a real threat in the same way as it responds to a perceived threat. Let me say that again. The body responds to a real threat. If there's actually a lion standing, running in front of you, if you're in a car accident and you break an arm, break a leg, you have an injury. If an intruder comes into your house, an actual person there with you, your body will go through the response, the stress response. But it responds the same way if you convince yourself that the fact that you didn't study for that exam means the end of the world. The body responds the same way. You have an argument with your husband, your wife, your brother, your sister, right? A coworker. You go into work every morning and you dread going in. The body responds the same way as if it saw a lion. The same exact physiologic processes go on. The same neurologic processes go on. Right? That's why people say, man, I was so nervous that my stomach started churning. Right? I had a lady who, she had one of these monitors that I have. Well, actually, she didn't have a monitor at first, right? But her blood sugars were high. And we put a monitor on her. And every morning we'd see a big spike. I forgot what time it was, but it was, it wasn't the dawn phenomenon spike. It was like later in the morning. And so she comes in and we saw this spike. And one day I said, what happens at 10 o'clock? And I'm just using 10 o'clock. It wasn't 10 o'clock. I can't remember the exact time. I said, what happens at 10 o'clock? And she says, oh, Joe comes in. And I'm just using Joe. It's not the real person, right? So her and Joe were so, she didn't like working with Joe. Whenever Joe came in, it was stressful for her. And just right before this coworker of hers came in, where she had to spend the entire day with them, we saw the blood sugars rise, and they stayed there until she left work. The power of stress. So the body responds in exactly the same way, whether it's a perceived stress, perceived danger, or whether it's a real danger. And the issue is that we spend so much of our time in perceived stress. We've convinced ourselves that this particular thing is a danger. It is a stressful event. And because we always have this tonic level of stress, then the blood sugars are a little higher. And if the blood sugars are higher, y'all, guess what has to happen? So we talked about the acute phase, right? The acute phase is you see some stressor, your body responds, produces sugar, you run away from the line, you get away from the line, and good, and everything kind of comes back down. Well, what happens if you're always there? The body now adapts to that. And so the blood sugars are a little higher than they should be. Your insulin doesn't work as well as it should. You're breaking down these fat cells and you're creating sugar and free fatty acids. And now your cholesterol goes up. And what do you think happens to the free fatty acids? They go into the liver. They become non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Because you're stressed, the blood sugars rise higher and higher, and the insulin is less able to manage it, so you develop diabetes. Because there's this constant tonic stress. Oh, and man, wait a minute. I didn't talk about one of the things. So, after you recover from stress, right? So you saw a lion, you ran from the lion, you got away from the lion, right? Acute event. In that process, right after you got away from the lion, what does your body do? The body says, hey, I just used up a lot of energy, so I have to now go replenish the energy. And how does it replenish the energy? It makes you eat. That's why a lot of times people go through a stressful event, stressful time, and they eat because the body is trying to replenish the energy that it thinks they burned during the event. Well, if you're always there, you're always in the stressful event, always producing cortisol, always producing epinephrine, then you are always hungry. You guys see that progression? So our goal is to manage stress. Notice I say not eliminate, because we can't always eliminate stress. Now, if you have a job that you don't like, you could leave the job, great. But not everybody can do that. We cannot change the event. We cannot change the stressful situation, but we could change our response to it. And notice I said the body responds to real threats and perceived threats in the same way. And we're going to come back and we're going to talk about how we manage that here in just a minute. Let's see. Let's see who we got out there. So Key says, she says, "Wow, that is deep." Yeah, Key, this stuff right here is we don't talk much about this response as it comes to diabetes. I mean, you kind of do a cursory, hey, manage your stress, get some sleep, and so forth. But to really understand what it is we do to ourselves in the stressful event, in the stressful times, that's a whole nother conversation. Teresa says, that explains everything, doctor. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. Teresa, isn't it amazing? Yeah. I now, so let me jump in here. Let me add, right? Let me make a connection. You guys remember we talked about the HEAT, right? HEAT that we did last week, and that is our acronym for the categories of triggers that push us to eat beyond hunger, right? Remember, we eat because of habits, we eat because of emotions, we eat because of access, and we eat because of taste. Yeah. So in that E, the emotions, there are so many things that we're gonna have to come back and do like shows about some of that stuff, right? So emotions, right? So not just your I'm feeling sad. I mean, sad, happy, glad, mad, anxious, disappointed, tired, and we can go on and on and on and on and on and on. And every little bit adds up. So our goal is, how do we deal with as many of these as possible? Because if we can do that, that's one less place where our blood sugars rise. And we're going to come back and we're going to talk about what that means. Okay. All right. And Tatiana, hey, Tatiana, welcome. Glad that you are here hanging out with us. I saw you were on a show recently. I haven't watched it yet, but yay. Okay. I'm going to get out there and watch it. If you've not watched Tatiana, she is amazing. She was on our show a little over a year ago, and thank you for coming through and hanging out with us. And so, talking about shows, there is one that I do want to plug. This past weekend, or this past Friday, I was on a show that I want to say to you, if you've not seen, if you've not watched, I do want you to go over and support them. And it is, let's see, how do I do that? Okay, here it is. It is, it's called the Pastors Roundtable. And it is with 3 amazing pastors who are actually pastoring. And I was on there with Dr. Columbus Batiste, who is a cardiologist. And we were talking about, this is Black History Month, of course. And so we were talking about the effect of the heritage of African Americans, the effect of that on their health. Right. If you know the history of African Americans during the time of slavery, the foods that they were given, the foods that were eaten, the recipes that were created, the ways of preparing food and eating were a direct result of the things that they were given and the conditions that they found themselves in. And so today, as we eat, it is a history that has been passed down in terms of flavors and the types of foods. And as we've been talking about, food has such an amazing ability to heal, but it also has an amazing and detrimental ability to cause disease. And so Dr. Columbus Batiste and I were guests on the show with these amazing gentlemen as we talked about the effect of food, the effect of slave food on the culture and on the on the way we eat and on diseases. So please go over there, support them, like the show, share it with your family, with your friends. It was an amazing conversation. We were hoping to get back with them and do some additional things, but right now I want you, as our viewers, as our community, to support what they're doing. And then of course I was on the show. And when you go over there, I'm not going to say if, I want you to put hashtag Dwain Woode MD so they know that you are one of our community members, that you're coming over and that you are supporting them. Okay. And so that was Friday, the Black History Black History Month is the series that they're doing. And like I said, it was an amazing conversation that we had over there. Thank you. All right. All right. So let's talk a little bit. Let's hop back over. Remember, guys, if you have questions, Tatiana says, oh, my pleasure. If you do have questions, go ahead and pop those in the chat. Let us know that you're there. Put a Q in front of the question, and we will be sure to get to those. If you're watching this on the replay right now, put hashtag replay. And of course, I want you to make sure that you are sharing with your family and friends what we're doing on the channel. All right, so let's bring it home. Let's bring it home. Let me back up. Let me recap. Our goal is to reverse diabetes. We're talking specifically adults with type 2 diabetes. Adults with type 2 diabetes, we want to reverse it. We want to decrease the amount of medication that you're taking. We want to help to make you healthier. If you are here and you're watching and you say, wait a minute, I'm not diabetic, so this doesn't apply to me. Hold it. Don't go away yet. Because the things that we talk about for our diabetics, we're talking about decreasing insulin, the issues that we have with high blood pressure, with weight issues, polycystic ovarian syndrome, metabolic syndrome, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, people who are at risk for coronary artery disease, people who are at risk for strokes, all of that ties into insulin. That's why I keep saying the numbers, 462 million people around the world with diabetes. That's just, y'all, the people with diabetes. We're not talking about the people with pre-diabetes or the people who are obese or the people who have polycystic ovarian syndrome. If we can decrease our insulin, then all of those diseases get better. So while we're talking to the diabetic specifically, because we're reversing, don't negate what we're discussing because it has direct application to you as well. Okay? All right. So what do we do? What do we do? What do we do, y'all? What do we do? You can't change the situation that you're in sometimes. Like if you got a job and it is the place where you make your living and you're supporting your family, you can't walk in tomorrow. I mean, I suppose you could, but very few of us will be able to walk in tomorrow and say, you know what, you guys are stressing me out, so I'm gone. If you're in a relationship that's causing stress, sometimes it's difficult to leave the relationship. You have a child, you have a mom or a dad who is ill or not doing the things that you think they should be doing. That causes stress. You can't just all of a sudden just disappear from the child. I suppose you could. You shouldn't. But how do we respond to those things? I'm sure you know someone who seems like, man, nothing ever bothers them. Like they seem to have it all together. And the question is, how can we have two people that find themselves in the same situation and one responds with significant stress and the other one does not? And the reason that can happen is it because it's all in our personalities and in how we have been raised and taught and how we experience the world. I want to say that again. There are some of us who have a natural personality that is more anxious than others. It is a given fact. Right? You tend to be a little bit more anxious than someone else. That's not a problem. It is just your bent. That is how you are. So don't ever let anybody convince you that because you are a little bit more anxious than other people that there's something wrong with you. That's just how you are. Now, what you do with that is a different story, right? So that's one. And then a lot of us were brought up in situations where we were never taught to manage stress and handle stress. We were never taught coping mechanisms. We were never taught ways to evaluate and to make decisions. We were never taught how to evaluate problems and come up with solutions. So when we find ourselves in a stressful situation, it's like we're shooting in the air, right? Everything is a guess game. And guessing causes people to be anxious. Right? It's kind of like in marketing and in sales, they say a confused mind does not purchase. Think about it. You go into the store, right? And you know you want a particular thing and you get in there and they have like 3 different ones and you don't know how to evaluate them. What do? A lot of times, most of us wouldn't buy anything. We say, okay, I'll decide that later. And they leave. Same thing when we find ourselves in stressful situations. If we don't have a mechanism for how we manage stress, how we solve issues, how we solve problems, we don't have a way to evaluate, then we are confused and it becomes stressful. So a lot of us were never taught, we never learned the mechanisms that we needed to begin coping. And then a lot of us don't have a place, not necessarily to evaluate and learn to cope, but we don't have a place to release the stress. We're always going. We're always on the grind. We're always running. And if you find yourself always doing that, then that itself causes stress. So let's back up and let's go through those again. So number one, if you find yourself in a situation where you are stressed and you say, okay, this is just how I am. I'm just a naturally anxious person. Then the question that you've got to ask is, what do you have to put in place? What do you have to put in place to begin releasing some of that stress? It is how you are. It is your bent. It is your personality. But is there a way to mitigate? Is there a way to allow yourself to process things in a way that it does not add additional stress? Because once again, once you had the stress, guess what happens? Cortisol comes out. And cortisol's job is to raise those blood sugars. And if we raise the blood sugar, the body has to produce insulin to bring that blood sugar down. Right? So how do I mitigate? What do I need to do so I don't add additional stress? If you find yourself always stressed whenever some issue comes up, an interpersonal relationship issue, something on the job, you've got to make a decision about a house that you're buying or a shirt that you want to buy or a book that you want to read or a class that you're in. Hey, it sounds like you don't have a structure, a form, a way to make decisions and evaluate where you are and come up with solutions. So now this is, okay, where do I go to learn how to manage, how to organize, how to problem solve? Notice the distinction between those two. One, hey, what do I need to do so I don't add additional stress? What do I need to do to become more organized so I have a structure in how to manage and deal with and come up with solutions? Right? And then if you find yourself, hey, I'm not an anxious person, and I do have a way of coming up with solutions. I'm very methodical. I have the ability to look and come up with a solution, but I still find myself stressed. What do you have in place to release the stress? Do you meditate? Do you journal? Do you exercise? Do you do yoga? Right? What are you doing to mitigate, to release? Because if you don't release, well, guess what? It's all building up and it's all growing. And because we're in that tonic, blood sugars are higher, insulin is higher, insulin comes out, and insulin causes all the issues that we just discussed. Okay? All right. Let's see. I heard some popping. Let's see. I think we may have some questions coming through. Jennifer says, in the past 9 months, I've been able to pull my A1C from 8.9 down to 5.2. Jennifer, what? Give you a hand clap for that. I didn't even finish reading the question or the thing, Jennifer. I just wanted to pause and give you a hand clap right there. Now, let me put it back up so I can finish reading it. So in the past 9 months, I've pulled my A1C from 8.9 down to a 5.2. Manjaro, exercise and weight loss of 88 pounds. Wow. I have more to lose, but am slowly moving to the rest of my life. Jennifer, I'm so happy. I'm so proud of you. I love that. Love that. That's what we're talking about, people. Jennifer, kudos to you. Keep up the good work, and thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And Key says, very true, never taught. You know what? I my sisters and I have a conversation fairly frequently, and we talk about the way we were brought up. And there were 6 of us, and I mean, 3 brothers, 3 sisters, plus cousins. People, a bunch of people were always at the house. And in the midst of all that, it took until we became adults, y'all. And I'm talking, when I say adults, I don't mean like 23, 24. I'm talking like later, to begin developing those behaviors, developing those things, those skills. And so I think it's something that we've got to begin talking to, even as my son is growing, I'm starting to talk to him about, hey, problem solving, right? So what do we do? How do we look at a problem? How do we look at this? So that he can begin seeing that, because if we don't do that, that itself predisposes us to disease processes in the future. Okay. Jennifer says, you are teaching me how to live past the medication. Thank you, Dr. Woode. Yes, Jennifer. Thank you. Remember, that's our goal, right? Our goal is, how do we get off this stuff? Right? We use it when we need it. We use it as a tool. But as we are moving forward, the goal is, and let me say this is a great plug. And Jennifer, thank you for that. Right? So I don't think I've said this officially, but let me say it now. So while we're using the medications, y'all, the goal while we're on the medication is to learn the skills that we need so that when the medication goes away, we can still function. So things like Manjaro and Ozempic, things like the SGLT2s that we talked about that help us with the management of our diabetes, they are bridges. And so while we're on those medications, the goal is to learn what we need to do so that when the medication goes away, we can still function. And the problem for the medical society, the industry, the profession, and the health profession is that we are not teaching that part of it. Now, we do an amazing job, by the way, of lowering blood sugars. We can do that. But we're not teaching what people need to know so that they can get off of the medication and still function and create the life that they've always wanted. So, cool. All right, so Tatiana says, I wish I was one of those people that ate less when stressed, but am one of those that want to eat more. Exercise, yoga, prayer, and talking it out helps me when I'm in a stressful situation. Thank you, Tatiana. That's right. So, Tatiana, I know there's a reason that that we get along so well. A lot of people will say, "Man, I got stressed and I don't eat." That has not been my experience. Right. So, we were talking about the HEAT, the habit, the emotions, the access and taste. So mine, right. And there's an order, but mine is the emotions and access. Emotions and access. I'm tired. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. I'm sad. I'm lonely. Whatever it is, right? Remember we talked about the HALT, H-A-L-T. Don't be too hungry, angry, lonely, tired. So the emotions, right, drive me to eat. And the access. So if I had the emotions, but I didn't have the stuff around, then I wouldn't do it. Now, I went out and I bought, I love almonds and cashews, right? Because I figured, okay, these are healthier snacks. Well, so I'm here and I'm tired and I'm plowing down those nuts, guys. And guess what? You can eat enough almonds to cause the blood sugar to go really high. Right? So the emotions and the access. Now, one thing, and once again, Tatiana, I'm gonna say this to you, and you know this, right? Because being a creator, I'm gonna tell you when I hit the button in a little while to stop the stream and I'm done, the amount of energy, right? The amount of emotions that are in me can light up a light bulb, can light up a lamp. That's how much energy you guys help me help infuse into me as I'm doing this, right? If I'm not careful, because once again, remember, it's not necessarily a negative emotion that causes it. If I'm not careful, if I have not come up with a way to manage the energy that I get from this space, I will find myself eating to calm down. Yeah. So it's that, yeah. And Tatia says, and having fun. Yeah, definitely. You got to have fun. That helps as well. She said, Teresa said, I didn't know all that. I get stressed when I go to my doctor. Any solutions? Yeah. So the question, Teresa, is why, right? So why do you get stressed? And people get stressed for a lot of different reasons. Now I think, and you guys see me, right? So I think I'm a pretty fun-loving, jovial kind of person. But in the office, I have people who say to me, "Oh, I was afraid to come in today." Or I didn't want to come today because, I didn't bring my meter, or, I had a bad time last week and I ate some candy or whatever. And I say to them, and I'm going to say this to you, and you have to talk to your doctor. I want people, when they show up to the office, I want them to tell me that they ate ice cream and they ate, ho-hos and they ate Twinkies or whatever they ate. You know why? Because then we can have a conversation about what they ate. Because I don't want to take away the thing that they ate. Yeah, you guys are like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Yeah. So in the office, I never tell people not to eat anything. Like I've probably never said, hey, you can't eat that. Because you know what that does? And for you, if you're watching right now, if you're fighting to not eat something, like, oh, I can't eat ice cream, or I know I'm not supposed to eat this. If you're fighting that battle, you are losing the battle. You cannot win the battle over food just by willing it. The question is not what are you eating, but the question is why. Is it a habit? Fix the habit. Is it an emotion? Let's deal with the emotion. Is it the fact that it's access? You have access, it's right there. Then don't bring it in the house. And if it's a taste, right? What is the memory that's driving the taste? How do you switch the taste? The fasting helps with that. Right? Understanding. And I have, I've got my New Year, New You cup, by the way, my mug. And we're going to be giving away one of these here coming up in a week or so, a couple of weeks. All right. So I've got my mug, and in this is unsweetened tea, and it's sweetened with artificial sweetener. Now I'm going to tell you. Let me tell on myself. My wife can tell you if I've been drinking the artificially sweetened tea. You know why? Because when I drink it, I eat more. Yeah. So the taste, the question is why? So HEAT, habits, emotions, access, and taste. And so Teresa, talk to your doctor. Figure out why it is that you are anxious when you go to see them. Is there some interface that you guys have that's causing this? Right? Is there something you're expecting or think he's expecting from you that's causing this? Yeah. All right. And Key Washington, she says, congratulations. That's right. Congratulations, Jennifer. We're so proud of you. So proud of you. And Jennifer, I want to say this to you. If you will send me a message, right? Send me a message and send me a picture of your A1C, right? I'm going to just say that right now. I will send you a certificate. Okay, send me a message on any of our social platforms, and let's get in contact and send me a picture of your A1C, and I'll send you a certificate for that. Amazing. Let's see. Tatiana says interpersonal skills, communication skills, emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, and self-care, all valuable to teach our younger folks. So right, Tatiana. That is so true. All of those skills, and once again, if you don't have those skills, then you find yourselves in a situation where you need the skill, and because you don't have it, then it becomes an issue and there's stress. Key says, same. I eat when I'm stressed. Tatiana said, heat and all halt. That's right. Heat and halt. Right. Let's get out of the heat. Let's get out of the heat. Halt. And halt eating. Tatiana teaches, it's always E for me. Dang emotion. Yeah. We a lot of us struggle with that. And Key says, I drink unsweetened tea with nothing. All right. So let's hop over and let me do this really quickly. Let's see what else was I. Let's go back over here. All right. So one conversation that I want to have, and let's do this. As you know, the way we do, I'm going to check my blood sugar. We're going to see what it is. Right now, this monitor says it's 111. That's the Freestyle Libre. Let's go ahead and look at our monitor, and I'm going to check my blood sugar first, and then we'll look at the ketones. All right, so we get our drop of blood. Get that on there. In a couple of seconds, we'll have that come up. Take all these guys off. So 111. Hey, so that's pretty close, right? So, well, not pretty close, but that's exact. Let's pop this off, and let's go ahead and look at our ketones. Now, I expect, because I'm not fasting and because I've not been doing a ketogenic diet, that my ketones are probably going to be like 0.2 or something like that. Oh, let's see. That's my guess. Oops. Sorry, guys. I need to get another drop of blood. No. Okay. I'm going to have to stick myself again. That's okay. Drop of blood. And let's see what that gives us. And round and round we go. And 0.2. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so 0.2. And then let me go ahead and let's pop over here and get my Keto Mojo meter app, and it'll pull it over and it'll give us our GKI. Remember, the glucose keto index is your blood sugar converted into international units, divided by your ketones, right? So 111 divided by 18 divided by 0.2, right? So anyway, you don't have to know that formula. So 30. So with the GKI, in order for us to be in ketosis, we want the GKI, that number right there, that's 30.8. We want that to be as low as possible, and we want the ketones to be as high as possible. So if I look at my graph, you'll see up here, my blood sugars were high and my ketones were low. So I'm not in ketosis, but strolling back here, let's go back over here. Yeah, there we go. you'll see here the like turquoise looking line is high, and it was 3.6, and my blood sugar was lower, so I was ketosis. Remember, in ketosis, right? Let's just talk through that once again. When we are in ketosis, when we're fasting, the body is burning calories through fat. It's using ketones for energy. So it no longer needs to use sugar. And it is then that we begin seeing the weight loss that comes from what we're doing. Okay, that's we can see the weight loss that's coming from what we're doing. All right, and your goal over this month was or is to work your way up so that you can fast for a 24-hour period, 124-hour period. That's what we're moving for the month. 124-hour period for this month. Okay. And this is a great place, I think, for us to do. And let me pull it up really quickly. Actually, let me go back here and just make another plug for our channel. If you've not done so, guys, please go ahead and do that. Subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, hit the, in the hashtag, put hashtag replay. Let us know that you're out there. If you see me in the social space, go ahead and say hello, because I'd love to connect with you and know that you're out there. Share this with your family and with your friends. Let them know what we're doing here in the space. We are reversing diabetes. We are taking our patients who have type 2 diabetes. We're reversing diabetes, getting them off of medications. And in the process of doing that, we're helping other people who may not have diabetes, but who are who have some of those other metabolic diseases. We're helping them to reverse their diseases as well. Okay. And so yeah, this is what I wanted to pull up. Okay. So that's a list of all the things that we've been doing. Starting tomorrow night, I will be going back and doing my fast. As you know, I do a fast once a week. And so my fasting day begins tomorrow evening. So I'll be fasting all Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Keep an eye out, keep an ear out so that you will see some of those check-ins that I'm doing. As we move through the rest of the week, right? So tomorrow evening is when I'll have my final meal, and then we'll go into our fast. We'll be doing some check-ins there, and make sure that you come and you hang out with us. Well, this is a great place for us to do the thought of the day. So let's go ahead and do that right now. All right, so our thought of the day is this, that health is wealth. Health is wealth. You've heard me say several times, over and over, that the two most valuable things that we own are our time and our health. Without health, time does not matter. And without time, health is fleeting. So we've got to make sure that we're doing both. But your health is your wealth. If you have health, then you can create. If you have health, you can build. If you have health, you can make a difference. I want to encourage you that in the process of this year, as we move through the year, as we are moving through 2024, New Year, New You is more than just a slogan. It's more than just the theme here on the channel. It's more than just some words that I put on a t-shirt and that I put on a mug. New Year, New You means that you are taking charge of your health and you are managing this most valuable commodity that you have. Your health is your wealth. If you have health, you can rebuild relationships. You can forge new relationships, new commitments. You can learn, you can grow, you can evolve, you can leave a legacy. Your health is your wealth. As we move through the year, You want to make sure that you have done the things you needed to do, that you've gone back, that you've watched the show that says, hey, what are the first steps I need to take if I'm going to take charge of my health? And then come along and move with us, work with us, join the community, join the channel, because your health is your wealth. And I want to be right there, just like Jennifer. And I want to spur you on. I want to cheer for you. I want to give you kudos and celebrate with you. If you're watching right now, you're saying to yourself, man, I've done such a poor job of managing my health. Look at all these complications that I have. I've had a heart attack. I may have had an amputation. I may have lost some of my vision. My blood sugars have been crazy, out of control. It is never too late, because your health is your wealth. What you have is still valuable. So come along, hang out with me, hang out with us, work with me, work with us as we move into this new year, new you, y'all, because health is wealth. And we can create the life we've always wanted in this space. And that's our thought for today. All right. So I think I see a couple more questions. Let's help and do that. Okay, Key said I drink unsweet. I think we looked at that one. Jeff said, do you ever use an alcohol wipe to clean your finger before you poke? Yes, I do that. Not always, but I do that. I guess I should bring one here so you can actually see that there's one, right? But yeah, I do, Jeff, but not always. Key says, good night. Tatiana says, what was HEAT again? Habit, emotions, access, and taste. Habit, emotions, access, and taste. Tatiana. Teresa says, no, it is all doctors. I think it's because I may get bad news. We appreciate you and your dedication to teach us. Love you for this. Oh, Teresa, thank you so much. Well, Teresa, yeah. So the question that and you know, send me a message. We maybe talk. Okay, how do we reframe some of that thing with the visit? Okay. And Tatiana said, "Thank you. Great to see you. Good night. Stay healthy, folks." Yes. All right. And so finally, folks, our ask, as we always do. Number one, our goal is that we are working together to be healthy, right? So for the month of February, 1 day a week, 24 hours a day, or 24-hour for the week, I want you to work your way to fasting. That's our goal for this month. Okay. We'll talk about more goals as we get into the month of March and so on. That's the first ask. Number two, come back to the community, right? The community is better. The community works when you are here, when you share, just like you saw a little while ago, Jennifer sharing a success, Tatiana talking about some of the things that goes on with her, Teresa and Key and Jeff. So glad that you guys are here. This community grows. This community gets better. We want to see what other people are doing. It helps to encourage us. It helps to encourage me. So thank you for sharing with us. And then finally, bring someone with you. Send a message, send a link, send a text. Let them know what's going on here on the channel as we work to move into a better space. As always, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, creating the life you've always wanted. And then this year, y'all, new year, new you. Good night.